so I can see what the chat is saying.
Yeah. Because this one seemed to, like, be met with a decent chunk of defenders. So, like, not a whole chunk. A lot of people are also saying, wow, this movie has a lot more issues than I realized, so...
I do notice that you mainly just skip... I do notice that you mainly just skip to, Kurt, handing over the formula to Oscorp. Or at least that's where you start the video.
Kurt handing the formula to Oscorp. What do you mean handing the formula?
I mean, the scene with Raza, or... Ratha. Yeah. You just skip to that at the beginning.
Yeah, that one is just, like, to talk about this is the origin for how, this whole lizard plot comes to be, and it just already just doesn't work. Like, on a premise level, it's just broken. What's up, not Matt Murdock?
Let me see if the stream is... Yeah.
Did I send it? Yeah, I did send it. You know, I'm gonna tell Jessica to join as well.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to start off by saying what I think we all know. Amazing Spider-Man 1 was way better than 2.
You're addicted to slop. Spider-Man is an unhealthy condition that you have. Normal men have cancer. You have Spider-Man in possession, bro. Dude, breaking news. The slop web movies are bad. Whoa.
Well, it is breaking news.
The people are waiting for us to shit on their favorite Star Wars
We agreed
movies.
to Friday. We agreed to Friday.
Friday is the day of rage bait. We're going to upset more of our fans so they unsubscribe and stop asking us about the Superman movie.
Okay.
Oh shit, someone's here. Evil Just a Guy.
Alright.
What's Evil up, Just a Guy? You gonna talk about, in a roundabout way, a fucking Spider-Man product that no one cares about anymore? That's been talked about for 30 years at this point?
Damn.
Why did you call me to join specifically?
Because you have disagreements.
To talk about Spider-Man slop. What's your opinion on this sloppy Spider-Man thing?
Video?
That's terrible.
Tell me why.
What? Well, I'm gonna be honest. I don't like have any like major disagreements. I was just more interested in.
Oh.
Yeah,
that's great news.
He was booted immediately.
Alright, enjoy your slop. Enjoy your slop.
Alright, enjoy your meeting with the man.
Fucking hate Spider-Man. You made me hate him.
Well, Jay couldn't join here, but I have a disagreement there on behalf of him. And it's specifically to the media detective. I don't know who this guy is, I'll be honest.
Hello?
But from Jay, his disagreement to you is he thinks that your name is the corniest name ever conceived on the internet.
Damn.
I picked my name. Is that wrong?
He thinks it is.
It's not a bad
I don't know
name.
who this guy is, but shut the fuck up.
JD is a freak.
I'll be sure.
Who doesn't respect people's mothers.
I mean,
he doesn't respect his elders either.
Yeah. But yeah, so back to that comment I was reading. Yes, Amazing Spider-Man 2 was clearly worse. I have the script for that almost done. Amazing Spider-Man 2 is genuinely like broken in so many different ways.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, we were literally crashing out in messages trying to figure out what the fuck the government was doing in their investigation into the murder. And we were just like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah, like apparently the government thinks a plane crash where there would be bullet holes and, you know, there would be bullets on the scene. Apparently they think that's just a plane crash.
Mary literally has a gunshot wound. And they were like, nah, this is an accident. She clearly shot herself.
Yeah, totally. It's definitely not suspicious timing either, considering This is after they were trying to expose Oscorp.
Mm-hmm.
Spider-Man sucks, bro.
It's a great movie.
Well, there's a comment on the video that I find really funny because defenders of the movie, like, they seem to gas it up, and it's so clearly AI generated. You just like respond to this guy once, and he'll drop like a whole wall of text within a minute, and you know for a fact there's no way he typed that up in like one go. Impossible.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of screenshots saved where I like show the timestamps of it, but it's so blatantly funny how it's clearly like, oh, this guy used AI.
Yeah.
But I'll read the top comment. You can check it for yourself. This same guy tried basically the same tactic on the call-in videos about the AI thing. He tried the same tactic on the Deadpool and Wolverine review and the Wonder Woman review. So it's like, okay, yeah, he's just gonna use AI because he can't make a point on his own. It's really fun.
Imagine being that inept at argumentation that you can't even come up with your own defense for something. Like, Jesus, man.
I think YouTube like pulled down his comment because they suspected that he was spamming shit.
Oh, I just pulled up your video to look for it. Am I not gonna find it anymore?
Yeah, it looks like you have to scroll to the bottom. I already found it, so I'll read it off. His comment is SK, comma. The points in your video about the Amazing Spider-Man fall apart the moment the movie is looked at as a complete story instead of disconnected clips. So, like, from the jump, I don't know what this point is. Disconnected clips, the only reason I quote-unquote disconnected the clips is because I can't play the full movie. Like, what? I talk about the whole thing, but sure. Don't know what the point of that is.
Well, the thing is, like, you would have a point if you could prove that the clips were made out of context.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not saying that. You're just saying they're disconnected. I mean, you're implying it, but you have to actually make an argument. You can't just say that they're disconnected and therefore invalid in your video. That's just not how that works.
Yeah. Someone asked, is No Way Home still the worst to you? Yes.
So it's been a while since I've rewatched No Way Home, but I would say that No Way Home is better simply because it has some good writing in there. Even if it's facilitated by bullshit, which, trust me, it is. There is some decent good writing in there that you can point to and be like, this is good. It's unfortunate that it's facilitated by bullshit, but I at least appreciate what the writers are doing here. You don't have that with TASM 2.
Well, I feel like with TASM 2 you can still point to things in isolation that are good, like you can with No Way Home. But when it comes to like the damage done, so like No Way Home basically destroys continuity in the Raimi trilogy, in the Amazing Spider-Man movies, in the MCU, again, it destroys characters across multiple different universes. So like just from that premise, it is so hard to argue that the world building in No Way Home is is better than TASM 2. Like TASM 2 has bad world building, but this has like catastrophic effects.
So I guess to clarify what I was saying, I don't disagree with you that the world building in No Way Home is exceptionally worse. But in terms of like a complete narrative, I think TASM 2 is more broken. Just like
I would say No Way Home is easily the most broken of them all.
Maybe. I mean, again, I haven't seen the movie in a long time, but I mean, there might be recency bias, to be fair.
Thank you for the 10 small 6490. After No Way Home, everyone started glazing Andrew Spider-Man. When back in 2014, no one liked his movie. Shake my head. Andrew fans now delude themselves into thinking the movies are underrated now. I mean, to be fair, like, people back in 2014 and 2012, like, even then, there were people that were glazing Andrew's version, regardless of No Way Home releasing or not. So, it is a thing that happens. I don't agree with it, but, like, I think it's not just pulled out of nowhere, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, Andrew is one of the best parts about No Way Home.
True.
At least in terms of his acting and, like the scene on the rooftop with him and Toby and Tom is great. It's facilitated by bullshit, but if you look at the scene in isolation, it's really good. And a lot of that has to do with Andrew's acting and Toby's acting and the acting in general. So I completely understand when people are like, oh yeah, Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man's great. I don't agree with it, but it's understandable why people would look at his movies more positively in that light.
Yeah. Why is it a black screen? Is it? Does someone want to check real quick? Let's fact check this, Grog.
Okay.
I don't know why it'd be a black screen. Let me check on my end.
I mean, I have the stream pulled up. It's not a black screen.
Yeah, it doesn't look black to me. I think maybe it's your thing. I heard someone say Sandman leaving the apartment wasn't as bad because he didn't know Aunt May would die and he was purely focused on getting home, which is a bad excuse. Yeah, I don't see how that's an excuse whatsoever. It's 5 supervillains.
No Way Home?
Or 4 supervillains, excuse me. Yeah, No Way Home. That's 4 supervillains specifically trying to attack Spider-Man, and May's in the area. I don't know how he could have concluded that May wouldn't have died.
Yeah, there's 4 villains, Spider-Man villains, by the way, so not just your average Joe.
Oh, someone's in the room. I'm gonna move him here. We'll pause on the comment for now. Audacious Joan, what's up? What's up?
Hello.
So, well, I cooked a mighty meal tonight. I hope you enjoyed. There's gonna be dessert afterwards.
Is there a disagreement?
SK, so I wanna thank you for your character development, SK, because I'm glad you finally see that Spectacular is a great show.
Sure, yeah. I came here. I came here for disagreements, not agreements. I want disagreements. That's what's in the name.
It's in the title.
And we're not talking about spectacular. We're talking about amazing. Audacious Joan, is there a disagreement you have?
Spectacular season 2 is actually better than season 1.
I would not agree with that, but we are talking about amazing.
Yeah,
but I guess since no one's here, like, why do you think? Well, firstly, do you have a disagreement with the Amazing Spider-Man video?
No, I think Amazing is a boring ass movie, so I don't even want to talk about it.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess just to simplify my position, I think both Spectacular Season 1 and 2 are pretty good. I just think Season 1 has tighter writing. That's all.
And I have no opinion. I haven't seen the show in a long time, so.
Oh, appreciated brainstorm.
I guess when I look at it is, so the top 5 episodes, in my opinion, for season 1 would be the 2 Green Goblin episodes, the last episode, the Sinister Six episode, and what was the other one? Oh yeah, when the Origin episode.
Gotcha.
And then top 5 for season 2 would be it'd be Gangland, The when Goblin locks him in the super prison.
Opening night.
Yeah, final curtain. The one where Venom tries to expose his identity.
Identity crisis.
Yeah, and the one where Sandman kind of redeemed himself.
Okay. Yeah, those are pretty good
so
picks.
I like.
I'll say this: I definitely like season 2 more because I think it has more, I guess, satisfying payoffs than the first season. Not that the first season doesn't have satisfying payoffs. I just prefer them in season 2, and I think the idea behind the storylines are more interesting as well. What I really like in season 2 the most, well, I can list a few episodes. Subtext, opening night, final curtain, identity crisis. Those are probably my favorites in that season. Alongside, probably first steps. Probably first steps, I would say. I think like those are really good episodes in the series. I especially love the Green Goblin. Green Goblin's my favorite villain in that show, with Venom right behind him. But yeah, like I can definitely see someone saying season 2 is better. I can understand that perspective. I would just say that I think there's just more you can kind of pick apart in season 2, even though it's still pretty great. Whereas in the first one, it's easier to like defend it against scrutiny. That's really the main decision.
I guess when I look at season 2, it's just those. I think season 2 definitely hits higher highs than season 1. Because like with I really love Gangland, where that whole episode is just you got the opera music perfectly in sync with the fight, the big fight that's going on, and Spider-Man finally beating Tombstone, and there's just some lot of epic shit on that.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the final curtain is just like, I think that's just a masterpiece episode where it's just like it is like just probably like Green Goblin, like best adaptation outside of the comics.
I agree with that. Yeah, I think that's the best Green Goblin.
Yeah, and just just all the trials and shit that he put Spider-Man through in that episode, I just love it.
Yep.
So I remember in your video you talked about like for the Craven episode, you so you still have a problem with like Craven going into like the Daily Bugle with his lion and walking around the streets and nobody's messing with him?
It's the idea that basically he has a fight with Spider-Man, then he gets webbed up. For some reason Spider-Man just doesn't turn him in. I don't know why. And then he could just walk around the city, even in the Daily Bugle, which is a news station, so they would know what Craven's been doing. And I guess like the police do nothing about him just going around the city, sniffing around, breaking into places, just to find Spider-Man.
It's funny though.
It's funny, yeah, but like I don't think that makes sense within the world of Spectacular. It's just a silly thing for the plot.
I think even if the cops did try to catch Craven, they would fail.
No, I disagree with that because Craven, although he's very skilled and he's very agile, he has a lot of resources, he could still be surrounded by guns and he's pretty much screwed. So like, yeah, I think that's just a silly part of that episode. I think I'm gonna be honest, the plot of that episode isn't very good as a whole. It's probably the weakest episode in the series.
Yeah, I think with that is it would take time for the police to be able to even coordinate and surround him. So I think Craven would be able to just get away.
Right, but he spends like the whole day on it. That's the issue.
Yeah, I mean, we only see like a couple of seconds of that day, so we don't know. Maybe he was getting chased by the police and he just kept evading them. It's a big
Yeah,
ass
but
city,
like
so
he's walking slowly and casually with this lion, which seems to imply that he can just do this casually and nobody bats an eye, which I think is really strange. It's almost as if like they allowed it to happen. I wanted it to happen.
isn't traffic? Ain't traffic in New York like really bad, and it takes like
No,
cars
it
forever to
is.
get anywhere?
It absolutely is, but that wouldn't matter because Craven's just a guy on foot, having a lion looking around the whole city the whole day. And like, yeah, sure, the traffic would be annoying, but that doesn't really change the point that the police just did nothing.
Well,
And he's not
that we
moving at
know
like a
of.
pace where he would just avoid them all. He's not even trying to, that's the thing. Because he doesn't have to, because they're not after him.
Well, what's wrong with Craven aura farming though?
I mean, that he's aura farming, sure, but that's just doesn't really make sense here.
Okay. Would you say that's just a nitpick, or is that a big problem?
I would say it's significant, but it doesn't like destroy the episode. Like it's significant enough for me to say, okay, I wouldn't call it a nitpick, but I wouldn't say it destroys the integrity of the story.
All right, that's fair. I guess next would be I'm trying to think what other.
Well, how about
problems
this?
you have.
We did that one. If you have more for spectacular later, we could do that. We do want to kind of stay on topic with Amazing Spider-Man, but I'm down to go over more.
Okay. Yeah. Before I go though, I wanted the dessert topic to go back. I think you'll find this interesting. The dessert topic.
Okay.
So at the end of Dark Knight, why did Batman not?
We're not on Dark Knight. We're not on Dark Knight.
I know, but it's a lot more
about
interesting.
Amazing Spider-Man. We're not on the Nolan Batman trilogy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But let me cook though. Let me cook.
No,
though.
I'm sorry. We'll save this for later. We'll save this for later.
Okay, I just asked this question because I just want to know what you think about this. I don't know if you disagree.
All right,
with
make
this
it quick.
Okay, so could Batman have just snuck up behind Two-Face and just incapacitate him before he even?
I mean, I don't know what that was in the background, but hypothetically he could do that, but I would argue that that is a bit of a risk considering he has a hostage on him. If he even senses one thing, then he can like even by being startled, he could just shoot the kid.
Hey, he's talking.
All right, I'm gonna let you go because I don't want to embarrass you on stream or anything. I don't know what that was, but I appreciate you once again, Audacious Joan. All right.
Yeah, we appreciate you. We
all
will.
Right,
Just before Tyranno Ranger starts talking, if you guys have any disagreements on Spectacular Spider-Man, SK might post a disagreement day on that. So if you want to follow up Audacious Jones with any Spectacular Spider-Man disagreements, just wait until the next disagreement day.
Yeah, maybe another one, like an open one.
Yeah.
This one, we specifically want disagreements for Amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's
But yeah,
fine.
so
Can you guys hear me?
Tyranno Ranger, we can hear you. What's up?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
So-
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you guys off.
No, you're good.
No, it's
You're good.
So this is the part where I tell you my disagreement, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So about the ending scene, I just watched the review, and you said that it doesn't make sense for Peter to completely distance himself from Gwen because that's not exactly what Captain Stacy said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it doesn't really align with like the promise he actually asked of him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I think it kind of makes sense for Peter to at the very least be very anxious, with the rising threats he's getting, especially in Amazing 2, and it's implied he has guilt over Captain Stacy's death, so I think it makes sense he's a bit irrational in just how far he's taking the promise.
Well, so I think the problem here is that it's never acknowledged by either of the films that he didn't explicitly say, like, oh, you should never see Gwen at all. Like, that's never a thing that's entertained. He seems to believe that the promise is basically stating that you can't be with her at all, which I think is strange considering that's not the standard he sets. He's a police captain, he still has a wife, he still has a family, even though he's prone to make enemies. Especially as a police captain, when he's like a huge figurehead for a lot of this. And yeah, I think he's just talking about the fact that he's Spider-Man, right? Leave Gwen out of it.
Yeah,
like that's what he means.
When he says leave her out of it, he's not referring to leave her out of your life, right? Because he's saying this in the context of him watching Spider-Man defeat the Lizard and seeing what threats Peter might have to take on in the future, right? So it would make sense for him to say, you could be with her as long as you're careful not to let her into your Spider-Man double life, right?
Yeah, that's fair. I just thought maybe there might be a rational way. Like, it kind of makes sense if Peter's, like, facing some sort of PTSD from Stacy's death. That's why he took it so far, but on retrospect, yeah, it's not really properly addressed by either of the films.
So, like, here's the thing, though. You can take it in that direction. Like, perhaps after some time has passed, he realizes that he can't be with Gwen in any capacity. But you would need to tie that in to his rationale in the second movie.
Yeah.
Or hell, even the end of this movie. But that's not what happens. He just says, I can't be with you, and then the ending seems like, but actually I can. So his arc just contradicts itself at the end.
Right.
Or at least the promise does.
And this is a bit of a broader point on Amazing, but overall, gotta say, SK, I'm very surprised you said that this movie had the potential to be even better than Spider-Man 1, like the Raimi Spider-Man. I've never really seen it like that, but now
the main reason...
on it,
oh yeah, go on.
Like, honestly, like, from how many people talk about it, it just seems very... Where was I going with this? Like, honestly, the ingredients are there. Like, it kind of could have been the franchise's The Batman, like you say, but it just held back in so much regard, and honestly, I'd love to see the alternate universe where this was a success, and maybe where Andrew did get to go into the MCU, because he has a lot of potential, both as an actor and as, like, he does look like Peter Parker from the comics, at least.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Like, I think Andrew Garfield does a really good job in the role. That's why I said, like, it has the potential to be better than Raimi's Spider-Man 1, because I think Andrew is more impressive in his acting than Tobey, even though I think Tobey's pretty good in Spider-Man 1. And on top of that, there's just elements that... where I look at the movie, right, and I think, okay, if they did this better, then I think it would have topped Raimi's Spider-Man 1. Like, there's elements of it, like his interactions with May and Ben, that come across as very realistic, and the actors are doing their best work, the best they can, the best effort to make sure it feels real and believable. And I don't know, I think if, like, they leaned harder into that, into the writing, by making sure it all, like, fit together, I think this really could have been an improvement from Raimi's Spider-Man 1.
Yeah. And then Amazing Spider-Man 2 is just complete bonkers.
Oh yeah, like, that is a disaster.
It's like everything wrong with Spider-Man 3 to the nth degree. Like, overstuffed villains, nonsensical plot lines, the whole... I love the fact that basically everyone has erased the, Peter's parents as the opening scene. Like, every time you hear on Twitter, the opening scene, it's the first time Peter's swinging around the city.
And you know what the ironic part... Sorry. You know what the ironic part about that is?
What?
The opening scene of the movie is the worst aspect of the movie.
Yeah, it's just so dumb. Like, what is it with these guys and taking the most hated parts of the comics and insisting they be adapted into the movies? Like, at least No Way Home did it in a way where, while not great, I can get behind it. They adapted one more day. This one just isn't it.
Yeah, the problem with the opening scene is that it's not isolated to the opening scene. Everything that's established in the opening scene is what drives the plot forward for the most part. And because it's so broken, because so many elements about it either retroactively make the first movie not make any sense, or make what happens later on in this movie make even less sense.
Yeah.
It's just the worst aspect of the movie.
I think the
in terms of the
opening,
plot at least.
what I've written in the document so far, it basically damages Richard's character, Mary's character, Kurt's character somehow, Uncle Ben's character, Aunt May's character, and Peter's character. Like that whole plot line with his parents, it damages all those characters with the problems it has.
And let me clarify. I'm not taking issue with Peter's parents merely on an adaptation argument. I don't care about the fact that Peter Parker has parents that aren't just Ben and May. I take issue with it because of how they actually execute it in the movie and how it drives the plot forward moving from there.
Yeah.
Because I know that a lot of people take issue with Peter Parker's parents merely on the fact that he has parents that aren't Ben and May, and I think that's ridiculous. And I'm taking a hard stance that if you have that stance, then you're wrong. Then you're wrong.
Peter Parker's parents, try saying that 5 times fast. Sorry, I hope I'm not taking up too much time.
Oh, good. I mean, yeah, I mean, if we went through the disagreement, then, yeah, we'll probably move on to the next one, but,
Can I just have...
Yep.
Could I just have one more thing to ask? I gotta ask this. Do you think that the ending of this contradicts what's in Excuse me. Do you think Across the Spider-Verse contradicts this movie? What I mean by that is, let me say,
in what respect?
So, they're talking about canon events, and Miguel brings up, like, I can't remember what exactly number he says the canon event is, but he says a police captain close to Spider-Man dies protecting a kid. That's not how Captain Stacy died in this movie.
Yeah, but he is talking about the original event. It doesn't have to be the same every single time. It just has to be Spider-Man's up against an enemy of his, and Captain Stacy ends up giving his life in a fight.
So, if you really want to get nitpicky with it, perhaps it's a slight contradiction, but not in any meaningful way that I would take issue with.
I also kind of... Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but...
No, I mean, there's a problem with the fact that the way that Stacy's dad and Ben die in the movie are problems, and the retroactive explanation of they have to die because the canon event doesn't fix the fact that it's stupid that they die in this way.
Yeah.
But I don't think the movie necessarily contradicts what's established in 2001.
Plus, I get the feeling that Miguel's theory about canon events might be wrong, or at the very least heavily flawed, and that's going to be explored in Beyond.
Yeah, but that's what I imagine will happen.
On a slightly different note, I kind of find it hilarious that Miguel has issues with all 4 main leading Spider-Man movie characters. Tobey, Andrew, Tom, and Miles. Like, all 4 of them are not allowed in this society. I just think that's kind of funny.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it's because they chose to cure the villains instead of sending them back. That's probably why.
Right.
But yeah, so, yeah, appreciate you coming on. We're gonna get the next person in.
It's fine. Thanks for talking to me, guys. Have a good night.
Yep. Have a good night.
Alright, I believe Arctic Cherry was next, so move him in. Alright, what's up, Arctic Cherry Infinity? What's your disagreement and tell us why?
Hi. I am sorry, I'm not really. I wasn't really. I know. I'm sorry. I'm kind of nervous.
It's alright.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Why can't I think of something?
Well, it's all right if you don't have a disagreement, but if you don't have one yet, then you can always wait until you have one ready.
What are your thoughts on the lizard?
It's in the video, but I think the lizard is a very badly written villain. I think his character has inconsistent morals. I think his plan doesn't make sense whatsoever. And I think they definitely rushed the development of his character. Like, it seems like they tried to explore ideas with him, but they didn't give the proper time to flesh them out.
Yeah. As in the movie itself, it's rushed, but I imagine it's rushed because they cut out a lot of Connor's scenes for some reason.
Yeah. A part of me does like the character still, as I sometimes imagine the inconsistency is as the serum messing with his mind, but
well,
maybe
the
that's
problem with that. The problem with that is that, for the most part, he acts like Connors and can think critically for himself. We see this in the in the school fight, where he's mixing chemicals together to create a bomb that he throws it at Peter. So he can still think critically and still acts, for the most part, like Connors does. I mean, sure, he's a bit more manic, I'll give you that. And he's a bit more confident in what he's trying to do. But I wouldn't say that the serum changes his personality more so than just brings out what his personality was supposed to be underneath all the
Right. But another thing that makes me question it is the idea, in the sewers you can hear another voice speaking to him.
Yeah. They kind of just threw that in for one scene and then moved on. There really wasn't much to extrapolate from it.
Yeah.
But for me, it kind of felt eerie just hearing it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, it's not super big disagreements or anything like that.
It's alright.
It's alright.
Well, with that said, appreciate you coming on. We're gonna have another discussion.
I hope I didn't waste your time or anything like that.
No, you're fine.
Not at all,
you're
man.
It was nice talking to you.
Yeah.
Nice
have a good
talking
one.
to you.
Have a good day. Bye.
All right. I believe Tom was next. So, Tom, you're on the line. What is your disagreement, and tell us why?
Me first. First off, can you hear?
Yep, I can hear.
Kind of, yeah.
You can hear me because this mic is terrible.
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. First off, thank you for having me. It's really great to be here. I watched your disagreement video, and I do agree the movie is flawed for the most part. But there was just one disagreement I had. It's not too major. I just kind of wanted to ask. You were talking about how it didn't make sense for that guy. I forget his name, to be threatening Connors and then telling him about all of it. Rotho, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
You said it didn't make sense for him to be telling Connors about all of this and then threatening him. And you mentioned how he should have just filed a report to the police.
Yeah.
I kind of think wouldn't Rotho and people like that be too high up in the corporate ladder to have that actually matter in any way?
Well, the thing
if Connors is.
Well, there's a couple things to consider from this. Even if the case isn't fully successful, it's still going to reflect bad optically, and there would still be a decent chunk of evidence that they were poisoning the supply for the winter flu shots. So I think, regardless of if they actually get in prison for that, that's going to stand out and that's going to hurt their stocks.
Well, so if you call the police, right, then you thwart the plan anyway, right? Because now the police are involved and can monitor the donation banks and make sure that nothing sketchy happens, which would be the goal that Connors has. Connors doesn't necessarily need him to go to prison. He just needs him to be stopped from poisoning people.
I get that. Yes, I understand that. But like, wouldn't like this guy Rotho, I'm saying it wrong. Like he's like, wouldn't they be able to just like, they're threatening him, remember? So like they're trying to use fear to keep him from talking, and it seemed to work in that, which I just feel like makes a bit of sense.
Well, it didn't work if he refused in spite of the threat.
Okay, yeah, I can see that, but he didn't call the police, which is, I think, what Rotho was trying to stop him from doing.
Well, he says you have to stop him, like, he's trying to stop him actively. The only feasible way to do that in his position would be to call the police.
I guess, yeah. I guess that would make sense. And, yeah, you're pretty right. The only other thing I just want to come up is you talked about how it wouldn't make sense for them to be testing limb generation if it's for saving Osborn.
Yeah.
Well, couldn't it work if this is just the beginning of said tests? And yes, I know Osborn dies just very quickly in the second movie, but they could have been starting with like limb generation and are working on like regenerating like organs or whatever Osborn actually does need. So wouldn't that make a bit more sense if we assumed that they were only starting?
So the problem with that is that it's implied very heavily that Connors has been working on a cure for Osborn for a while before the movie even starts.
Yeah.
Right? So if you're Oscorp, you want to make sure that Connors is actually doing something that's going to be effective. And so if they find out that he's doing limb regeneration, which they know wouldn't work, they would quickly intervene and be like, no, you're not doing this. You're going to do what we paid you to do, which is research a cure for Osborn.
Well, couldn't like the limb regeneration thing be like the first part of said cure, and it's just a bonus that he might get his arm back or something? Like they hired him specifically to do this because he's an expert and he has a bit more, like he has a reason to do it, and this starting bit would help him and inspire him to keep going to eventually cure Osborn.
So I don't know why you would start with limb regeneration. Surely finding a cure for the disease is going to be much more simple than limb regeneration. And if it's not, then you're just wasting time with limb regeneration that could be devoted towards a cure that could actually work. And it's implied that the research that Kurt and Richard were doing would have benefited Osborn in the way that Oscorp needs. So that's probably why they would hire Kurt anyways, because they know that he has research in the field. So, because when in the scene where Peter goes to talk to Kurt, the way the dialogue plays out, it's heavily implied that the spiders were being made with the idea that it could cure diseases, which is why he even says, which is why he says it would change millions of people's lives, including my own. Which implies not only that it could help cure diseases, but it could also possibly help Kurt in the future. So that's why Oscorp would bring him onto the project, because all they really need him to do is finish that research. But then he starts completely different research into something that wouldn't work.
Okay, so in the movie, I could be wrong. I could very well easily be wrong and just make a fool of myself, but isn't like some formula related to the radioactive spiders like really important in solving the limb regeneration thing?
Yeah, it's the decay rate
So,
algorithm, the
yes.
solution for that.
Yeah. So
So,
maybe like
sorry.
they're doing the limb regeneration thing, like to see how that decay thing works. Like if the decay ratio thing is working, now we can use it for the cure, so that the
Wait.
cure just isn't just not working.
I just realized something from that. So if that's the case, then why didn't they do that for the spiders, which that's what the issue was for specifically the spiders. They didn't work on the reptile stuff until later. That was after Richard left. So that gets me thinking, okay, so then if the decay rate algorithm was always the issue, then Peter presents the solution, then why didn't they use that for the spiders?
My only thought there was that he came up with it, but then shortly after he came up with the formula, Oscorp came in with their deal, and he got spooked off the project.
Sorry, who got spooked off?
Richard.
Okay.
So the problem with this, right, is that when Peter goes to Connors and talks about the research, he presents the problem as the decay rate algorithm, which the decay rate algorithm is specifically mentioned to be related to like whether or not the foreign DNA, whether it be the spider DNA or in this case the lizard DNA, overtakes the human subject, like we see it do with Connors in the film. So that's why he needs the decay rate algorithm, so that the injection can be safe. So it has nothing to do with limb regeneration. Just it's a wide application for any cross-species genetics, which could be related to healing factor, could be related to limb regeneration, could be related to any cross-species genetic research that they want to do. Because you need to make sure that the subject doesn't have adverse effects, like turning into the animal that you cross-species.
The lizard, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my point. If it's just generally for any cross-species genetics, wouldn't it make sense that the decay rate algorithm could be what they're missing for Osborn's cure?
Well, yes, in a macro sense, but we're talking about whether or not it makes sense for limb regeneration to be the sole focus of the research that Kurt does.
Okay, yeah. I guess that makes sense. Like, if it is supposed to be for Osborn, he's not missing limbs, but I just thought like it could also be implored to like so that whatever sickness is attacking Osborn in his body, this limb regeneration or regeneration, if they kept working on it, could just heal him faster or something like that.
So for that, you would probably want to isolate like healing factor, which the spiders have, right? Because what I would imagine the research that Kurt and Richard were doing was to isolate the healing factor of the spiders to help cure diseases, like we see, or at least to help cure ailments, like we see Peter's healing factor be able to do, right?
Yeah.
So that's what and we know this because in the second movie, the reason that Richard leaves the project is because Oscorp went to him and was like, we want to use your research to create bioweapons, right? So with that, we know that Richard was not crossing spiders with human DNA to get the super strength or super durability. He was specifically focused on applications to help people, which would be healing factor, which is why Oscorp would want to hire Kurt, because Kurt is the only person left that could finish the research that him and Richards were doing.
Yeah.
But then he takes advantage of that position to focus on lizard limb regeneration, which if they found out about that, which they would, because obviously they have cameras and they would ask her what his progress is, they would shut him down and force him to work on something else that could actually work.
Well, real quick, I think something that's just worth accounting for as well is specifically what they're trying to test for. They're specifically testing with 3-legged mice instead of mice with any kind of comparable diseases or sicknesses to what Norman has.
Yeah,
which would tip off Oscorp as well.
You did mention that. Yeah, but I think they. Well, you said something about how the spiders also had regeneration, correct?
I said they have healing factor, which is different.
Healing factor. Okay, it's a different thing. Yeah, I guess that.
Healing factor. So like the healing factor that we see Spider-Man has is not the same healing factor that we see Deadpool and Wolverine have, where it is more regenerative, right? Because in the Deadpool movies and even the X-Men movies, we can see that when they say healing factor, it's both healing factor but also regenerative healing factor. Because they're able to regrow limbs, like Deadpool does in the first movie when his hand gets cut off. We see that he's able to regenerate his arm slowly, but we see that he's able to do it. Spider-Man, we know for sure, does not have that same level of healing factor. His healing factor is not regenerative. It's just like basically the same kind of healing factor that normal human beings have, but accelerated.
So yeah, then wouldn't it make sense that they're trying to use that accelerated healing factor for Norman? If he's battling a sickness, his body needs to heal it faster than it's attacking it? Sorry if I seem like I'm going around in circles.
So the healing factor that Spider-Man has could help with diseases, or I mean, like you could tweak it to help with certain diseases. Like you could isolate the disease that Osborn has, and then reverse engineer a cure for that using the healing factor from like a spider, which is what Kurt is being hired to do. Basically, is to reverse engineer a cure using cross-species genetics.
Okay.
So it's bad.
But he doesn't do that. He creates a cure, quote unquote, for his own lost arm.
Yeah,
which he wouldn't be able to do if Oscorp actually paid attention to what he was doing.
Do you know why they didn't pay attention, though, Media Detective?
Because they didn't want to. Is that wrong?
No, it's because the movie's bad.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Because we're talking about slop right now.
Okay.
That is a right to the point.
Yes.
That's
Liam hates Spider-Man, confirmed.
Spider-Man is the worst fictional character of all time. Literally prove me wrong.
Damn.
I would, but we're in the middle of talking to our next guest Tom here. So
yeah, I'm just gonna mention this real quick. Look in disagreement request. I just saw this. That's so great. The J. Jonah Jameson Twitter account tweeted my video in agreement with what I'm saying. That's great.
What now? The J. Jonah Jameson Twitter account.
Well,
yeah.
So a slop Twitter account promoted your slop video. That's what you're telling us?
Well, yeah.
I think I'm losing what's happening right now.
He admits it.
Well, he admits it.
Sorry, we're just talking about a Twitter account that models itself off after J. Jonah Jameson from like the Raimi trilogy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who reposted SK's video in agreement with it.
Yeah. Jameson's backing me up
because calls the movie awful.
Yeah. Do you really want the Spider-Man
Sorry,
guy to be back up SK?
Well, as they say, any publicity is good publicity, so.
Yeah.
Even if it's slanderous.
Yeah, I can
That's
definitely
great.
see that.
Colin could
sorry,
learn a thing or two
libelous.
from that.
Sorry.
I did not know that existed.
Well,
But thank you.
Well, Tom,
that
do you
is...
have any other disagreements?
No, that is all I had. Thank you for having me on stream. It was a real pleasure to get to talk talk to you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Yeah,
I mean, if it's a pleasure. I mean, SK, if it's a pleasure to come in here and talk
nice
to us
talking
during
to you. I
Disagreement
hope you
Day,
have a
we're doing
nice
something
night.
wrong. I think you
Pleasure
need
to
me
come
back
in
in
and
here.
talk to It's a pleasure
So-
to come in and talk to any YouTuber. That's awesome.
I think
Like
Liam
similar
wants
stuff.
war.
I want war.
Okay.
War never changes.
All right. Have a good one, Tom.
You too. Have a
Amen.
have a good one, SK.
Yep.
You too.
I don't know how to leave Discord. I'm sorry.
I'll
Oh, here, I'll help you. Here, I'll help you.
Yeah, you. There we go.
Okay.
All right.
Well, that
next
was nice.
we had Ferocious
A
Night.
nice fellow. Why can't they all be like that?
Why, are you scared of brainstorming?
That's not fair.
Pretty sure Ferocious Night was here first, so.
Are you sure about that?
Are you sure?
I don't know. I don't know
B
who joined
comes
first.
before F in the alphabet.
Yeah, but that he could have joined the VC after, you tool.
No, look, brainstorming's on top of Ferocious Night right now.
All right, we're gonna have Ferocious Night. Go fuck yourself. What's up, Ferocious Night? What is
Hello.
your disagreement, and tell us why? Oh, you're
Is
quiet.
this the Russian guy? He's Russian. SK,
Oh,
you're
is
a
this
Russian
the
spy,
troll?
dude.
All right, well,
He's a
we'll
cunt.
have
Yeah, you could.
brainstorming in for the time being then.
All
What's
right.
up, brainstorming?
Okay, I have a disagreement.
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, so you said that Peter was okay up until the Oscorp section.
Yeah.
Okay. Why would you say that when he literally takes very creepy photos of Gwen early on in the film?
You cut out there a lot.
Yeah, well, firstly, so like, are you saying? Why am I saying he's good until the Oscorp section?
Yeah, because like you know he takes very creepy photos of Gwen early on in the film. You think that's like good?
You keep cutting out, man.
No, I
that
heard
just
him. He
something
said he's taking creepy photos of Gwen. Is that good?
Doesn't the film acknowledge that it's not good?
Does it have to acknowledge?
No, the film doesn't. The film doesn't mention it that it's not good that he's taking photos of her like that. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you could argue that it is in character for Peter because technically he is a photographer for the school, so he can just like take photos of what's going on. Like, I don't think that's too unreasonable.
I mean, yeah, but shouldn't he ask for permission if you're gonna take photos of a random person? Like, if you take photos of someone without their permission in a school, like, isn't that gonna come across as very creepy?
No one has to find out.
I suppose.
What if someone
it
just
is,
happens to see
to be
you?
fair as well, it is like for himself.
I mean, yeah, but what if someone notices him taking pictures? He's in a public area. Multiple people are walking by.
Well, I mean, to be fair
No
as
assumes
well,
taking
like,
picture of anything else.
like this does happen at schools where people like they take photos of events or whatever, and
Or of people shitting.
no, shut the fuck up. I mean, I understand the concern. I just don't think it's that big of a deal because I think internally I can understand why Peter would take these photos. He wants to practice photography. Maybe he doesn't have a clear understanding of boundaries, but that's not unbelievable for someone of his age. Could the film have drawn more attention to that? Sure, but I don't think that's too out of character.
Also, for Dr. Connors, I think so you were saying you were confused as to why he decided to take the formula testing on himself.
What about Kurt? That he tested the formula on himself?
Yeah, like you were saying, like he was testing like you didn't understand why he took the formula on himself or tested it on himself.
Yeah, I don't think it works that he does that.
That's not quite accurate. Like we understand why he takes it. The problem is that he should be prioritizing other things than taking the formula that he hasn't tested yet.
Well, I think the reason he does it without testing it is because the guy's like, okay, I want you're fired, be gone by the morning. So I think he wanted to just test it for the sole reason of like, I'm on a time crunch. Maybe I'll just test this, and if it works, maybe I can keep my job. I think that was his irrational thinking at the moment.
Well, I think like the
Movie's
problem
bad.
here is that, well, for one, if the experiment goes wrong, I don't know how that would help him, but especially if it goes, well, even if it goes right or wrong, I don't see how it would necessarily get his job back. They already know he's disobedient.
Well, I mean,
he's not willing to,
for all he knows,
further their
right?
goes. Like, what if he tries to
Testing
sabotage
formula
him?
himself
Well,
could
wouldn't
get
the
himself
argument
killed.
be because like he wants his arm back more than getting his job back, anyways?
Well, I was just going like he's being rational. He's not really thinking logically like you guys are. Like he's thinking rational in that moment.
Right, but couldn't he just,
well, the
even if he
problem
wanted
is,
to do that, couldn't he take the formula with him, like, in private, and then, file the report as he's intending to do? Like, they even say in the movie that he's intending to stop him, so he could do that, take the formula for himself, and, because he doesn't have Oscorp or anything, maybe he grows desperate, he doesn't have much of a choice, and maybe that's why he does the serum? That could work better?
Yeah. I also want to say I think the reason he, like, when he first becomes the Lizard, I think he isn't like as intelligent as he is as he gets later on in the movie. I think like when he increases the dosage, he alters it to allow him to keep more of his brain. I think that's like, because when he first becomes the Lizard, he doesn't seem like he's that intelligent. He seems more like mindless.
That's not the case.
Like in the
because
bridge.
Be able to alter
dialogue,
the formula.
the dialogue states that he upped the dosage to regress regenerative relapse, so the implication is that if the formula relapses and he becomes human again, like, he's able to prolong the effects of the formula.
Yeah, that's also.
Well, so we know that. Sorry, we know that he is just as intelligent as he is as a human when he's in the lizard formula, because again, he's able to do complex chemistry.
Well, I know that. I was saying.
Lizard.
Yeah, he mixed two
like,
Slurpee flavors together before he threw it at Peter.
Yeah, I was saying like I thought he wasn't as intelligent during the bridge scene. That was what I was talking about. But also
Well,
I think
there's a difference between I think there's a difference between him just acting in a character and being stupid, and it actually being stupid as a result of the formula. And because we know that his reason for taking more formula is because he wants to stay the lizard longer, that interpretation just doesn't work.
Alright, that's another reason I also think he went after Peter was he was worried that Peter might tell someone about the location because he found him. I think that was the reason he went after Peter in the first place.
So, if he's telling people about the location, Lizard's way too late. That's all I'm gonna say. But also, he doesn't have an exact location. Like, he didn't exactly find the lab. And, like, I suppose you could argue that maybe he could eventually find it if he tried again. But from the Lizard's perspective, Peter cannot defeat him. And Peter has never won a fair fight against him. And he's getting stronger every day.
Stopping him from...
Well, I think what I interpreted was like he was worried that that if he tells the police as Spider-Man or something like that, the cops might send a SWAT team or something down if they find his lab. They could destroy or in a scuffle with him, they could accidentally destroy some of the equipment, which would delay his plan. That's what I thought he was.
Well,
was it going on in his head?
If that's true, then why does he confront the police and try to trap them?
Didn't they ambush him? Didn't they literally say they were ambushing him?
Yeah, but he knew that this could happen because he went out in the city instead of using the sewers.
Well, also, I don't buy that he believes that there's a risk of Spider-Man going to the police, because right now the police are currently on a manhunt for Spider-Man, so they're not going to be super inclined to listen to him right now.
I mean, yeah, but there's always there's always a small possibility that something like that could happen, and if that is the case, there is a chance the police could find his lab.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. It's going to take several hours for any police presence to get down there, and in that time, he could take all the equipment that he needs to do his plan out of the lab, like we see him do later in the film.
That is fair. the only other thing, because when you brought up like how he could have just done all that. Well, you could argue this is like something in the film. Like the only other thing I have that I could say is that like maybe he was on a time crunch because like when he first takes the serum, it wears off in like a day. So maybe he was trying to make sure that when he gave everyone the serum, it didn't wear off in a day. But he was kind of on a time crunch because Spider-Man went after him and he kind of thought irrational. That was kind of my thought process. Because if he actually did succeed, all would happen was the people would just wear off in a day. I mean, if he actually turned everyone into lizards.
Well, the problem is that there's no real guarantee that Spider-Man's ever gonna find his lab. In fact, the way that he finds it is rather contrived because he just finds lizards that just so happen to be.
Yeah, I like the deleted scene better.
Makes sense.
The deleted scene where Connors brought him there was better.
Becoming the lizard doesn't necessarily mean that other lizards are going to be attracted to him, so that doesn't really work. And had that contrivance not happened, Peter would not have found the lair. Something that the lizard doesn't even know is possible to happen.
Also, another reason I thought he was just thinking irrationally was because if he actually thought, he would probably have realized that if he actually turned everyone into lizards, the government would probably be like, "Oh shit, we gotta stop this," and they probably just nuke all the lizards out of desperation to keep it from spreading, out of desperation.
Wouldn't they all survive that because of the regenerative capabilities?
Are we sure? Is there anything that can explain that they'd survive a nuke? Like,
well, I mean, they've been shot by bullets. They regenerate. With nuclear stuff, I mean, I guess maybe the radiation could affect them. But
yeah, and also if they're really close to the blast, then it could vaporize them. We don't know if they could survive being vaporized.
Well, we know that it's regenerative, right? So it could vaporize part of them, but they could probably still recover from that. So I don't know. I guess what I'll say about that is I don't think it's inherently a bad thing that Lizard would try to do the plan to turn the city into lizards. Rather, he thinks that would be a good demonstration of what they can become, and that would be a first step for him expanding his power using the lizards to try to help him out as well.
You don't think the U.S. government would try to just nuke him immediately after, out of desperation?
Well, at that point, like, what would the alternative be? Just, like, not doing the plan? Because I think it would be a bit of an ask for him to go to every single person who has access to nukes. I don't even think he could make the trip in time, to be honest. He'd have to keep, resupplying on the formula over and over, which would really be inefficient if he were to do that.
Yeah. That's why I said I think he was he was on a time crunch because of the stuff that happened in the film.
Well, because, yeah, I get that. I get that maybe he's on a time crunch because Spider-Man's
yeah, and he didn't have time to.
But I don't think
plan on that.
Well, I don't think at that point he would have to specifically go to his school and fight him versus going directly to Oscorp Tower.
Yeah.
And I mean, if anything, right? If he believes in using the lizard formula, that's something he could straight up use against Spider-Man on the way in a fight. Like, if he gets interrupted. He's done it to the cops as well.
Well, wait, yeah, he could have Spider-Man to be a lizard, bro.
Also, there's also one other problem with that.
It would definitely distract him, which he used against the police as well. He wants everyone to be lizards. That's what's going to happen either way.
There's also one other problem with that. I just realized something. If he turns Peter into a lizard, he would still keep his human brain, and he would still want to stop Connors. And with the lizard strength plus his Spider-Man strength, he would definitely overpower Lizard, which could dampen his plans. So maybe that's why he wanted to go to the school to kill Peter.
No. I don't.
Well, the whole idea is that the lizard side takes over. I don't know why Peter being Spider-Man means he can't be taken over in that way.
Well, I never said he couldn't get taken over. I'm saying that if he got the lizard serum, he would not only have his spider powers, but the lizard powers mixed together, and we know for a fact that when you're still a lizard, you still have your human brain.
You do, but the lizard side takes over. That's another part. Like that's what the change for Kurt Connors
Oh
is.
yeah, because
foreign
canonically
side.
lizards are evil in the fucking TASM universe.
Yes.
So
I
don't know
guess.
if we have enough evidence
But
to
when he's
suggest.
Kurt Connors, he still has that mindset because when he was Kurt, he physically chose to take the serum. So wouldn't that mean if Peter has the lizard DNA in him, he would still want to stop Connors, and he could easily overpower him with the lizard amp on him. Because I mean, he can beat him with just the spider powers, but with the lizard powers mixed with Peter's DNA, he could probably overpower Kurt.
Well, Kurt is a lot more evolved as a lizard than he was when he originally got the serum.
I mean, yeah, but
on top
Peter's
of that,
spider DNA mixed with lizard DNA could.
On top of that, like, isn't the whole idea that once you get the lizard formula, you start regressing and the foreign side takes over? That's the direct concern that Peter mentions.
Are we sure? Because
Yes.
like it wears off in a
also,
day, and
I
he goes
don't-
back with like just one arm, and he looks like Kurt Connors in public when he meets Spider-Man after the bridge scene. So and he has to physically take the serum. So it seemed more like he just saw what it could do, and he's like, okay, I want to do this.
I don't think we have enough evidence to suggest that Peter would retain his spider powers when
Or
when
his
he's injected with the
conscience?
lizard formula.
Are we
What?
sure he wouldn't still retain his normal Peter conscience because Lizard retains his Kurt
Well, yeah,
Connors
he would
conscience,
retain that. Yeah,
and
Well,
that
yeah,
would mean
he
he'd
would
still
retain
want to
that,
stop
yeah.
him. And
sure.
even then, even if he didn't retain his spider powers, he'd have the lizard powers, meaning he'd be on par with Lizard, which would make it even harder to fight him versus when he was Spider-Man.
Also, Peter's younger than Dr. Connors, so that gives him an age advantage.
Yeah. So it's like, from my perspective, I feel like Lizard's plan was like when he figures out it's Peter's like, okay, maybe I should kill him before he interferes anymore, because if I turn him into a lizard, he might still want to try to stop me, which would be a big issue. I also have to figure out how to keep the U.S. government from nuking us, because I don't know if we can survive a nuke blowing up in our face. I mean, we can regenerate from...
So a couple things. One, I don't see how the plan he does at the school would meaningfully change the possibility that the government nukes them. That's one.
How?
Wait, why would the government nuke them?
Well, yeah, I guess you could argue that maybe someone in power is very reckless and they get desperate because there's lizards that are trying to take over, so they think the better idea is to like nuke them or whatever. I don't know. That could be silly on its own, but I'm willing to accept that as a. I'm willing to accept that maybe that is a possibility. They
I hate
do that.
you for accepting that.
Listen, I'll be fair. That could happen hypothetically, but even if that would happen, Lizard doesn't seem like he's accepting that as a risk of the plan. Like, there's a degree of risk that villains are going to accept when they enter these villain plans. So even if, like, oh yeah, I could get nuked as a result of this, that's something the Lizard is willing to risk in the plan that he goes with.
I thought it was more or less he was just on a time crunch.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, he's
also
limited
have
in
to factor
resources
in,
and time, so it's either this or he doesn't bring them to the next step of human evolution. So...
There's one other thing I wanted to say about like he could regrow.
Nuke the lizards.
Yeah, you know the nukes can like certain people through different radiuses of the nuke will get cancer, and if what if the other lizards get cancer? I mean, we know they can regrow arms, but can they heal faster from the cancer?
Lizard
and
cancer.
also,
like I said, I feel like it's already rare that this would even happen. But even if this was like a possibility, Lizard's willing to run that risk in the film that we have. So.
Well, I mean, why do you think it's not a possibility that the U.S. government would be like, okay, let's just nuke them?
Well, I think it's a rarity that they would do that, because that would, like, New York is one of the most important cities, arguably the most important city to the U.S. government.
Sure, how are we gonna save billions of people? Nuke the lizards.
Yeah, that would be a highly improbable plan for them to do. Someone could be crazy enough to do it, like, depending on who's in office, but...
Well, I mean,
I think that is highly unlikely. And again, the lizards doesn't operate under the belief that this is a likelihood.
We have illegal lizards in our city. I say we nuke them. I say we
the
nuke
reason
them
I thought, well, I mean, in the first Avengers film, the Battle of New York goes on for an hour, and they decide to nuke the Centauri out of desperation.
Well, yeah,
so,
but that's,
I mean,
well, yeah, but the reason,
invasion.
Yeah, that's an alien invasion. They're actively entering the system, and the Avengers are seemingly not able to take it on.
Spider-Man can't take on the lizard. And also, and the lizard the lizard disease is spreading.
Sure, yeah, but like,
why do we have to nuke lizards?
I mean, what if they regenerate from that? That's the thing. They don't know the regenerative capabilities.
I mean,
okay.
How do we know?
If I was like a military general or whatever, I see those lizards get hit by a nuke and regenerate, I'm fucking crying. How would that even work?
Also, like I said, they would not be able to survive the cancer. And if they could survive the cancer, that means that that their lizard DNA heals them from all sicknesses, which means the lizard cure was exactly what they needed to cure Norman Osborn, which is what you said they couldn't do because the lizard DNA only regenerates like limbs versus illnesses, which a nuke could give.
How are we gonna defeat the lizard invasion? Cancer, Sarge. We're gonna use cancer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to say that this is not something that Kurt is largely accounting for. It's not very likely that they would resort to something like this. I think they would just send the military, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which they tried in Avengers.
Using a fucking city.
Well, okay.
Also,
that is
also
that
all
is
they
fair.
would know is that guns don't work. All they would know is that all they would know is that guns don't work, or like the caliber guns that they use in the film.
Yeah, but they don't know that tanks don't work.
They can use lower level explosives that aren't nukes.
You could
also, lizards still rely on oxygen, correct?
Yes.
So why don't they put like something like tranquilizing gas in the air, or whatever like kind of enhanced version they'd need to take down the lizard?
But also,
I will say I had a good time.
The idea...
I thank you for the debate, SK. I think that went pretty well.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
You too. Have a good one. All right.
Yeah.
Lizard cancer.
I didn't really.
Nuking the lizards is fucking hilarious. That was.
Pokri said he'd come in at last, so maybe Pokri's watching right now, and he says, "Oh, no one's there. It's my time." Well, he said, okay, 6 minutes ago he said he's almost done with the video. Okay, so he's close. I'm gonna tell him.
So
we got nobody else waiting right now. By the way.
So SK, what's your favorite warhead to use against lizards?
Probably the woo-woo sound guns in Friendly Neighborhood.
Oh yeah, those would work better against lizards. Yeah, took down Dr. Strange.
110.
Yeah, Media Detective. Since you watched Friendly Neighborhood recently, why don't you tell the chat your thoughts on that masterpiece?
So, where do I even begin? So, let me just talk about my main issue with the show. And if you're a Spider-Man fan, you don't want to hear this, but Peter Parker is the worst aspect of the show. Hands down.
Agreed.
Yeah, probably.
Like,
the show would actually be an improvement if Peter and Spider-Man weren't in it, and it was just Lonnie and the 1/10. It would be a better show.
So
I'm not even joking. That would be an 11 out of 10. I would love that show to death.
So here's 2 issues with Peter in the show. First, we have a lack of characterization. So out the gate, they established that Peter is basically a goody two-shoes who's become Spider-Man because he can. Basically, they don't really expand on it other than he wants to do good.
He's
which
a good-natured person.
Is a fine enough motivation, but the problem is that there's no internal conflict for the character to meaningfully grow throughout the season, and that's kind of an issue when you have a main character who is going to be leading the show but doesn't have any internal conflict to progress with, and that's a problem. Second problem is that we have a CW Flash problem of Peter just stopping to talk and stopping to watch, and or not using his powers effectively to take on the villain in any given scenario. And that's kind of important when a lot of the conflicts that happen in the show are as a result of Peter being an idiot So that's a big issue. And also, the plotting of the show is all over the place. So we have the first episode where we establish Peter's Spider-Man, and then a large chunk of the show is nothing happening. And then all of the plot of the season gets crammed into the last 3 episodes. And even then, there's not a lot happening. And
Great story.
the last middle finger, middle finger that the show gives us is that Doctor Strange comes in the finale, and he opens up a portal, or sorry, Osborn opens up a portal which allows a symbiote to come through the portal, and Doctor Strange actually has a good idea to put him in the dark dimension, and so he tries to do that, but for some reason, or not for some words, he fails to properly send the symbiote to the dark dimension because Peter's a dumbass who decides to kick the symbiote into the portal, but also go through the portal himself, which causes Doctor Strange to keep the portal open so that Peter can get out, which allows the symbiote to get out. But okay, fine. It's bullshit, but fine. The problem is that he doesn't try again for several minutes, which allows the symbiote to continue attacking. And then when he does try again, through some actual bullshit, he actually opens up a time portal, which opens up coincidentally, conveniently, to the opening of the show. So, had Doctor Strange not been an idiot, the entire show doesn't happen. So the ending note of the plot is making the entire season a plot hole.
Brilliant.
Yes.
I've never seen that executed ever in my life. Like, that's insane how brilliant that is. There's a certain level
and you
of
know how I
mastery
mentioned
to fuck up an entire season of television as swiftly as you do in one episode.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and so like the last 5 minutes of the episode, it doesn't have any like falling action or resolution to anything that was done. It's just basically post-credit scenes, but in the post-credit scenes, the main friend that Peter has gets character assassinated. Yeah, the main friend gets character assassinated. So that's great.
All right.
It's gonna be
anyway.
great. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
Move to.
It's gonna be great.
Mr. Proposition.
Hello.
XO Proposition.
Mr. Proposition.
That should be his new name,
Hello.
XO Proposition. That'd be fucking crazy.
What's up?
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh my god. I fucking just woke up. I didn't know you were gonna do it today.
There's the thing, I just saw all the comments and stuff. I'm like, alright, we need to do this today. I'm getting this over with.
I want my
Let's make this a fair, clean match. No cheating,
so a 2v2.
No lollygagging. Let's make this a 2v1.
That's a fight.
Well, if this is a 2v2, that means Media Detective and SK's got it. I'm just gonna watch.
Alrighty.
Comments and vibes.
No, you know what? No, make it a 1v1.
I took notes of the only
Okay, then
between who?
I mean,
Yeah, so
I agree. I agree, anyways, that Liz and Raph are kind of dumb. That they were what dragged the movie for me down to like a 6 to 7 anyway.
Okay. Okay.
So, sorry, what did you say? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I was just saying I took notes of the criticisms I care to discuss. So we could start with the first one, which I think is very odd. You said, why is Gwen okay with Peter humiliating Flash?
That was later, but it's built on like that in
I think he meant
isolation.
first one that he took issue with.
That in isolation, it's like if that's the only thing, I could look past it. Like that could be fine, but it's in conjunction with the other two stuff.
Okay, we can talk about the other two things now.
Yeah.
It was like, why is Gwen cool with him breaking into Oscorp, right?
Yeah, specifically breaking in and ruining the intern's day. Like, he gets in trouble with staff, he gets humiliated, and then, yeah, he just basically takes his place for that day and takes away his experience. That's the first part.
I don't really see why she would care all that much.
Well, he's being impersonated and wrongfully removed. Like, he's in trouble with the staff, he's getting humiliated in front of all those people. Like, why would she want someone to go through that?
I'm aware that that's happening, but I still don't really see why she would care.
So because Peter is like screwing the guy over.
Where,
No, SK. What I'm assuming he's trying to tell you is what do you think in her character would make her care about something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would just point to the opening scene where we first see her, where she stands up against Flash and he's bullying Peter.
The thing is, that opening scene where Flash is bullying someone and both Gwen and Peter step in to stop him, that immediately establishes that Gwen is a good person who won't just stand by and let someone get bullied or else get humiliated. And so when we then immediately followed it up with her not giving a single fuck about someone getting humiliated out of their position, it's directly contradictory to the moral fiber that the movie just showed us she has.
I think the Flash scene is just showing that she dislikes Flash. It doesn't necessarily establish that she's a good person.
Well, why does she think it's great
the problem
with Peter did then, I guess?
Yeah, the problem with that is that part of see, the problem with that though is that we need her to view Peter in a good light because of this. Otherwise, it makes no sense that she would stick up for Peter at Oscorp or at any point.
She can view him in good light because of other things. It doesn't have to be because of the Oscorp thing. I think the Oscorp thing she because really give a shit about.
Okay, wait. Why is so many people joining? What's going on?
No. He said he wanted to join in. He has things to like add to the discussion.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry. You guys can continue.
So here's the thing, right? We kind of need her to give a fuck about Peter to some respect before this scene, and so if her stepping in is more so because she hates Flash, then we have no connection between her and Peter that would make enough sense for her to stick up for Peter at Oscorp. At that point, if she doesn't give a fuck about Peter...
Wait, what? Why does her care for him have to be contingent on the Flash thing? What?
I think...
Hold on. Him simply standing up, like,
we need a reason for her to give a fuck about Peter.
Huh?
I'm saying we need a reason to give... We need her to have a reason to give a fuck about him. So that her sticking up for him at Oscorp is it makes sense.
She is given a reason because he was
I like to add something. So like in the movie, like Gwen is like clearly like characterized as like a rebellious teenager type, and I think like more so than like, you know, the morality of Peter like sticking up for a bully or like, you know, for a kid being bullied. I think what like, you know, interests her more than that is the fact that like, you know, he was like courageous enough to like, you know, do something. Like I think she says that like that was stupid. Like she says like he was brave, but it was stupid. Something like that. Yeah. I think it was more so the fact that like, you know, it's kind of crazy, or like not crazy, but like something that takes a little bit of courage to do that interested her more than like the morality of it per se.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying that.
Why does
I'm not saying that she needs to give a fuck about Peter in terms of. I'm not saying that she needs to give a fuck about Peter in terms of him being a good person, necessarily. I'm just saying that we need a reason for her to give a fuck about Peter, and if her sticking up for Peter has nothing to do with herself and only has anything. Sorry, let me go. If her sticking up for Peter in that moment has nothing to do with Peter himself, but her dislike of Flash, then we have no reason for her to give a fuck about Peter going into the Oscorp scene, which makes her sticking up for Peter make even less sense.
Okay. Well,
Wait,
I just want to
that's not
say,
what we're saying though. We're saying there is a reason present. The reason
yeah,
present
well,
is
yeah,
Peter's
I just gave
bravery.
you a reason, and I think that like literally explains the Oscar thing too, because like that's something that actually is like a crazy thing to do, to like just sneak in like that. And I think that's another thing where it's like the fact that like he did something like that actually like made him more interesting to her. Which I feel like if you look at the scene, she seems kind of like impressed that like, wow, you were really crazy enough to do some shit like this. Like at least that's
The
what I
whole
got
At the
point,
from like
expense
the
of
performance and stuff.
the whole point is supposed to be that
I-
Gwen, as someone who has been like sheltered by a cop dad or whatever the fucking expectations of her family, is being attracted to this person who clearly does not care about what other people think,
Exactly.
what expectations
Exactly.
they put on them. That's like the whole point.
Okay,
but
so a couple
one,
things I want to say already.
That's not
Even
really
if I were to
communicated
buy
by the
that,
scene itself.
well, even if I were to buy that this was within her character, the movie doesn't really recognize this as a problem, which is one of the other points I made in the video. So
Okay,
would we be willing to concede that in itself
I
as an
wrote that
issue?
down. I wrote that down. You saying the movie doesn't address it. I disagree with that.
All right, where does the movie address it?
Okay, well, do you not agree that her arc is about like developing into being like more selfless?
I think there's some bits and pieces
no.
where she becomes more selfless, but I don't think that in particular was used as a point of critique for her. The only part where I really see that mentioned is where she says, it's not your job to get involved with Spider-Man stuff, but then she seems to agree with it at the end.
Yeah, because Peter's actively inspiring her to be a better person.
Okay. I don't see how that really addresses the opening, though.
That's the
Which is what
movie
we're talking
addressing
about.
that like she was wrong beforehand and that she needs to be different.
That what?
I thought if the movie goes out of its way to show Peter influencing her to be a better person, that's inherently the movie addressing that she was wrong beforehand.
May I elaborate? Because I think I know what he's saying real quick. SK, I think his point is the scene that even addresses her caring for others and sticking up for someone is Peter, right? When he was bullied by Flash. That's the scene?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty reasonable to argue she only did that because Peter inspired her to, because he stood up for Flash initially bullying another kid.
Where is it shown that she's inspired by Peter specifically? That's never addressed in the movie. Like, I don't even think that's implied.
We have two examples. We have two examples. One, when she comments on his bravery. Two, when they're talking at the football field. Is that when it happens? When she?
Well, I'm talking about the opening scene. If that's being used as an example.
Poker, I want to clarify. The fucking scene in the football field is like pretty soon after the bridge, and it's the first time that they talk after he reveals his identity to her.
Yeah, I would say that having a talk about Spider-Man's moral code is a pretty blatant example of that.
Yeah, I think I would also like to say, like, SK, here's the thing, like, I don't necessarily see why like this movie needs to like give her an arc where she like grows from like because like especially in like a thing where like they clearly plan to have more movies, right? And like regardless of how Tasm 2 handled it, like I don't see why this movie needs to like be like, immediately have her overcome this flaw of hers. Like I think it's fine if they just and like I would say they even do have her like grow from it to an extent, like Pokeri said, where she becomes more selfless. But I think even if they didn't, I don't see why they need to like immediately have her grow from this flaw in the first movie. Like,
Well,
I think it's fine if they just
wasn't about
establish
growth.
it
My
here.
point was about recognizing that there is a flaw here, and that's never shown in that scene. In relation to that scene.
The movie does recognize that there's a flaw, though. She changes as a person.
Well, even if she is like being selfish in the scene, there's another point that I brought up as well, which is the fact that even if we were to buy that, letting Peter do this would just put her in trouble, which is another layer to consider. If Peter gets caught doing some stuff and they find out that she let him do it, then she gets in trouble for that as well.
I think.
So even if I were to like take this reading that they're saying it's a bad thing that she's doing this selfish thing, well, it wouldn't even be the smart thing for her to do if she is selfish. It'd actually be really dumb to keep him around.
Okay. Can I just? Yeah, I just want to say, like, Gwen's like I said, she's like characterized as someone like not only is she impressed that like Peter was like crazy enough to like do like take a risk like that. I think like Gwen also is someone who likes taking risks because she's been brought up in like a fairly like by the book like sheltered family.
She doesn't.
And like
she says, "Don't get me in trouble."
Let me finish. Like even at the end, there's like the whole scene where like Peter is telling her to like get out of Oscorp, but she still stays there. And like honestly, even in TASM 2, like I think we're clearly portrayed like Gwen as like a risk taker almost to a fault.
Yeah, but she's doing that for moral reasons. She doesn't want to be there. She's scared to be there. She's only doing this because the city needs help. That's why she's trying to help out Spider-Man. But also, talking about it earlier, where she would want to take the risk. I don't know where you're getting that from. She says, "I don't want to get in trouble." Like, don't get me in trouble. Stay with Gru.
Whoa.
If anything, that shows she would stay on the side of caution.
Wait, I'm confused. Is your point that like because she doesn't want to get in trouble, she should have reported him immediately?
Well, my point is that if I were to like take the reading that you're giving me, that the movie's trying to imply that this whole section of the movie, it's a bad thing that Gwen is doing this. If that is the case, then why, like under a selfish mindset, why would she keep him around anyway? Because from a selfishness perspective, that would just get her in trouble. She specifically says, like, do not get me in trouble, stay with the group, so it's not like she wants to take this risk. She knows he doesn't have a good reason to be here and that he's clearly lying about it. He could have criminal intentions for all she knows. So I don't see why she would keep him in the building. And when Peter actively goes against her request, like, that just communicates that he doesn't respect her. Like, even from that perspective, let's say you give someone a request. Well, hang on. Let's say you give someone a request, don't do this thing, or it will, I don't know, endanger my family, or it will make me lose my job, right? You give someone a specific request, and they explicitly go against it as soon as you give it. That just communicates, okay, this person doesn't respect me. So, like, even for a selfish person, why would she respect someone like that? If anything, that's just disrespectful to her.
Also, she doesn't really have any reason to trust Peter at this point. Like, this is a pretty big thing that she's doing for him, and she has no reason to trust that he's gonna just follow her lead.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, first of all, after he like doesn't listen to her and like leaves the group, she does kick him out, doesn't she?
Yeah, the problem is he could have done anything in that time, but she allowed it anyway when she barely knows him and has no reason to trust him.
So you are saying she should have like reported him like the moment she saw him?
Yeah, just boot him.
That would have not only been
he's impersonating someone. Get him out of here.
Yeah. That would not only be in character, even if we accept your reading, but it would also be the smart thing to do if she wants to keep her job.
Why would it be in character for her to report him?
Yeah, I don't think
so. She would keep her job. That's what we just said.
Yeah, but I don't really see why she would care about like the law or rules at this point.
So she can keep her job.
Well, if
I think that's a pretty important
if
reason.
she's a selfish person, like you're saying,
without reporting him though, like, do you not agree that that's possible? We literally see that happen.
I would say it's improbable if she gets caught talking to him about this, clearly knowing something is off, but then she actively covers for him, which she did in front of Kurt. So.
Well, that's also because she's attracted to Peter.
Yeah, well, that's one thing.
Well, that
and then
doesn't
also,
really relate to what I said.
How would
be
she
highly.
So I'm like confused as to how she would.
So if there would be an investigation, let's say Peter, I don't know, he starts trying to steal resources. They catch him. They ID him. They would have to know that Gwen covered for him because she has like a listing of all the interns they're supposed to be there. Yeah, and she would immediately like, oh, so you knew that, and they would ask Kurt about it. Kurt specifically was there when he said, "Who are you?" And she said, "He's one of Midtown Science's best and brightest." but she would have to know who he is because she's in his class. So they would easily tell, oh, she's lying, she's covering for it, which would be aiding and abetting a criminal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And trust me, there would be an investigation. The fact that there isn't in the film is actually a problem because
the fact that
I goes into a room.
I agree with that.
Peter goes into a room that's supposed to be secure, messes with shit, alarms go off, and Oscorp would totally investigate that. Not only because this is supposed to be a top secret project.
He does like mess with the
but
spiders get displaced.
Yeah, not only because this is supposed to be a top secret project that not everyone's supposed to have access to, but this is also like just a basic security thing. Someone was able to get into a room that they're not allowed to be in. They messed with shit. We want to make sure that doesn't happen, so we want to track down who let the person in. And they would find out that Gwen did it, because they would track where Peter went, and they would see that he started by walking in the building, go up to the top floor, talk to Gwen, and then, you know, they would ask Gwen questions like, hey, what was your conversation about? And then from there, they would find out, oh, Peter's wasn't on the list. They would find out who he is and know that he wasn't on the list to be here, and that Gwen covered for him. And Gwen would lose
why
her
do you
job.
think there would be an investigation?
So they earlier showed that he like went in the spider room, right? And then he started like messing with their stuff indirectly, of course, but he did like
one bug and it destroyed everything.
Yeah,
so
yeah. Like there's spiders all over the place. There's a mess that would be caused by that.
So like even if
the spiders are out of his property.
So like even if Peter didn't mess with anything top secret, the fact that he was able to sneak into a room that he was not supposed to be in is a security risk that they just don't want. So they would want to track down how he got in the building, how he was able to get in this room, and
check the cameras.
They would find out that Gwen aided. Yeah, they would.
I don't really
they would
think
find out that Gwen was involved.
Over that kind of thing, unless there's something significant.
Well, what if it's a theft?
What did
Peter stole something?
They,
they would want to check.
Yeah,
they could have checked and saw that he took nothing. He didn't take anything. So why?
Yeah, but there was if there's an attempt though, it ultimately wouldn't matter. The fact that he breached security when he wasn't supposed to, he strung a web and it all fell apart. In there with the intent to. Yeah.
Yeah. For all they know, he went in with the intent to steal something. Yeah, for all they know, he went in with malicious intent, and yeah, he may have failed to do it. But if someone with malicious intent can just sneak into the building, get access to a room they're not allowed to be in, and sneak out, that's a problem. And Oscorp would not want that to happen.
Don't really investigate based on intent. They investigate based on if you actually did something.
No, you can get arrested for attempting to steal something.
He didn't actually do anything. You're arguing, oh, he could have done something.
Well, but you understand that he had to impersonate someone to even get in the building to begin with, and then he had to bypass a password to get into a place he's not even supposed to be.
How would they know?
Yo, can we circle back to Gwen? Because I was tipping that was.
Oh yeah, we were on the Yeah, well, like, regardless of if you see that as an issue, I think the fact that Gwen would just be fine with Peter roaming off potentially and getting her in trouble, that's a pretty big deal for her. Why? She could get fired from her job.
Okay. So for the Gwen point, like the thing is, like I said, like she's clearly like impressed by the fact that like Peter did something like risk taking like this. So she doesn't want to like punish him for it because she's
I don't agree with that. She's not impressed by it because she says, don't get me in trouble. She doesn't want to take the risks and then says, oh, okay, I'm taking your badge then.
I'm getting
I just had to clarify that real quick.
No, I know. So I was saying that like that's why she didn't report him immediately, because it was some things that she was impressed by. But then right after that, she's like, okay, hey, it's kind of cool that you did this, but don't like do anything crazier so as to get me in trouble. then he does do something crazier by leaving, and that's why after that she does get upset and she
That's
takes
our
the bag.
criticism. Why does she trust him? He just lied to her face.
Yes.
Because I told you she was well, A, she's like clearly into him, and B, like she was like impressed by the fact that like he did something like this, so she didn't want to like punish him for it.
But none of those evoke trust. Do you have a reason why she would trust him?
He just said the reason.
Okay, but here's the thing though. Even if she's impressed by what Peter was able to pull off, which isn't really that impressive to be honest, but whatever.
It's not because of our dog shit.
Even if she's impressed,
which I agree is a problem, by the way.
Even if she's impressed, she would immediately recognize that she would immediately recognize that if she were to help him, that puts her job at risk. And we have no indication to believe that, one, she would put her job at risk, but two, that she would trust him enough to not put her job at risk. Even if she's impressed.
Well, neither of those are reasons to trust someone. Like, she can be attracted to him, doesn't mean you trust him. And the other one was like, what again? Fucking, oh, it's impressive that he broke in or whatever. Like, I don't know why being impressed by something means you trust that person.
There's someone at my door. I gotta go take care of that. So, like, Poker,
I think it's the FBI because you're talking about infiltrations.
I'm gonna infiltrate your fucking house.
I think maybe she's impressed by his experience and patience. I don't know.
I'm impressed.
You should be impressed with my patience listening to your fucking comedy, SK. That's what she should be impressed by.
I'm very sorry you're offended right now. I guess while we wait for just a guy, I mean, we should give Pokery the floor to respond to the question.
What was the what was the current point being discussed?
So the question was, what does Peter do to evoke trust? Why does attraction and thinking he's what he did was impressive?
Well, no,
why would that
go
lead
back.
to trust?
I want to go back a bit. Just ask the question. Why does Gwen trust Peter?
Yeah.
After he like snuck in or whatever.
Because she's attracted to him and he's actively inspiring her.
Those are
reasons
to.
No, that's a better one because I think what he's trying to point out is she thinks he's a good person because he stood up for that bully. So there's more reasons to trust someone you think is a good person. That's better. That's an improvement.
But but why would she think he's a good person?
Undermined by the fact.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, that's immediately undermined. But if she thinks that he's a good person for sticking up for the kid against Flash, that's immediately undermined by the fact that he's willing to humiliate someone for selfish reasons.
Because I like science.
What?
Yeah. He's only going to Oscorp for selfish reasons.
Are you talking about Flash?
No, we're talking about what's his name? Rodrigo Guevara.
Guy?
Yeah, we're talking about the intern.
How do you Okay.
I don't know why PJ laughing is hilarious, but it is.
It's because Poker is just...
I thought he was talking about Flash. I was about to be like, what?
It's just the fact that Poker was just like, what?
I mean, it is selfish in there as well, but that's not what we're talking about. But
yeah, I think the only justification you brought up as to why she would be upset about this thing is because it's breaking the rules and she would lose her job. But I think it's very consistent with the movie for Gwen to just not be the type of person to give a fuck about this. She would literally, you can extend the exact same logic of this to Peter being a vigilante, and she willingly chooses to.
She believes he's doing that for moral reasons.
She believes
that
she does.
When she finds out, no, she doesn't. When she finds out, no, she doesn't.
Or can someone catch me
up? It's not exactly
up?
known. It's not even concrete why he's doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
Okay, so exactly. So she doesn't know the reason. So she doesn't know if he's doing
the reason from her perspective is that Peter is trying to do what he believes is better for people, and he believes he's protecting
we're talking
people.
about that. Yeah, no.
So hold on. So she's okay with it because Peter thinks he's justified. She's okay with Oscorp because Peter.
Well, there's a reason he could. Well, there's a reason. There's tangibility as to why he could see that as justified. He is going after the person who killed his uncle. I don't think that's a unreasonable motivation to go after criminals. Like, it's not even bad what he's doing.
Hold on, my entire point is that if she thinks the person is justified, she would be less inclined to care about rules or laws or something like that. That's actually
okay, but why would she think that Peter's justified?
SK, also Captain Stacy literally points out that like Peter's actions, like they were planning an ambush or something, he says, I think, and like Peter literally ruined that. So like he has had tangible negative effects for one. And from like a morality perspective, all she knows is he's going after like can I finish? Like all she knows is that he's going after like a criminal with a specific profile, not even that like
right,
he's
but
some do-gooder
there's a
who's, like,
huge
helping
difference
people.
between making a mistake while trying to do the right thing versus doing something that's just inherently wrong, which would be, in his case, he's just impersonating a guy and leaving him humiliated for everybody for no clear reason. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a false equivalence because his actions as Spider-Man, she could point to tangible reasons why Peter might be justifying what he's doing. She has nothing to latch onto in Peter's case when it comes to getting into Oscorp under a fake alias.
Yeah, like, why from her perspective would that be a good thing? The only reason Peter gives is, I like science, which, that is a bad thing. If you like science, so you take someone's job or opportunity, so you can get what you want, that's still a bad thing to do. But if you're trying to go after a specific guy because he's a criminal who killed someone, that's not really a bad thing.
How do they know this specific guy's a criminal who killed someone? Like, you're naming information that she does not know.
So if you're hunting down a specific guy who's specifically a criminal, then the reasonable assumption would be he's done something pretty serious.
It could be because he screwed you over on a drug deal. It could be for a plethora of reasons.
How would she know he's on a drug deal? Why would she assume he's part of a drug deal?
Here's the problem.
Why would she assume he's a good guy?
Why would she assume that he killed someone?
To go off of.
What do you?
Okay,
no one said we assume that they should assume he killed someone. I don't know where you're getting that from.
Yeah, don't assume shit.
You said if he's going after someone who killed someone, you are presupposing that she knows.
Well, we're talking about after she would have figured it out, right? So she would have figured out from the conversation, oh, he's going after someone that, well, she would be given the context that he was going after someone who killed Uncle Ben. I don't see why she wouldn't have
she doesn't notice when she first finds out, and when she first finds out, it's made pretty clear she's not going to tell her dad.
Yeah, she makes out with him after she immediately figures out and doesn't know the context yet.
Yeah, and she still doesn't rat him out, so like this is just consistent with the character.
I think the argument that they're trying to say, SK, is that she gives a lot of charitability to Peter because she thinks Peter's a good person.
Okay, so I can see why she would say that
and,
after he's Spider-Man.
That and once again, she's impressed by his
where Peter believes that what he's doing in the costume is protecting innocent people. There is a reason for Peter to believe he's doing that. Why would she think that him sneaking into Oscorp and then screwing someone over?
Here's the other thing, though.
What good does that actually bring? Like, how could she justify that?
Do you not think he could use something in Oscorp to do something good?
No. Well, maybe,
how could he do it by sneaking
in
and screwing a guy over? Like, what's he gonna do?
Take information or something he could use?
Okay, but here's the thing, Poker. Level with me here. When you're pointing to a scene in which... Gwen finds out that he's Spider-Man, right? And she immediately kisses him, right? You're pointing to that scene?
Yeah.
Okay. There would be news reports of what Peter's doing as Spider-Man that she can point to and be like, okay, maybe my dad has a different opinion on what Spider-Man is doing, but I believe that he is doing at least some good by taking down criminals, right? But the problem is that when he goes in to Oscorp, she has no reason to trust him. She has no reason to think that doing the right thing here. With Spider-Man, you can at least point to news articles of him taking down criminals to point to his Spider-Man being somewhat of a good person, and perhaps the news got wrong about him and his intentions.
Why do you think
She
the
has
news reports
nothing.
would be saying anything different than the cops?
That's also true.
Because the news has to be
Cops have, like,
objective and impartial about what's proven. They can't
That's
just go off. They
That's
can't
Is this
just go off
always the
theories or
case?
brother.
suspicions.
Like,
I
this is
mean,
not
hang on.
impartial most of
I
the
do
time.
want to add some context. If it's objective and impartial, there's enough evidence through the string of events of what Peter's doing that it's clearly targeted.
Yeah, objective.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was
but
gonna
they're
say
all
that
crim-
too.
but they're
Even
not.
from the evidence, there's like
Well,
nothing.
no,
to
we know
suggest
that.
he's
We
a
agree with
criminal.
that.
But-
But
well,
he's
yeah,
only
but
doing this to
also,
criminals
like, I don't even
specifically. He's
agree that
not
the
doing
news
this to
is
innocent people.
Yo, can we have one person talk at a time?
No, yeah, I'm just clarifying
There's a
real
little too many
quick.
people
I'm
here,
clarifying
guys.
real quick. It's not in contention that he has this pattern where he's doing that to constant criminals who look the same. But the fact of the matter is they are criminals. They're not just innocent people that haven't done anything wrong. And I'm pretty sure Captain Stacy in the scene claims that he's assaulting civilians. It's like, yeah, they might be civilians, but they're criminals as well. He's not just doing this to random people. So saying that, like, oh, he's just assaulting civilians, that's a bit out of context, like, as a statement.
Why was assaulting civilians brought up? Who said that?
Captain Stacy. He said he's assaulting civilians in the dead of night. Something like that.
Well, once again, if the news is going to be impartial, like, that is technically true, because he's going after...
No, I agree with that, but that is still a form of, like, out of context, it is an out of context statement, saying, oh, he assaulted a civilian, versus if you say he went after a civilian who was, for example, stealing from someone, or someone who was mugging someone on the street, right? That would change the context of the statement. Yeah. That's what I'm getting at. Like,
after is just a bunch of hoodlums in a...
The
It was like a
110.
back alley, and he starts, you know, throwing hands. Like, they didn't do anything yet, so he is technically just assaulting civilians.
Yeah, why do we?
Well,
I mean,
he's
he
only
doesn't
done
even
this
catch
in the
all of
scenes
them.
that we're
Sometimes
talking
he just lets
about.
them go.
He's only done this to people who have started committing crimes.
Yeah, or beforehand, which would be technically he does assault civilians. So the news, which is impartial, would also relay that
Right,
he is
but
willing to assault
where's
civilians. If they have these
where's the
identifiers.
beforehand thing though? I don't remember that in the montage. From
Crimes
what I recall in the
beforehand-
montage,
before
he
the
specifically
montage.
goes by a police radio, or crimes that he actually sees taking place. He doesn't physically intervene until he sees it happen.
The police radio doesn't always, you know, tell you crimes that are happening in the moment. Sometimes they'll tell you suspected crimes that are not even provable. So if you can't prove it and you assault them, you're assaulting civilians.
Okay, but
Well, they mentioned
Okay,
that it
but
was a
my
robbery
point-
in the report.
okay,
Yeah, so some of them could be
Okay,
robberies, some of them could be suspected robberies. Just logic would dictate if he's using the police radio, that will also call in for suspected crimes. So he's attacking suspects, not criminals sometimes. It also would make
Okay.
more sense that Captain Stacy wouldn't lie about him assaulting civilians. I don't think that's in
Yes.
character.
because he's biased against someone he views as a vigilante who needs to be brought into justice. But
Yeah, but that's
the thing
because,
is, like,
that's because
my
he's taking the law into his own hands. That's not because he thinks that doesn't mean he'll lie about it. Especially when he has enough actual reason to.
Well, he
It's
to
not
his
because, it's
credit,
not
he
because
does
he
mention
thinks
the
vigilantes
criminals,
are
like the
inherently
fact that they
bad.
are
He thinks the way
criminals.
Peter's going about it is bad.
Yeah.
He says there are a bunch of criminals who all look the same. My point simply was that he's not just targeting random people, he's specifically targeting criminals. So there is like a tangible reason to believe that he's doing this for a good reason, even if he's imperfect here. With this whole infiltration of Oscorp, there's nothing from Gwen's perspective, specifically from Gwen's perspective, to believe, oh, he's doing this for a good reason, it must be a good reason.
she barely knows the guy. She's only had one interaction with him, and there's nothing to support that, one, she should trust him, and two, the reason that he gives is undermined by the fact that he's humiliating someone.
I mean,
Like,
okay.
these are completely different situations, is my point.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, you know, I'll kind of try to like explain what I'm gonna counter kind of a lot of this. So I'm gonna go on for a bit, but just bear with me. So I think like we're kind of like not coming at this right with like the whole like Gwen is giving him leeway because she thinks he's a hero in any instance. I think like the whole thing with Gwen is at like in this movie is that she's interested in Peter, you know, because like he's obviously like, you know, he's like clearly like, you know, the way Andrew Garfield plays him, he's charming and, you know, he's cool and stuff, and like he's attractive obviously, but I think other than that, and like the main reason is that like he's kind of mysterious in a way, like he doesn't really talk to people that much, you know, he's kind of off by himself a lot of times, and then he's, you know, he's doing like all this like kind of like risky shit that I think like interests Gwen in him and draws her towards him. So she doesn't want to like, you know, like rat him out immediately. She wants to like find out more about him. And like once again, the
Why
reason
not
I
just
don't
ask?
think she would like can I finish? Like the reason I don't think she would care in either instance about whether or not his intentions were pure or not is because clearly I don't think she cares about heroism until later into the movie. Because when he first
No.
tells her that like, yeah, I saved those people on the bridge, she's literally like, well, you didn't have to, it wasn't your job or whatever, right? But then
If
he
that's,
like
if that's
he
the argument, that's
basically
gonna break the
when-
premise that you guys were setting for quite a while. Because if the argument would be she's giving
Poker
him
might have been,
leeway,
I
or she
never said
likes him, and she thinks he's a good person, you can't also go she doesn't care about heroism. It's what's
I never-
attracting her.
maybe Poker said that, but like I never said that. But,
That's
like,
the better argument, though. That's the best argument you can provide for why she did.
I just
rat
don't
him out.
I would agree. That probably
because
is the best
her-
argument you
her-
can give, that she believes he's
or-
probably doing this for a good reason. But the problem is
Yeah,
that
but
she
there's
doesn't
something
have
that-
a reason from her perspective to
It's a
believe
very
that.
simple question that nobody asked, though.
Yeah.
Why does she think he's a good person? Because of one good deed? Is that seriously enough?
Yeah.
I don't
Just put him in
think
such good
so,
faith to
but-
allow him to basically identity theft someone?
Oh wait, give me a second.
Yeah, she
Well, the whole
barely
reason
knows the
of,
guy. She just knows one thing
Well,
that he
the-
did.
Yep. Y'all have fun
Well, the
with
whole
that. I'll be back.
Hold on. The whole reason of we need to believe that Gwen thinks Peter has good intentions is not because we think that she needs to think that he's a good person necessarily, just that he's not going to
Alright,
compromise.
I
her
have
job.
to go do something. So
right? Because if he believes, if she believes that he has bad intentions,
Alright, well,
I'll
if
see
you
you
want to
guys later.
rejoin, you're welcome to rejoin.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. See you
but
later.
yeah, my point is like, whether it be good intentions because she believes that he's a good person, or good intentions because she just believes that he's not going to fuck over her ability to keep her job. Regardless, she needs to believe that he has good intentions, which she won't. She doesn't have any reason to. And not at this point in the film.
Wait, what did you say? What were we talking about?
So, what Just the Guy was saying is that we don't necessarily need to believe that she thinks that he is a good person to stick up for him. But my point is that she needs to believe that he has good intentions. Whether that comes from she thinks he's a good person, or because she trusts him. And in either scenario, she has no reason to think either.
Wow.
Not at this point.
I would like to say I never once said that she views him as a good person or has good intentions. I said he was inspiring her.
So
Yeah,
should we,
I don't know where
for your
the
side
good
of it,
person
should we ditch Just a Guy? Because Just a Guy was kind of going from that basis. So I assume you want us to like drop that side of it and focus more.
Yeah,
on...
the only point I was making was that he inspires her because that's part of her character arc. That's why I went over like her being sheltered, her being burdened by expectations by her father, etc. Like that's clear subtext that's there.
Okay. My question would be, so she gets inspired to be better in the scene where Peter stands up to Flash, right? That's the angle you're trying to go with.
I wouldn't say be better, but she gets inspired to do things she typically wouldn't do.
Okay.
Such as staring up to things that she views as bad.
So if that's the case, then why is it like, so let's say you're inspired by someone who does a good deed. They help a poor person find a job or something, right? That's something that could inspire someone. But then, let's say a day later, you see this person pulls a Tony Stark in Homecoming and screws over a whole bunch of workers that are trying to do a job. Like, what would you do at that point? Would you still want to like follow what the person's doing? Would you want to enable it, or would you at least think to yourself, "Huh, I don't approve of this. There's something that's a bit wrong here." Because if we're trying to go like the inspiration angle, I think seeing him do kind of the opposite of what you're inspired by in the first place, like that should mean something from her perspective.
I just think it's harder to justify your actions, because the reason I was going with a good person, why I think that's the best argument, even if no one actually even said that, is because you can say she thinks he's a good person for what he did, and that gives her the ability to give him a lot more charitability than what would reasonably even be deserved. If you go by was inspired by the good deed he acted upon, that means if she's doing something that's, you know, an antithesis to that good deed, she wouldn't be inspired by him anymore.
Well, what in question would be the antithesis to what Peter is specifically inspiring her to do?
Well, Peter
what he does to
standing
Rodrigo
up for someone else who was mistreated, and then he's mistreating someone else for his own gain, just like Flash.
In her eyes,
I don't really see how that's antithetical to what I
specifically
said.
She would view Peter as Flash.
Yeah, just like basically exploiting people for his own gain, but in a different way.
So what do y'all think I said Peter's inspiring her to do?
Inspiring her to stand up against Flash.
People that are treated unfairly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that would
that's
be the only
not what
logical thing that she would be inspired to do.
Real quick.
Yeah, I said he would be inspiring her to do things she typically wouldn't do. These things would be like, defying certain expectations or perceptions people have of you. Things such as standing up to Flash would fit into this.
I don't think that you can have that argument while also trying to argue that her arc is becoming more selfless.
What?
If the instigation of that arc to becoming more selfless is seeing Peter stick up for someone.
Well, hang on, let him clarify his question.
Hold on. If the instigation of her arc to becoming more selfless is seeing Peter be selfless, then you kind of run into a thematic problem when you then show her being completely selfish in a way that fucks someone over. That's inherently not.
I don't think she's inspired by Peter because of his selflessness. She's inspired by him because of the fact that he did something that most people wouldn't do.
Okay, so
showing that
here's
he's
my
really
question.
someone who's able to like not care about people's perception, which she does.
So if that's true, why does she tell him stay with the group, which is acting as if everybody else would, and why does she punish him for going against that?
Are you talking about the Oscorp thing?
Yeah, like why is it that if she's inspired by him going against what's expected, right, then why does she then tell him, all right, we'll stick with the group, you have to follow my lead?
She's willing to give him a chance, but she's still going to be cautious about it because her job is directly at risk.
Yeah, so that's what our issue is. Why would she...
Yeah, and earlier in the discussion, you did say that you don't think it's in her character to care that much about her job.
Yeah,
like
to
care enough to not like or to scold Peter about it or hate him because of it.
She doesn't have to hate him. She can like at minimum just not enable it.
No, either way, my point is that I don't really think she would give that much of a fuck about it. I don't think she cares about her job to that extent. However, I think she cares about it enough to be cautious.
But she has a future. She's passionate about her future. Kurt Connors wrote her a whole letter of recommendation. She wants to get into college. Which that could easily get into that's another factor as well. She might not even be able to get into the college that she wants because she did something illegal and that got her in trouble with Oscorp.
That's why I said she's being cautious about it. She still cares about it to an extent.
Okay, but
so if she cares about it to an extent, then why would she allow Peter to stick around when
that's not caring about it to an extent.
You can take a risk and still take precautions to make sure said risk doesn't escalate.
The thing is, it's not just a risk. Or it's not just a risk, it's a high risk that could easily fuck her over very
It's not just a risk, it's a risk. It's not just a risk, it's a risk.
I said it's not just a risk. It's
that would have been better.
It's a very
bro,
high
instead of
risk.
saying it's a
this
very
isn't
high
a risk.
risk.
This is suicide. It's such a funny quote.
Literally, yeah.
No, but yeah, Poker, go on. We were kind of interrupting.
Damn it.
Yeah, no, I think it's fine for her to take risks, but still take precautions to make sure those risks don't escalate to actual consequences. I mean,
okay, so what's the precaution?
The precautions is things such as telling Peter to not separate from the group or do anything that would cause attention.
But we've just established that Peter goes against the expectations. He breaks the rules.
Yes, and doesn't she literally take the thing away from him and tell him to go home? Like,
yeah, but if he does something significant enough, that could fall back on her.
Yeah. I think in either scenario. What?
Like, I think that just circles back to the point of what did he do that was significant. Like, all he did was just go into a room unauthorized. He didn't cause any damages.
That's significant.
He didn't steal
That
anything.
is significant. He goes into a he goes into a room that's
significant.
Well, yeah, it could mess with their research. It could damage their research. Like the spiders are highly valuable.
It could, but he didn't.
Well, yeah, that's the whether or not it does happen or not. The fact she's willing to take a risk like that would get her in trouble. Like she knows this.
Yeah,
I think in either scenario, though,
he took the precautions to make sure the risk wasn't consequential.
Right, but what? Okay, so that's the reason I asked. Like, so what's the precaution? If the precaution is tell Peter not to do it, doesn't really work if we're led to believe that her interpretation of Peter is that he constantly breaks the rules and does bold and daring risks. So I don't even think that would work as a precaution, not to mention the fact that he's already lied to her face already, saying,
it's because she views him in that way that she tells him not to break the rules.
But I thought that's why she liked him, because he is willing to do that. Like, that was one of the things you said inspired her.
Still not want to get fired over what she likes about him.
So if we agree on that, why would she not report him the moment she can't find him anymore?
What would be the point of reporting him?
To make sure that you have your job safe, and only he gets in trouble.
He didn't do anything. He didn't do anything, so why would he?
But he might.
He did do something.
No, I'm saying the moment he veered away from the group is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like report him for
the moment he veers away from the group.
Yeah, at least.
The moment he veers away from the group, the moment she can't. Sorry, the moment he veers away from the group and she can't find him, that's the moment where she can't control what Peter's gonna do.
She doesn't.
And for all she knows. Okay, but if she can't trust that he's not gonna fuck things over by staying in the group, that's when you abandon your plan and just report Peter, because now he's a risk to your job.
She doesn't want to draw attention to him. I just said this.
Okay, but why?
What?
Either way,
I've already gone over why she doesn't want to draw attention to him.
Just repeat it for clarification.
Okay, but
potentially that could lead to an investigation which she wouldn't want to be there.
It would lead to it either way, though.
So then why revoke? Well, that just has some implications as well. So she takes the badge from him because he broke the rules, and then once that happens, like, what happened afterwards? What happened with Rodrigo? Did he go home to his parents? His parents didn't fight it. He didn't fight it and say, "Hey, I have the proof in the email or any kind of credentials that I'm supposed to be there." Like, did she expect none of this to ever catch up? Like, that's kind of just strange to think about.
The Rodrigo thing would be a valid critique. I don't really see how that's relevant to what we're talking about right now.
Okay. Well, if we agree that that's a valid critique, wouldn't we also accept that Gwen would know it's possible for Rodrigo to fight for his case, which would then lead to Peter getting exposed either way? Like, no matter what, I think an investigation is going to be opened up.
Especially that she's directly associated to him and they go to the same school.
Yeah.
Because it's possible? Like, you're arguing... Wait, are you arguing that an investigation would be opened up because it's possible he would do these things?
Well, they would just find out that he did once Rodrigo fights his case. So honestly, like, yeah, her enabling him at all, even if Peter follows with the group and does nothing at all, she could still get caught for that, because they would be like, oh, well, the tour guide, she should know who's supposed to be on this trip, right? Did she happen to know this person? Oh, she does know this person, because he's at her school, in her class, so she would know that he's not who he claims to be, and Dr. Connors was there to witness that she's directly covering for him. So, yeah, she would get caught, like, very easily.
I don't really think she'd be taking Rodrigo into account.
Then she's dumb.
Yeah.
That's what I'll say.
Either way, she's getting caught because.
Okay, I mean, I don't really see how her being dumb or illogical here is a critique. Like, I mean, I agree.
I think Gwen is meant to be very smart in the movie. So I don't think,
in terms of like school smart, sure.
Well, sure, but like that would also rely on, I guess, some common sense practices as well.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. Either way, she's getting caught, because if Peter doesn't go off the beaten path, which she doesn't have any way of ensuring, by the way, Rodriguez is going to report what happens, and Peter's going to get exposed that way. And if he does go off the beaten path and fuck things up, like he does in the film, he's going to get exposed anyway.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What'd you say? I was like.
Well, basically that she's getting exposed. I heard it, but I didn't really register. Even if Peter follows the group, she is gonna get in trouble if she enables it.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Yeah, you have a kid who's screaming at the top of his lungs. You have a kid that's screaming at the top of his lungs that he. Yeah.
So she saw it, so she should know that he would fight his case. She saw him trying to do it.
She saw him. Yeah, she saw him screaming, kicking, wanting to stay in the building while being dragged out. So she knows that he's motivated to fight for his position, which would involve exposing that Oscorp unfairly kicked him out, which would lead to Peter getting exposed for taking his place.
Why would him screaming and kicking lead to him fighting for his case?
Because that shows resistance.
First of all,
he can resist in the
that shows that
he's anything after. Like, I don't really see how
well, he's trying to prove he is who he is, which really wouldn't be hard. Like, get the email, get any kinds of documentation where he was sent that stuff. Like, how long could this really stick in the long run? Especially since
he's attempting to prove it here. He doesn't pull out his phone or anything.
I mean, he has an ID.
Which he doesn't pull out.
He would have had to be in...
Get a birth certificate and they'll figure it out pretty easily.
He would have had to sign for this position, meaning that there would be documentation of him signing up, Oscorp approving him to be there, all of that. That he could easily show proves that he was supposed to be there and not Peter.
Which he doesn't do, so that's why I'm asking, like, why are y'all saying he would?
Well, just because he doesn't do, well, we don't know that.
Well, he could do it later. That's the point.
We see him getting escorted. He doesn't put in any effort to grab his ID or phone or anything.
Okay, so if he doesn't have the proper documentation on him at the time, then all he really has to do is get whatever, like maybe it could be through his parents' email. Who knows? He would get his parents to help fight his case. Bring up any documentation proving that he's the student that's supposed to be there, and then say, do an investigation on the guy who took my badge, someone must have taken it, and all they would have to do is like, okay, you're claiming this is the case, this is a case of impersonation, fine, we'll take a look at who took the badge, and we'll do a facial verification. They're gonna figure out that's Peter Parker very easily.
Yeah. But, I mean, also, here's the thing, though. Even if that doesn't necessarily happen, from Gwen's perspective, that's likely enough to where I don't think she would take the risk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anything you've said has, like, explained how this is, like, all of a sudden out of character. Like, Given everything that I've laid out, just simply describing what comes with the risk doesn't really mean anything. Like,
I would say she
Okay,
would want to
let's
keep
just
her
put
job
this in the most
and
barest
be
terms.
aware of the risk of any
Let's-
investigations when someone's literally like illegally breaking in and impersonating for unknown reasons.
Let's
Yeah, that's
let's put this in the most barest of terms, Pokery. Whether or not she believes whatever she believes of Peter's character, whether or not she believes that he's a good person, the type of person that goes against the rules, whatever justification you want to provide of what Gwen thinks of Peter's character, no matter what, element that needs to be in place is that Gwen needs to trust Peter, and she doesn't, or rather, she does not have a good reason to. So there's no reason for her to take this risk. She's been shown nothing up until this point to trust him.
You don't think being inspired by someone is a good reason to trust them?
no, because she's
necessarily.
being inspired by his willingness to stand against the
Well,
rules and expectations. But then
It's
she
fair.
asked him
It's fair
specifically.
to. It's fair to give more leeway and trust if you're inspired by someone. I think the problem is what Peter is initially doing when he's in Oscorp, is the opposite action to the action he did that would inspire her.
Well, also it doesn't like fully
she
address.
knows for a fact.
Yeah, go on.
Well, also she's shown for a fact in the scene that he's willing to lie to get what he wants. So for all she knows, he's lying to her right now. So she has no reason to trust him.
How would she know he's lying?
Because he just said, "I work here.
Because
I don't work
he's
here."
impersonating
It seems
someone.
that you in fact work here, so you would know that I don't in fact work here. So he literally just admitted to her face he was going to lie until he realized it wouldn't work.
Okay, so he didn't
Also,
lie.
she
He
sees
told
the
her that
badge of-
he told her he was planning on
Also-
lying, but he didn't lie.
So he's
I'm
willing
asking,
to.
like, when did he lie?
Okay, but the point is he's willing to, and she doesn't have good enough reason to trust him at this
Clearly
point.
not to her if he's being upfront.
At least
and
not
honest.
completely.
Well, he's only
Okay, but-
doing that because she caught him. Because there was no
Well-
way he could get out of that.
Well, he's upfront by going, "I would lie to you if I could get away with it." Here.
Yeah.
Which is pretty insane.
Okay, so then he's being upfront with her in the conversation.
Yeah, and
Yes,
for the
um,
reason-
But
because he
he's
kinda
willing
has
to take he's willing to lie on a very big thing, by the way. Like, I don't want to minimize this. This is a
didn't
very
lie to her.
big
No,
lie
what?
that he's
He didn't lie to her. Like, what
Well,
are you talking
he
about? He didn't
did,
lie
but
to
then
her.
he retracted the lie. Like, in the long run,
No, he
yes, he
said he
corrected
was
himself,
going
but he
to
did try to
lie.
lie. He said, "I work here."
He didn't tell
Okay,
the lie.
but-
He said he was going to.
But he says, "I work here."
Okay, but
So that is a
let
lie.
me finish my point. Let me finish my point, please. My point is that she has shown proof that he is willing to lie on something very big, like impersonating someone's identity.
this
That's a
screen
very
real
big lie. And she's shown that he's willing to do that.
I'm sorry. Go on.
So it's reasonable for her to believe at this point that he's willing to lie about pretty much anything that he can't immediately be disproven by. So she has no reason to trust that he's not going to go off the beaten path and fuck
Why
over her
would
job.
that be reasonable for her to assume that he would just lie about anything based on one scenario?
Because he literally just
Because
did and tried to.
he did?
That doesn't mean he'd be willing to lie about anything.
Well,
I mean,
sure,
I think
but
what
like,
should be brought up is that the action itself that he's taking to even get into Oscorp is being deceitful and
Yeah.
dishonest as fuck.
like he's impersonating someone.
He's willing to
yeah.
commit identity theft, and he just admitted to her, "The reason I'm not lying to you is because I wouldn't be able to get away with it."
Exactly. Meaning that if he would be able to get away with it, he would continue to lie.
I mean, the hypothetical isn't really relevant here. Did he lie to her? No.
Yes, he did, because he said,
No,
"I
but-
work here."
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure in the scene where he goes, "I love science," he doesn't even sound that sincere. Like he's just thinking.
Yeah,
of
he
anything
made
can
that up,
say
and she doesn't
excuse.
even buy it. She's like, "You love science, so you snuck in." Like she already finds it questionable.
She already.
Yeah, like she can tell he's full of shit.
She even gives a look when he says, "I work here." She like kind of nods her head, like, yeah, that's bullshit."
Mm-hmm. But like the fact that he says, like, "I'm only telling you the truth," basically because I know that you can easily disprove that my lie, shows that if he was able to get away with a lie, he would. And he basically tells her that. So with that on its own, that's enough for her to not believe. Like let's play this out, right? She says, "You need to stick with the path," and he's like, "Yeah, I'll do that." Why does she have reason to believe that he would do that if he's willing to lie about something?
Wait, what'd you say? I'm sorry. I was going through the scene of him and Gwen talking.
Okay, let's just lay out the scenario here. She says, or he says
Holy
to her,
shit.
"I would continue lying to you if I could get away with it."
I wanted it to happen. Is that
in
wrong?
relation to the ID? Yeah. In
I
relation
didn't
to the
lie,
ID.
but I wanted to. Is that wrong? Yes.
So from there, if she says just go with the beaten path and he says, "Yeah, I'll do that," why does she have reason to believe that he would do that? If
he
he's
said he'll
willing
do
to
that, bro.
lie. Yeah. But that could be a lie. And she doesn't know if he's telling the truth or not. In fact, he's not, because we know he goes off the beaten path anyway.
So are you just again arguing that what she's doing is illogical? Because I've already gone over this.
Well, like, she doesn't buy it. That's the thing that we brought up. Not only does she not
Buy
buy
what?
it,
She would not buy the
knows,
Peter's
like, he
telling the
just
truth
admitted
here,
he's
which
willing
is
to lie.
something that she needs to believe in order to go through with this, regardless of what you think of her character at this point.
Oh man. Okay. So yeah, I said I literally
That
said
reaction's beautiful. I love
Oh,
that.
man. Oh, man.
earlier she'd be
Not
willing
again.
to be-
Oh, man.
She'd be willing to be illogical because of her.
Oh my
attraction
fucking
to
god,
him.
man.
No.
Like,
I mean, what would be the,
No.
what would be the
Wait, what was
basis
that?
for
I'm
her
confused.
not being logical about whether or not she perceives him as a liar?
Liam, you're
Because
not
she
tracking,
literally
bro.
in the scene acknowledges it.
what?
I
What'd
never
you
said
say,
anything
PJ?
about her believing.
You're
him.
not tracking.
That's why I'm calling.
No,
it
I'm literally
illogical.
not tracking.
She's aware of the risk that comes with letting him in.
You know what's
She's
crazy,
willing to-
PJ?
she's
Okay,
willing
hold
to
up.
take
You're
the risk
talking
of
over
keeping
poker.
it.
Yeah. Yo, PJ, I had a burrito today.
Alright,
What was
Poker,
it?
repeat what you're saying. Let's silence Tom and Jerry.
Yeah, I would say she could be fully aware of the risk of letting Peter in. However, she's willing to be illogical because of her attraction to him. That's established earlier.
No, man.
But I
That's
thought,
not enough for me to believe that she's gonna throw her career away.
yeah, I don't think that
Not
works.
throwing her career away.
Well, she could, and there's like a decent probability of doing so. Okay, this.
She's complicit in identity theft. And in a breach of corporate security.
I'll let Sandvon, yeah.
Yeah, so she's taking a risk that she's also taking precautions to make sure it doesn't escalate.
But the precaution doesn't.
Okay, but
work.
there's the precaution doesn't
because-
work if she doesn't have any reason to trust him,
It clearly
which she
does
doesn't.
work.
Can we move on to a
She
different
keeps her
point at this
job.
point? Can we move on to a different point? I don't think we're
Yeah,
gonna
it
get
does
anywhere.
work. She keeps her job.
we-
I don't know where you're getting
we
that it doesn't
could,
work
we-
from. She kept her
You know,
job.
yeah, by
That's-
doesn't work, we're saying
Yeah,
like
but
it
that's-
wouldn't work as a motivation because, practically speaking, she's just basically relying on, yeah, I can trust his word, which I don't think she can do that in this situation. But if
No,
we want
I
to move
li- I
on, I
literally
think
said
like
she's
a more
aware.
relevant point.
I mean, yeah.
I
we'll
literally
just-
said
yeah.
she's aware she can't really trust him, but she's willing to be
Okay,
illogical
all right.
in it.
Well, let's run with that,
Okay,
right?
but why?
So,
Let's
that's
just
that's.
table that.
I don't think we're gonna agree on this.
I say we
Let's-
run with moving
yeah.
on.
Yeah, there's a better point that I
Let's
think
just
we
table
can
this
shift to.
point and go on to something else.
So, if we accept all of this, right, that at the first time she let him off, she just trusts him that much, wouldn't it be to her surprise that Peter shows up, ends up violating the trust that she gave him, and then she's like, alright, give me the badge. So she acknowledges that he went against her wishes that she gave because she doesn't want her future to get ruined. She wants to keep her job. So, in response to that, Peter just ignores that and completely, like, from her perspective, like I said earlier, that just shows that he doesn't respect her as a person if he just does that. So if that's true, then why does she still like him, and why does she never bring this up again?
How does it show that he doesn't respect her?
Because he's willing to
he ignored an explicit
and
request to
not respect her wishes.
Yeah.
That is disrespectful inherently.
You can respect someone while also doing something that seems disrespectful.
Right, but from her perspective, why would she think it's respectful to any capacity? When she basically said, please don't do this because it can cost me my job. And then he does it immediately afterwards. And she has no issue. She doesn't even ask about
why
it.
he broke in?
I'm saying that this situation doesn't lead to the conclusion
never brought
that
up
he doesn't respect her.
Okay, why doesn't she at least ask, why did you do it?
I don't really think she cares all that much. There weren't any consequences from it.
She almost lost her job.
There weren't any consequences.
I think that's kind of important.
Her job?
Peter's doing something.
She almost lost her job.
Well, yeah, because she explicitly asked, don't do this thing, it could cost me my job. He does the thing, she revokes the badge, and then they move on like nothing happened. Like, you understand how strange that is, right? That'd be like if we had a cut of Spectacular Spider-Man where Peter seems to do this immoral thing at the end of episode 3, but then she just doesn't care in the next episode. And that it's just never talked about or touched on. That would be the equivalent of that.
You can't...
Wait, that's not proof that she almost lost her job. All that proves is that it could have led to her losing her job.
She removed the badge because she was worried about how this would affect her job. That's the reason.
She removed the badge because she didn't want to further the risk.
Yeah, so that means if it's furthering the risk, then that would mean her job was like basically put in jeopardy as a result of what Peter was doing.
For her to almost lose her job, there would have had to have been like
think
a
it's fair
investigation,
to use
some
the
talk
fact
to her
that
boss, something like that.
Can I chime in real quick?
Yeah, okay. We'll let Kizuna.
I mean, I'm kind of gonna argue for TSM1 ahead, but here I cannot defend Gwen because we know so little about her beliefs in general. Like, the argument is that, well, she was inspired by Peter, or that she knows him as a person. But the thing is that we haven't seen that on screen, like, to like a good extent. The most we have seen is that, well, Gwen saw Peter standing up for some guy like in school. So I mean, I don't think we just see enough of even surprise or contemplation. Like, even if we are to accept that, okay, maybe she's trying to give Peter some lenience, or if she's even inspired by her, we don't see enough of her like own side enough to really be even like affected by it or feel it for it to feel natural. So again, like, where's like her own state of mind? That's my biggest question with Gwen. That's the biggest thing for me. Like, most of the things she does in this like movie, we don't see enough of her own beliefs or mind, and like with Peter, at least for a good portion of the movie. So it just feels like she's randomly standing with Peter for no reason.
We do see her mindsets when she talks to Peter in the classroom.
So what's her mindset on the fact that Peter went against an explicit request made to
go back to
I don't think
her not
she
losing her
cares
job
that much. There weren't any consequences from it.
Well, there almost was from her perspective. Why else would she have removed the badge?
Just because there almost was doesn't mean anything. Were there consequences?
Yeah, but we're talking about there are implications with actions, even if they don't have consequence. If someone says, please don't do this thing, like, for example, please don't dox me, it'll bring attention to my family that I don't want, doxes him, oh, well, it didn't have consequence, so I guess I'm not gonna talk about it, or anything. Like, that would just be weird. That wouldn't really make sense for human interaction.
Well, the consequence is that you are doxed. So, bad of comparison, bro.
But also, we can't really use the fact that she didn't lose her job. Well, we also really can't use the fact that she didn't lose her job as evidence, because the fact that she doesn't lose her job and the fact that there's no investigation into Peter is in and of itself a problem, because Oscorp would have all the motivation in the world to investigate what the fuck Peter was doing.
I agree
and they
that
just
there's a
don't.
problem that there's no
That's a problem.
investigation, that's just not relevant.
Well,
here,
yeah,
though.
you're using the fact that she doesn't. Yeah, but you're using the fact that she doesn't receive consequence as a point for why Gwen
Because she objectively
isn't the
doesn't
character
receive
here.
consequence. Whether or not it's a good or bad thing that she doesn't receive consequence
Okay.
doesn't change the fact that she doesn't receive any consequences.
Okay, but she wouldn't know that at the time that she's making these decisions. Is our point.
She would know that at the
She
time
doesn't
that
know
she
that.
chooses not to say anything to him about it at school because they haven't done anything to her.
Right, but regardless
Why
of
are
if
we
there are
talking so
consequences,
heavily on the job
disrespectful
stuff anyways?
for
I don't know
me
why.
to ask someone to do something, they don't do it, which.
Okay, we're not gonna
Huh?
get anywhere with the job part.
Yeah,
I don't
she
even- I don't even-
already
I don't even
punished
think it's
him
the
for
core-
not doing the thing. She told the nigga to go home. Like, what?
I don't even think it's the biggest like factor anyways into what you guys are even talking about. Like Peter lied to her and broke her trust. Wouldn't that? I think that's more.
yeah,
important
that's what we're
anyways.
saying.
And she addressed that and sent him home.
That's not.
So
a
then why is she
meaningful
cool with him
consequence.
then?
Punishing him is not addressing it? Is that what you were about to say?
Well, no, it's not
No,
addressing
why
it
would
if she doesn't say anything
Why would she
about
find
it.
him as a trustworthy person later in the movie if he's been proven to not be trustworthy?
You would
Huh?
need to have a conversation where they talk it out for her to then trust him again. They
Yeah,
need to come to
exactly.
an understanding with each other before they would trust each other again,
That is what happened.
which doesn't happen.
Exactly. Like, even
Why
if
does
you
she
don't
have
accept
trust
that-
in him?
That-
Is
that
like
actually
another
does
question.
happen, actually.
So, like, not only does she have no reason to trust him from the outset, she has even less reason to trust him after he pulls the stun into Oscorp.
Okay, hang on. Because SK, I'm assuming you watched the film recently because you made the
Yep.
video. So correct me
Yes.
if I'm wrong. It goes from she figures out Peter lied to her, gets the badge, leaves. Then it's the basketball scene.
Yes.
Then they go out on a date. Is that literally how it happens?
That is literally what happens.
So let's
That's what
literally
happens, yeah.
pinpoint it right there. Why would she agree on the date with someone who's a liar and she can't trust?
You think you have to trust someone to go on a date with them?
Yes.
To the she
To an
she lets
extent,
him
yes.
she lets him know where she lives at her house.
Okay.
I'm not
Hold
just
on,
gonna
wait.
let someone who I
you
don't
can,
trust
you can,
into
you
my
can
home.
not trust someone on certain things and still not think that they're a criminal who will harm you.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
I'm not saying that she
If I
thinks
go
he's
to a
a
random
criminal that will
person-
harm you, but the point is, it's like there's like my point is, if she, how do we get from she clearly shouldn't trust him to she's willing to go out with him?
You don't need to trust someone to go on a date with them.
Well, okay,
Yeah,
so let me
you don't
ask.
need to,
Okay,
but
wait,
what
Liam.
would be the reason
Here,
then?
let's reframe the question,
Hold on.
right? So, let's say, well, I guess just for starters, do you think a person values mutual respect in a partner? Do you think that's something that people value on a general basis?
Huh? What'd you say?
Do you think on a general basis people value mutual respect amongst their partner?
Not everybody, but I mean, I'd be willing to grant that it'd be typical, sure.
Alright, do you think Gwen would be one of those people?
I don't really see why.
So she doesn't care if her partner doesn't respect her.
I mean, I don't think her dating preferences are ever like established in the movie, other than she likes Peter.
Okay.
So she's
Okay,
fine with someone
so-
who's potentially willing to compromise her job for no explained reason, no justifiable reason.
She finds him attractive for other reasons I've already listed earlier.
Okay, but
Okay.
why would she trust him? Like, you can find someone physically attractive, but also just not trust their character.
Well,
Okay,
this is
yeah, and all
this
she
kinda seems
all
like
she
the
does is go
equivalent-
on a date with him. They're not like boyfriend and girlfriend at this point. All she does
Okay,
is
but
go
there's
on
a
date with him.
difference. Hold on, Poker. There's a difference between going on a date with someone in a public place, and there's a difference between going on a date with someone in a public place and going on a date with someone in your home. In your home requires a higher level of trust than just going out with a random person in like a restaurant. where there's people, witnesses
Yeah,
around.
she introduces him to her family. Like now he knows her dad and yada 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 and all that shit.
Unless I'm mistaken, that wasn't
Stacey, by the way.
that wasn't intentional, right?
How could it not be intentional if she's having a date in their home?
Like, I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
the context was literally her dad walked into her room and saw Peter, and then told him to come.
Well, I assume she was going to.
Yeah, but
introduce
they were agreeing to have dinner at her place where her family would logically
Yeah, she
be.
says, "Do you have your suit in there?"
Yeah.
Yeah, and not only that, she is okay with him sneaking in her room. Like, isn't that like how the scene opens up when they?
It starts
go on
with
the
him
date?
like being outside the fire escape.
Yeah.
Because he jumps there for some reason. And then she opens it. She's like, "Oh, how'd you get out there?" He says, "Fire escape. Your doorman's scary."
Yeah.
Which is just weird.
Yeah, like
that
let's
is
just
a
say
little
that.
weird, yeah. But
like that is really weird. Like even for trusted individuals, that's at least like a bit of a concern. Like, okay, what the hell are you doing there? Like, and then
well, like,
we haven't even established.
I'll look past that. I'll be fair. I'll look past it. He did give an answer for why he would go through the fire escape. He's scared of the doorman. He doesn't want to deal with it. Fine. He's just walking up. Like, okay, that doesn't seem too bad. What I think seems like to be the issue here is that, again, Gwen made an explicit request to not do this thing because it could cost her job. He does the thing, and she has nothing to say about that when they next meet. She's just fine with trusting him, even though that should indicate to her that he doesn't really respect her.
I still don't really,
Exactly.
I still don't really see the evidence that she trusts him.
Well, I mean,
well, yeah.
Would she enter a relationship where
she would trust him?
Would she enter a relationship where she expects not to be respected?
They're not really in a relationship at this point.
They are. That's that's the whole purpose of bringing him over.
They are in a relationship. They're dating.
You don't have to be in a relationship with someone to invite them over for a date.
Okay, let's just say that
But you
she's
just said that's
intending
the
to enter
reason.
into a relationship with this person.
What? I never said that's the. I never said they were in a relationship.
Well, you implied that she did this because she wanted a relationship with him. I mean, that's the whole idea behind him asking her out on a date. That's what the scene entails. He's like, "Oh, do you want to, you know, do this, this, and that, whatever."
Like, yeah, you don't have to be in a relationship with someone to do that. I mean, I've been on plenty of dates with people I didn't plan on actually being in a relationship with.
Okay, yeah. All right, I'll even go this far. Why would she want to be friends with someone like that? Someone who just puts her job at jeopardy for no reason whatsoever. Like, why would anybody want a friend like that? Like, let's say if I specifically said to Liam, like, okay, Liam, I need you to not do this thing because that could cost me my job. He does the thing immediately afterwards. And I'm like, well, why'd you do it?
You.
And yeah, and he gives me no reason. He gives me no reason whatsoever. And then the next day we're just watching Star Wars: A New Hope like nothing happened. Like, that's just weird.
No, it's not. I do that every day.
Well, I mean,
we do that every day.
Like, even if it's a date or not,
one's
like,
perspective,
it'd be
right? Let's just
weird
lay all
from-
this out.
Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on.
Okay, so
let's
you're
just lay
asking
this
why
out
would he
from
be,
Gwen's
why would she be
perspective.
friends with him?
Yeah, I'd go that far.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's weird.
I mean, I just don't really see the issue. I mean, I already listed earlier why she would be attracted to him. I think you would want to be at least friends with someone you're attracted to.
Well, that's my whole thing. Why would she want to be friends with someone who is willing to do that to her?
Because this person is inspiring her, she finds him attractive.
So it inspires her when he puts her job at jeopardy?
He can do things that are detrimental or that she dislikes. He can still overall inspire her though.
Okay.
I mean,
so if he punched her in the face, would she just be fine with that? Like, oh, well, he inspired me that one time.
No, I don't think Gwen would be okay with being abused though.
Okay, I'm glad we agree there. Okay. But like, I went with an extreme example because like I want to know like where the line is drawn. Like there has to be a point where she's like, this guy doesn't respect me. He's no good for me. I don't want to be friends with this person. Like, does she not have a line for that? Like, what if Peter, I don't know, defended pedophilia? Like, what then?
Okay, yeah, I think at that point,
Yeah, but what if he said he's sorry
those
for it?
examples are extreme. I don't think she would want to be cool with someone who's like Kino Flex.
Rip it.
Okay, I think here's the thing. I think on a premise level, I'm like, it's okay for her to go on a date with him after he did that, but there needs to be some legwork. The problem is the movie doesn't do that. The movie literally goes from you lied to me and manipulated my trust that I gave you to I'm willing to let you see what my house looks like.
I can agree it should have been fleshed out more, and him meeting her parents is very odd for a first date. I agree with those criticisms.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that's the core of the issue is here's like the thing is what you're saying on a premise level isn't wrong. Yeah, she can go on a date with someone that, you know, all that shit. The problem is there's no legwork to it. There's no the film still needs to give you something because as far as she should have as an impression on him, she has some decent qualities that could inspire her, like standing up for bullies, but he's also okay with identity theft and screwing other people over for his own selfish gain. And he's willing to destroy like fucking gym equipment to get back at bullies himself.
Yeah.
And he possibly has a picture of her in his computer. I don't know why this is good enough to let her.
An extra scene or two, like showing Gwen have more introspection over this. I think there's enough bare bones information for us to say that this is still her being in character mostly. But I do agree it should be fleshed out more. That's my issue with Taslim 1 is that a lot of the things are not fleshed out enough.
Okay.
Well, I think it's just confusing because it's like, as far as we can tell from the scenes we're given, she should not trust him or like him very much because he's usually shown nothing but bad qualities to her that even she isn't a fan of. And the only time we can see that she actually likes him is once
that she would agree to this date. Nothing's changed.
SK, you have a very angry viewer that wants to be pulled
I know, like I don't want to like have too much in there, but like should I add the person right now because we've kind of reached out.
I think so.
All right, we'll let them in. All right, what's up? Collapsed. Alright, I'm not gonna try to say that name. You had a disagreement you wanted to say. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
What are you?
No, I'm not angry. Just relax. Just relax. Don't read the chat. Talk to the people.
Holy shit! PJ 2.0, is that you?
So what
sounds like another poker.
What I wanted
Sorry,
to know,
let him talk.
Is it so? What you're saying is that you don't have to you don't have to respect somebody to go on a date with them, right? That's what you're saying?
Respect and trust are not mutually exclusive.
You don't think they're mutually exclusive?
You can respect someone while not trusting them. Yes.
No. Oh, yeah, you're gone.
No.
You're TFG.
DFG, what does that mean?
TFG, you're too far gone.
TFG, what does that mean?
Yeah, if you think you have to respect somebody when you don't trust them, like I don't think you understand how the world
When
works.
did I say that? That's a
Did he
strong
not say that? Am I tripping?
Well,
All
we're
I
not
said
helping.
is they're not
This
mutually
is your fight.
exclusive.
No, I'm trying to figure out if you did you not just say you don't have to respect, or you don't have to respect somebody to trust them, or you didn't have to trust them to respect them?
Yeah, you don't need to respect someone to trust them. Yes.
Oh yeah, no, I don't agree with you there. How do you have any kind of relationship with somebody you don't respect?
What?
Am I
I'm gonna get some water. I'm gonna keep listening.
I'm just getting it fucked up.
You two have fun.
Yeah. Let me pick this guy's brain.
I hear people laughing, so I'm trying to figure out. You're saying you can trust somebody but not respect them, correct?
Yes, those two are not mutually
all right,
exclusive.
cool. So then we'll do that. And then what you were saying is you were talking about going on a date with somebody you didn't trust or didn't respect.
Didn't trust.
Okay. How do you go on a date with somebody you don't trust?
It's pretty easy, actually.
No. I mean, let's work through like the actual like emotions of it, right? Like, if you don't trust somebody, you're gonna be with somebody by yourself with them. You're gonna be in a car with them by yourself. Maybe you might be in their a place. Like, how does that work? Like, how does that work for you in the real world?
Yeah, so how do you define date?
I'm not gonna do Phil bro shit, bro. Come on.
Phil bro shit is asking you for a definition. Okay.
A definition of a date in the context of the fucking of Gwen.
So it's gonna be a social or romantic appointment or engagement. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you not think a sneaky link is a romantic engagement?
I think there's still trust there.
You don't need to trust your sneaky link, bro.
All right, dude. Like if
that's the whole point of a sneaky link. You don't want people to know about it because you don't want
that's
this
not
thing getting out.
that has nothing to do. You don't want other people to do with it. Has nothing to do with the sneaky link and trust, right?
You know, like okay. Have you ever
Why-
heard of the concept of people who like mess with someone who's taken and they clearly will never get in a relationship with the person they're messing with, but they'll still do it?
That's a whole different thing, though.
That's the point I'm making.
Like I
You can do
agree. I
romantic-
agree. You can
do romantic
you
things
can hook up
someone
with
without
somebody and not.
trusting them. Like that's
You're
like
right.
the entire point.
I
So,
don't
like,
think you're.
here's
No, no one else interfere.
At the point
I
in
was
which
just
she would
saying-
agree.
Media detective, please. Let it keep going. Let it keep
You
going.
said what? I'm just trying to
At the
figure out
point
when
in
you
which she would
say-
agree to this. Hold on. Hold
Go
on,
ahead, dude.
hold
Go
on.
ahead. Go ahead.
Let me talk. I haven't talked in a little bit. Okay. Hold on.
Brother, I'm saying go ahead.
At the point in which she would agree to this, at the point in which she would agree to this date, there's nothing that would have changed from her perspective that would increase or decrease her trust in him. So, and there
Okay.
needs to be an increase in trust from her perspective in order for her to believe that he's okay to go to her home and interact with her family.
Well, the
And
whole
that's
point
never
of us going
shown
over
or
this is that
expanded
trust
upon
is not
in the film.
exclusive with attraction. She could be attracted to him without necessarily trusting him on certain things.
Okay, but my point is that if you're gonna bring someone over to your home, there needs to be at least a modicum of trust that that person's not gonna
Yes,
be
I do think she trusts him
a
enough to not
danger
do
or
anything
weird or
harmful
like
to her.
you want to trust them.
Yes, I think she trusts him enough to not do anything physically harmful to her, yes, or anything dangerous to her. I think she doesn't trust him in the fact that he's willing to take risks. However, I don't think that necessarily means that she doesn't trust him on all accounts. I don't think that she views Peter as someone who would inherently
I think
harm her
I think
family.
that's the problem. How would she be able to trust him with anything when she doesn't know enough about this person
In
at all?
any respects, yeah.
And all
He's
that
already
she does know
shown,
is
He knows
reasons
nothing
not to
about
trust
it.
He's already shown bravery and courage before, so like I don't really see like
Okay,
why
but that's
Margaret
not.
is enough
So
for
somebody
her to go
shows
off.
bravery
Okay,
and
but
courage
she
before
is
and then does
also-
something fuck up. She should still trust him. Just
on
because you're saying
certain
just because he
aspects,
showed
yeah.
bravery and courage, that's why she trusts him. That's what you just said. So I'm trying to figure out is if somebody does something fucked up, like bravery, like they do something bravery and courageous, and that person trusts them, but then they do something fucked up just because they did something in the past. Does that still mean that they're gonna do it, or like she should still trust him?
What would change about Peter?
No, you're saying because he showed bravery in the past. and
Yes,
courage in
if
the
there's a
past,
change highlighted, then
but then he did
you are
something.
saying she shouldn't be
But
going
then
off
he
of
did
this action
something
because it.
that
Hold
caused
on, you said
her. No,
you
because
said
you're
she
not
shouldn't be
addressing
going
the
off.
point.
I am literally addressing your point right now.
You can't address my point when I didn't finish.
You did finish.
Okay.
All
go
you were
ahead.
doing was
Go ahead.
clarifying. I don't need your
Go ahead.
clarification.
Well,
So
then
you
answer the
literally
question.
said he shouldn't be going off of this action because it was in the past and he could change. Is that not your argument?
You literally just said she still trusts him because he.
Holy
doesn't-
fuck! I just asked you, was that not your argument? Yes or no?
I'm trying to figure out where you're coming from.
Yes, and I'm asking you, was your refutation not she shouldn't be going off of what he did in the past because he could have changed? Is that not what you're saying?
That's not what I addressed.
Oh my god.
Yo, you're not answering the fucking question.
He's just not answering the question.
I'm curious.
PJ,
How
no,
am
no,
I
no, no.
supposed to? How am I supposed to answer a question I
By
didn't
not talking
address?
like a fucking redditor, though.
By
Just talk like a
not-
normal human.
What do you mean talk
Oh
like
my
a normal
God,
human?
PJ,
Like, what am I
no.
doing? I'm trying to address the question, but he's not.
You're not.
He's not asking.
Okay,
He's not.
just now.
Go ahead.
Just
Answer
now,
your question.
I said.
Ask
Just
your
now,
question.
I said she trusts him because he has showcased bravery. Correct?
In the past.
Okay, and then you proceed to say in response to that, why should she go off of that? That was in the past. She could change.
Oh, yeah. So, but you didn't let me finish when I said why should she go off of that because something like that happened in the past, but her trust now has been I guess you could use the word betrayed or whatever word you want to use there. I'm asking, are we still just because something like that happened or broken? Yeah, just because someone was courageous in the past, but now this current action is breaking that trust. Why is that an answer to trust him?
How does his actions contradict him being courageous?
That's not what he's saying. What he's saying
That's
is
literally
that...
what he's saying.
No.
Not what I'm saying at all.
Hold on.
Okay, so hold on. Wait.
Saying...
If that's not what you're saying, then this entire argument's a fucking red herring because you're not highlighting a change that would be present in Gwen's mind regarding Peter.
Yes.
Unless you can bring up something that contradicts her initial viewpoint, then no, there's nothing you can bring up that changes my framework. Dumb fuck.
Okay, but hold on. He's talking about trust. You're talking about whether or not she would view him as courageous. These are two different things. And as regards to trust, there's been plenty of actions from Peter up until the point where she would accept a date from him that would harm her ability to trust her in pretty severe ways. And because of that, there's no reason for her to trust him enough to want to go on a date with him at her home.
Her trust comes from the fact that he's already showcased bravery, something that she values.
Okay, but
nothing
but
that
he
takes place at
undermines
Oscorp that contradicts or defeats her initial viewpoint of Peter. If anything, you can argue in a certain context, it just helps it even more.
It absolutely does because now she understands unequivocally that he's the type of person that will lie if it means getting what he wants.
How does that contradict him being brave, bro? How does that contradict him being brave?
It doesn't necessarily. I'm just saying that...
Okay, that's my entire point. If it doesn't contradict her initial viewpoint of Peter, why is it relevant? It's a
value of trust. That's why it contradicts it.
No.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Pokery.
Dumb fuck! Her
Hold
trust
on.
is rooted from the fact that he's brave.
She can still
and
view him as
showcasing
courageous.
bravery.
Hold on. She can view him as courageous, but not trust him. And
what?
She can view him as courageous, but not trust him.
I'm well aware.
As a person.
However, in the movie, her trust in him comes from the fact that he's courageous. She outright says this.
No.
So if he does something later that can fit under the definition of bravery or courage, why would that contradict her viewpoint of him? She can dislike the action without it diminishing her viewpoint of him.
The action being that he could have cost her future?
You are just not addressing my argument, bro.
Well, I mean, to be fair to myself, you were cutting off there, so I might not have heard what you've said completely.
I said she can dislike the action, but it doesn't necessarily diminish her viewpoint of him. If her viewpoint of him is still intact and still consistent, then why would this be relevant?
Because you were saying you cannot trust somebody and go on a date with them.
Oh my god.
That's why
these two to go on.
Well, how about we go with bravery real quick? Like, would you agree that lying in certain contexts could be seen as cowardly?
Huh?
Yes.
Would you agree that lying in certain contexts at least would be considered cowardly?
It depends what specifically you're lying about and why you're lying.
To avoid accountability, for example. If you lied to avoid accountability because of your actions, would you consider that cowardly?
No, not necessarily.
Really? Could you elaborate on why you don't see that?
Because, I mean, lying to avoid accountability is way too vague for me to take serious.
Okay, But he's talking about a hypothetical in general. Is this something that's possible?
How would you like me to clarify? Like, you want me to?
Because like there's tons of things you could lie about to avoid accountability for, or whatever.
You broke a vase. You broke her vase. How about that? How about that? You broke her vase. There's the hypothetical.
Let him go. Let him go.
You broke a vase.
Yeah. Well, how about we just use that hypothetical? If you broke, like, let's say your mom's vase, but then you lie to make it seem like it wasn't you who did it, so you don't get in trouble. Would that be cowardly?
Yeah. So if you lie and hide the fact that you did something bad, then yes, that would be cowardly, which Peter doesn't do. He doesn't hide the fact that.
Yeah. We're just asking a hypothetical. We want to see where your baseline is.
Yeah. Well, no. He obviously. I think he knows where I'm going with this. To be fair, because I'm gonna bring up, like, he did lie to cover up what he was doing. Well, sneaking
he didn't really cover up what he was doing. He told her, "Yeah, I'm sneaking in here because I like science." Like, he tells her this.
Yeah, but then he says, "Okay, I will stay with the group," and then he doesn't stay with the group.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
but hold on. That's
obviously
completely
a lie.
That's
He's doing
completely
it to
different
actually
from the
do something wrong.
That's
'cause he
completely
sneaks into
different
a
from the vase
restricted area.
analogy. Like, that's just not
No,
analogous.
it's not entirely because
How would you like
it's
him
not
to frame
entirely
the
because he
question,
would be
then?
lying.
Hold on, Collapse. What'd you say?
I'm just confused.
How would you like him to frame the question? Because every time he asks you a question, you keep moving the goalposts.
Yeah, why don't we let
Do you know what moving the goalposts?
Yeah, you know what it means.
How about this? How about this? Nobody else speak.
How about this,
just
SK?
just
No
let
one- yeah, no one
Collapse
speak.
Yeah, Collapse and
Everyone's
Pokery go at it. Nobody else speak. How about that?
I think Collapse has got this.
I
Got this
just
in the bag.
I
Get
just
the bag.
want to know that why every time someone asks you a question, and it's a pretty clear question. I mean, I'm an idiot and I could answer the question, right? But you always have to add things onto it. Like you said, I don't know if it would be cowardly to lie for accountability. It's a certain. You have to do it at a certain. Or what did you say? You said it depends on the context. But it's a pretty easy question when someone says, if you lie to avoid accountability, that means a certain thing, correct?
So, Collapse, why do you think
I'm asking you a question? Does that mean?
Why do you think? Why do you think asking for elaboration is moving the goalposts?
Do you think you could answer the question of, if you lie to avoid accountability, it could be cowardly? Can you answer that?
No, that's too vague.
Why is it too vague? Well, I know. Okay, but why?
Because avoid accountability can fit under a plethora of different things that are antithetical.
Give me. Here. I'll tell you what. Lying to avoid accountability is lying to not face the consequences of your actions, to not face whatever. Right? That's lying to avoid accountability. What other definitions besides that do you have? Because I want to go off of your definitions, because you have a lot of definitions.
My definition of what?
Lying to avoid accountability. Give me some examples.
A father taking the blame for something his son did. That's lying to avoid accountability.
Is that cowardly?
No.
It wouldn't be cowardly for the son?
The father is the one lying, dumbass.
Yeah, but the son would also have to lie.
Yeah, the son would have to be complicit in the lie at least.
Yeah.
I guess.
I don't give a fuck about who's complicit in the lie. I'm talking about the person who's actually telling the lie, which would be the father. If a father is lying to take the blame for his child,
what kind of blame?
No, I don't think that's cowardly.
What kind of blame? Give me. This is your example. What kind of blame?
His son commits a crime. His father takes the blame for the crime.
Well, all right, you're not a serious person.
Okay.
Why would the father be cowardly?
So would it be better? So would it be better if I preface with take personal accountability, or like to be more detailed? Is it cowardly to lie to avoid? No, hang on. Maybe I misworded myself. Give me a sec. Like, what if I say instead, like, would you agree it's cowardly to lie to avoid personal accountability, and/or to be even more straightforward? Is it cowardly to lie so you could avoid taking responsibility for your actions?
It depends on what you mean by cowardly.
Oh my god.
What was the point?
Listen, we just have to remember to define every single fucking word we say out of our mouth, okay? I've only defined one word. Are you offended? Are you offended? I've only defined one word. Are you offended?
I am so offended right now. Oh my god. My
I mean, I know, I can tell.
hurt. Oh.
Okay, hold on.
No, let them two go. Let them two go.
Okay,
This is
so
enjoy the show.
Media detective.
Yeah,
There's no
let's
reasonability
make
anymore.
this fun
Let it
for
keep going.
SK.
Let him go.
Okay, so if you need me to stop and define any word for you, okay? Is lying to take personal responsibility, is that cowardly? Is it cowardly?
I've already said you need to elaborate.
I need you lying to take personal responsibility. See, folks, this is what I need when you say you have to define every single word these Phildos need you to do.
This is an exact Phil bro fucking reference, dude. Anyways, he's not a serious
Telling
person.
you something is vague is not a Phil
You're
bro
not a
tactic,
serious
bro.
person, okay? You're not. You're not.
I don't think you know what a Phil bro is.
Yeah, you're a Phildo.
A what? Why is he silent?
What the fuck are we doing?
I don't
Matt
know.
Nicholas said, why is Kermit the Frog on the
He's
stream?
offended because I asked him to elaborate on something because he's being vague.
You guys
What
gotta
the
remember, I'm so offended.
No, I literally asked you, is lying to not take personal responsibility, is that cowardly?
I just
if you say it's
explained
vague,
that that's
give me an
vague.
example where it would be in your mind.
An example where it would be cowardly?
Yes.
You commit a crime and say no, someone else did it.
Oh my God, is that cowardly? This is the point we're trying to get to, brother. Is to say.
Wait, is that an
lying-
example
hold
of
up.
it not being cowardly? I'm confused now.
That's an example
No.
of it being. He asked me for a cowardly example.
Yeah, because it, again, lying to not take personal responsibility. It can't be. There's some instances where it's not cowardly. So can you tell me now an instance where it's not cowardly?
I already said one earlier.
You just went downhill after
Can you
Mr.
tell me
left,
again?
man,
I
that
wasn't
sucks.
paying attention to you.
I
because
know
my
you weren't
brain
paying
is-
attention.
my
I can tell
brain
you
is
haven't
so
been paying
smooth.
attention to
I
most of what
know.
I said.
My brain is so
I can tell you don't pay
smooth.
attention to most of what I said.
Oh, can you tell me again?
This is my
It's
new
not
favorite
hard.
disagreement day.
No.
Hey guys, I'll make this fun for you. Come follow my YouTube later too. We're gonna be doing
Yes.
some shit.
I gotta find your link.
So
I'm
again, can you give me an example where lying to not take personal responsibility isn't cowardly?
I already said it earlier. Were you tracking?
You're talking about the dad. I'm not talking about the dad. That's a whole different question, brother.
I didn't give a definition. I gave an example. Those are two different things.
I never said definition. I said I'm not talking about the dad. Is that the example you're going to go to?
Hold on. Why are you not talking about that? Why would that not be valid?
Because I
Why would that
asked
not be a
a
valid example?
specific. Oh my God.
Why would that not be a valid example?
Why would the dad lying for? How does that mean you're avoiding personal responsibility?
You're
for what you
avoiding.
did?
Hold on. You're avoiding taking responsibility for being a bad parent, and instead you're taking the blame and absolving your son of any criticism of what he's done.
And you think that's not cowardly?
No. I don't see how.
You're gonna
taking
be listen.
punishment
You're gonna
is
be
valid.
concussed because normal people don't think like that. So what he's saying, it's gonna beat you over the fucking head a little bit and concuss you, and then you're gonna be like, "Why can't it? What? Like, am I asking hard questions here?" No, he's being a contrarian on purpose. He's doing that on purpose. It's a tactic, right? Because we all know, we can all admit that lying to avoid personal responsibility is cowardly. It is. It's a simple. Yes, it is cowardly. But he
Saying I'm a
wants to
contrarian
fucking
doesn't
ask
mean I'm
every
wrong, by the way.
single. He wants you to define every single little word in that one sentence, right? But then, and then he could go, well, it depends on this, and then he gives you an example to where.
Well, I'm just
it
confused because
still
it does seem pretty cowardly. Because it's like if you're lying to, you know, what was it again? Like, yeah, to
avoid personal responsibility.
Yeah, to avoid the responsibility that you're a bad father or whatever. It's like that is pretty cowardly that you're not confronting that.
Not really.
I'm
You are
confused.
still.
What makes
you are
you
still
think it's not
actively.
cowardly?
Hold on. You are still actively taking on a punishment. It's just for the wrong reason.
We're not talking about punishment.
I mean, Yeah, that I can
Accountability
understand
would
that,
be
but
punishment. Like what?
you could still take
Accountability is not punishment. That is not the same
Liam,
thing.
I think you
Just
should
like-
let. I think you should let
Yes,
the guy go on.
Yeah, you know what?
Accountability
Yeah,
for a
okay.
crime
Hold
would
on, hold
be
on,
you
you're-
being punished, dumb fuck.
SK, you better subscribe to his channel like I did.
I will.
swear to
I
God.
will. I already did. I already have.
Already
Hey,
have.
go watch my Kermit debate.
Yeah, bro, I saw that one. That's gonna be next on my watch later list, bro. Can't wait.
Oh look, Media Detective literally saved you in chat. If you want to say it can be cowardly, yes, I agree.
Oh my!
Saying it's inherently cowardly, that's.
I don't think I ever used the word inherently.
That was always
I
what
can't
he was
even
asking,
spell
by
it.
the way.
You literally said. You literally
That was
said.
always
Like,
what he was asking, by the way.
hold on.
He was,
Stop. Shut the
asking-
fuck up. I'm talking, bitch. We can ask the whole these things that you
Poor
said
Media
verbatim.
Detective.
You literally explicitly said we can all agree that it is cowardly. You don't need to say inherently for inherently to be part of the meaning.
Yeah, we can all
dumb
agree.
fuck.
Oh my god. You listen, bitch. I'm mean, so
I'm
that's
just
cute.
confused.
You want to be mean,
Right.
okay? Because I'm fucking mean. So let's just not.
I'm
let's
being
not do
very
that. Let's
tame
not do
right
that.
now.
Let's not get there. Let's not
Hold
get.
on.
To
I don't know
name
who's
calling.
being mean. I'm being very
Let's
tame
not.
right now.
Okay. Let's
PJ
not
knows
get to
what
name.
it's like when
How
I'm
about
being
how about
mean.
how about we
Yep.
don't tell people to shut the fuck up. We don't call them bitches, and we don't call them thumb fucks. How about that? How
Does the
about we-
way I
mean,
speak
is that
offend
a
you?
is no? I'm
Does the
just
way I
saying.
speak offend you?
No,
I mean,
because
in
I'm
fairness, you were
PJ,
starting
what
to get a
happened?
look. No, hold on. In fairness, you were starting to get combative with Poker as well. He's just only being
So
defensive.
What
if we're
happened?
allowed
What
Nigga
to,
happened,
wasn't
PJ?
Jack
hold
calling
on.
me an
If we're
incel
allowed
and
to,
shit, by
if
the
we're
way.
allowed to call people names,
Yeah.
I'll play that game.
I don't
I
think
just
you
gotta feel bad
should.
for Media Detective.
I don't
'cause
think
he's
I
nothing
should
but
either.
cordial
I'm
this
just
whole
Okay.
trying
time.
to set groundrules.
That's all
All
I'm
right,
saying.
that's not what I'm
Very
saying.
ironic.
That's not what I'm
Literally
saying.
in chat calling me an incel and
Oh
all
my
types
god,
of shit.
that's not what I'm saying.
You're
I'm saying
right.
that.
I was calling you an incel in chat.
Holy
You're right
shit,
about
bro.
that.
What?
I was calling you mean names in chat. So in chat, I was calling you mean names for sure, but I wasn't talking to you.
SK, this guy has to be a regular.
Yes.
You weren't talking to me.
I wasn't
Were
directly.
you not
having a-
directly referring to
You were
me as
talking
a-
about
No,
him.
no, PJ,
like,
let
what
them,
the
let them,
fuck?
no, leave it, no,
Overall,
1v1. I don't want a
was
2v1.
talking-
1v1.
So
1v1.
if anything, I was talking
Literally,
to
yes.
SK and calling you an incel, calling you fucking rape apologia because you're saying you don't have to respect.
You're still
people that go
talking
on-
about him. What the fuck? You're still slandering
PJ,
him.
go on mute. PJ, go on
That's
mute.
retarded. No,
PJ,
bro,
let
no,
him go
this
off.
is
Let him go
retarded.
off.
Are you guys not listening? I said in chat. That's what I was saying. Yes,
When was I ever a rape apologist? What the fuck are you talking about right now?
bro. I was
Now I'm just
in
confused.
chat. It's fine. I'm agreeing that I was calling him names in chat. Like I agree.
That's not the point. You think it's
No.
okay to just call niggas rape apologists?
Yeah, you were kind of doing that.
When was he
I'd have to
doing
roll.
that?
I'd have
Where did that
to
come
roll back.
from?
Hold on. I'd have to
Yeah,
roll back the
hold
tape.
on.
I'd have to roll back the tape to find the exact point to where it was going on, and I said that because I told you I've gotten concussed by him moving, fucking asking to define every single word. I don't have the brain power to have that
I've only asked for the definition of
conversation.
one word. I've only asked for the definition of one word.
It's just relax. Just relax.
Like you keep saying I'm doing this
Relax,
for every. I've done it
relax.
for one.
I only called you a rape apologist. Relax, Poker.
Yeah, relax, Poker. I only threw serious allegations on your name. Relax.
To be fair, I didn't.
I only nuked your family. Relax, Poker.
Yeah,
Relax, Pokery.
All right, but yeah, so you say there's two different ways that not taking personal accountability it can and cannot be cowardly depending on the situation.
If you
And
want to
yours
specifically
is,
say that it can be cowardly, then I agree.
I'm just listen, man. I'm just trying to make sure I have your position clear. That's all I'm
I've
doing.
clarified it like 4 times. I don't know
and,
how much more clear I can make it.
I mean, one more.
You need something clarified to you 5 times like you're a fucking toddler?
Yeah. I told you I have a smooth brain, dude. I was dropped on my head. as
Yeah,
a
we can
child.
move on. We can move on to a different point, bro. What other points you want to discuss with me, bro?
Listen, we were so far off of trusting somebody and respecting them. Like we were so far off of that. That's why I
think anyone can agree you were losing that.
I just
bro.
realized this guy sounds like a combination of Noodles and Bald Man Bad.
I know. He's like
He does sound like Noodles. Hey, collab.
He's amazing.
Collab, has any of your girlfriends ever fucked a 14-year-old in Walmart?
What?
Nigga,
You sound
nigga.
like Noodles.
Yo.
What?
Damn.
Did you just say you fucked a 14-year-old in Walmart?
Yeah, he's stupid. That's not what I said. That's not what he
Oh my
stupid.
God.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
we're gonna move on, bro.
What?
Yeah, we're gonna move on, bro.
All right. Well, Valkyrie, what was the next?
That was the best, that was easily the best part of the. I
Got
love
him.
that.
Got him.
What else about Peter or Gwen's
This is
character
even
did you
happening
disagree
here,
with?
I took a lot of notes, but we got caught on one point. Hold on.
And that point was beautiful.
I think
That was the best
afterwards
point
you
of the
probably
video.
enjoyed where I was praising Peter's character.
Oh, I did. I liked when you praised Andrew's acting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, hold
that's
on.
something you won't find us disagreeing over.
Okay, we could talk about something more minor.
Andrew's acting
There
is
was
great.
there was one thing you said that was really funny because like the reason why this happened, you literally like said it inadvertently. You were like, there's one criminal that Peter lets go during the montage of him like seeking vengeance. Yeah, it's because he's already aware the police are actively like pursuing this guy.
Yeah, but like he still has the chance to escape. I think it would
Not
make sense for
really.
Peter to just web the guy.
Not really. I mean, the police are in active pursuit of him.
Well, they could be in active pursuit, but that doesn't change the fact that he could escape. Like he got there first.
Where would he run to?
Where criminals tend to run when they escape the police. Like I don't think that's an unfair
Right.
thing to imagine. People can escape if they're not being watched.
You said what?
People can escape when they're not being watched.
I think he is being watched. They literally they say they have eyes on him.
They have a report of it. I don't know where they said they have eyes on him.
I could have swore they said they have eyes on him because they literally said they were pursuing him.
Manning Spider-Man. Transcript.
Honestly, after that debate, I think we just need to end it here. We're not getting any better than that.
That was that was great, right? Like in terms of the entertainment value.
That
But
was
like
fucking
I do want to like
hilarious.
get to like some other points. Because we did want to like actually have a conversation about it. So,
That's
yeah,
why
it
check your
says
fucking
all.
Discord.
Okay, let me just check real quick. All right, well we don't need him here right now, so.
Thank you. Jesus fuck.
So.
The potential's
bro.
gone
Oh, no.
now.
The
So I'm
entertainment
looking at the
value.
dialogue. Don't worry, we got our fill. We got our fill. We got our enjoyment. Be happy it happened. You know.
Yeah, your enjoyment. Fuck
Be
outta
happy
here.
it happened. Don't be sad it's gone.
I mean, you have to admit that was.
I'm mad it happened.
Hold on.
That I wish it didn't.
Fuck you.
Well,
That
you
was
gotta
the-
admit
That was
that was some
actually
of the
so
funniest shit
irritating.
ever.
That-
I'm not gonna
No,
lie.
it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
That was
bro.
so good. That was so.
Rape
hilarious.
jokes.
What part
Rape
did
jokes
you
and
not
falsely
think?
accusing someone of rape.
Well, okay, that was later. First of all, we were laughing way before that.
That was insane.
That
When
was
he was
later.
like, "You're an incel and a rape apology." I'm like, "Where did this come from? What?"
That part was more so just confusing because I don't know
No.
where the fuck that context of that was at all.
Yeah, I don't know where.
Exactly.
Like,
yeah.
what did I-
Anyway,
I have
so
no
I'm looking
idea
at the
where that came
dialogue.
from.
It says last scene heading eastbound on 19th Street. So that was just last scene. But he's running away actively. So there is a chance that he could escape. So I don't know why he wouldn't just web him up. I think that's a fair expectation for Spider-Man to do. Web up the criminal once you've got him. So.
I mean,
I
it would
think-
literally
I think
take
the
like
fact
2
that he-
seconds. It's not
Yeah, I
that
think-
much out of the way for Peter to do.
Well, I have two things to say about it. One, I think the fact that he's running away just shows that the cops are probably close by anyway. Two, I think he's far less like.
Well, they said last scene.
Huh?
Well, they said last scene, so it's implied that there's like a sighting. Not necessarily that they are specifically following him right now.
I also, so the second thing I was gonna say, I think while he does web up criminals, like sometimes to send to the police, I don't think it's something he necessarily like cares all that much about doing.
I would
Can we just say that
disagree.
he's reckless and move on?
Huh?
Well, the reason I would disagree is just from a consistency standpoint. We see him webbing the other criminals every single time.
He
No,
doesn't
I'm-
send all of them to the police though.
Can we
There's
just can
one
we
he
just agree
specifically
that
like
he-
webs up in front of the police station.
Yeah, there's
We just,
one. That doesn't mean he's doing it for all of them though.
Liam, wait.
Can we just agree that
Well,
Peter is
either.
reckless and move on?
Yeah, like would we agree
Yeah, I was
that's
gonna-
reckless?
I think he's just being reckless here.
Okay, so
Yeah.
why would he be reckless to that extent when he's shown to web up the others? That
he
kind of
doesn't-
seems
he
to be
doesn't
at
care
odds
about-
with what he believes he's learned from his experience.
No, he learns
Because he
that
doesn't really care
after.
all that much about being a hero yet.
No, he learns it before. It's just his focus isn't in the right place. Like, he believes that he's protecting innocent people from bad guys. So, if that's what he believes, he should still be webbing them up for the police. If he thinks they're dangerous regardless. Which he
I thought
does.
that was more of
for...
a justification for his behavior, more so than he actually like genuinely learned from Uncle Ben.
I was about to
Well,
say,
then
yeah,
why
I don't
would
think
he...
genuinely-
So if that's true, then why does he web up the others and even, like, put one of them in front of the police station?
Because I do think that ultimately Peter has a good heart, but like he could still be reckless about this.
Well, that's my whole thing. If he ultimately has a good heart, I think he would be responsible enough to make sure the police actually catch them.
Yeah,
And
but what
that's
if he was like in a
consistently what
rush
was
or
shown.
something?
A rush for
What if he
what
was
specifically
mulling
in
everything?
the scene? He was after one crime.
Well, he could be in a rush to get home to his aunt. He could be in a rush to maybe go after another assailant that he heard on the radio with a similar ID.
Well, I mean, again, like we said, it wouldn't take long to just web him. It takes like a second.
I mean, like, yeah, but web fluid is assumably expensive. Maybe he just didn't want to waste that much money on a guy he assumes will get caught.
I mean, he uses an excessive amount on one guy that he hangs from the police station. I don't think he's
Oh yeah, I
that
agree.
conservative with it.
I agree. He's really reckless.
What?
I'm saying
I think-
I agree there too. I think that also presents that he's very reckless. He's a very reckless person in the beginning of the movie.
Well, no, I don't think that's a sign of
Well, I mean,
recklessness.
part
I
of
think
it-
it's, real quick. I think it's just more of a sign of he thinks he needs to make sure they get arrested by the police. Like that would be pretty standard for Spider-Man.
Would you agree that it's an unnecessary amount of webbing?
I would say, yeah, it's. Well, I would say it's
Well, I mean,
unnecessary,
yeah,
but I
he's
think it's
trying to show
reasonable
off
for him to
here,
use it.
So you would have
it-
to agree. So you'd have to agree he's being financially reckless with his tools and equipment.
Well, not in that case, because that's something I would consider to be like a, I guess, negligible amount. He still has a lot of web fluid. It packs a lot for him. It would kind of be like saying it's reckless to, I don't know, take a bit of a scenic route when you're trying to get to, I don't know, a gas station or something, or maybe not a gas station, maybe heading to the grocery store. It's like, sure, you're technically using a bit more gas, but it's generally like negligible. I'm not sure I would call that reckless. So.
Well, I think it's dependent on how severe it is. Because if you're saying it's an unnecessary amount of webbing, it's like an equivalent of like taking a massive detour to lose more gas than you need, so you have to buy more gas back a little sooner.
Yeah, but I think like if it is like generally negligible, I don't really think that's reckless. If anything, that's just insurance that the guy gets caught.
I mean, literally all he would need to do is web his feet, and he can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
That doesn't require a lot of web fluid. Like, he
I'd also
doesn't need
just
to web
find that a
into the
bit
fucking
difficult to
wall
believe,
for
so
him to
he's being so conservative with his
to
web
stop him.
fluid
He just needs to web his
because he might be a little bit late by a second versus making sure a guy doesn't escape. I don't really think that aligns. But, I mean, if we want to move on to another point that's more significant, because Pokri said...
Uncle Ben's death.
Yeah, we could talk about
Alright,
this.
thank God. Let's move on.
What do you got, Pokri?
Well, like, what do you think
Poker,
about
I'm
the
gonna
stuff
be real.
beforehand?
Poker, I'm gonna be real with you. I like this movie as much as you do, but that death was fucking bad.
Trust.
Well, like, I'm just curious, before we get there, what'd you think about the other stuff I brought up with him?
With like the briefcase and shit.
Yeah, and
I agree. It's very silly that he just forgets about the briefcase. Wait, hold on. First of all, because I feel like this needs to be addressed too. What do you think my score for TASM 1 is?
You said it was a 6 or 7, as I recall.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, like in that range. 7 is when I'm like feeling really good about it, but like it's really like a 6.
I'm such a fucking retard.
But no, the Ben shit, I don't think it's necessarily like a contradiction of anything. Like I do think Ben is consistently portrayed as a little dumb, but like I do agree it's like it's a little unbelievable that you would forget about your brother's briefcase that he promised you to like not let.
All right, I was okay. I was
Wait, but
curious
isn't he
about it.
old?
Shut the fuck up. Get out of here.
SK doesn't
I know
think
what
dementia exists.
No,
What
I
a
know what you're
fucking clown.
referencing, you fucking jackass. I know what you're referencing, and I hate you for it.
Dementia?
No, the Last Jedi Luke thing. I know you're doing that.
Nah, I actually wasn't. I was referencing dementia. Nice try though. Clown.
Go fuck yourself. Anyway,
Okay, so
Pokri,
what
what do you think of his death?
What do I think of his death? I think it fits his character and the themes of the movie that they're trying to go for at that point.
All right, would you like to hear my thoughts on his death?
No.
I heard your thoughts. I watched your video.
Well, yeah, my thoughts on his death is that there's some people who people get sad for when. Hold up, wait, hold up. That's not the quote.
Oh, you fucked up your own script again. I see how it is.
Hold on. The quote is, there are some people who are happy when someone. Wait, fuck. I forget it. It was a
fat ass didn't even get his
I
quote
forgot
right.
the fucking quote. Ignore it. It's something Lucas said about something. Yeah, I don't know.
Need some water. Fuck's sakes.
Yeah,
I'm so upset that I forgot it. It was such a funny quote, and I knew the exact meaning of it, but it would have worked so well in the situation, and I fucking forgot what he said.
Good.
That
Yeah,
pissed me off.
Ben's whole thing is like, if you can do something about it, you have a moral obligation to do so. And I mean, he's witnessing a crime.
Okay, so like,
Right.
I guess let's give an example. If you're just a normal person, right? And you see somebody on the street, like, let's say there's a guy with an AK-47 just shooting up the place.
Oh, hell yeah.
Would it be more responsible to sneak up and attack the person? Or would it be more responsible to get the police involved so they know? Like, that's kind of the angle I'm going for. It's like, sure, there's a level of responsibility, you have to do something about it, but you also have to acknowledge, like, what power you have as well in that situation.
I mean, obviously if they're actively shooting the AK-47, yeah, it wouldn't be wise to walk up to them, but like, this is a lot different. Like, Ben witnesses like this robber running away, and he hears the corner store guy, whatever the fuck, screaming, and then he sees a gun fall out. I think Ben has reason to think he's capable of simply getting the gun away from the guy.
Well, I think the problem is, well, first of all, I remember the quote now, so I want to say it before I forget it. Some people spread happiness where they go, some when they go. That was the quote. But yeah,
blue ball, bro.
You're so corny, bro.
But yeah, let me just address that real quick. So, I imagine that, yeah, the guy with the gun, he probably can't be trusted with it because he is a robber. But I think the problem is that he wasn't using it to immediately put people in danger. So, like, if he were to let him go and make sure the police get to him, I don't really think that would ultimately change the outcome of what would happen. Because, again, nobody was in imminent danger. And if you reported the guy, and you got the description as, you know, they were supposed to do, you would have his name and face out there in the, or not his name, excuse me. You would have his face out there in the papers. So, like, that would already be something they can use to track him down. But also the fact that the police have the chance to at least follow him as well. I mean, I would even accept if Uncle Ben tried to discreetly follow the guy, but, like, not, you know, attack him, right? Because it is more of a calculated risk where you know someone's up to no good, but you loose follow to make sure that you get the information on where they're going. Like, that's something that's more believable, it's more tangible. But I think the problem here is that he's ultimately, like, if he goes for the gun, he's just gonna get himself shot, for something that, like, wasn't even immediately endangering people. I think that's what the problem here is.
Well, I mean, he's still witnessing it. Like, even if people are not in immediate danger, he's witnessing a wrongdoing, is he not?
Well, here's the thing. Here's two things, right? So, in either scenario, he needs to call the cops. So if he gets the gun, he's gonna call the cops. If he doesn't get the gun and the guy escapes, he's calling the cops. In either scenario, he's gonna call the cops because in either scenario, the guy's gonna run. So it's better to just let the guy grab the gun and run because you know he's not gonna use it. He's only using the gun as a means of forcing people to do what he wants, which is give the money over to him. Right, so that's what SK means when he says not immediate threat. He's not actively shooting, which means that you can probably be sure that he's not going to be actively shooting while he's running away, trying to get away from the cops. So in either scenario, he's going to call the cops, but this way you ensure that you yourself don't get shot in the process, which is ultimately what is going to happen. The only reason that he shoots Ben is because he's giving him a reason to. Who's typing?
Oh, it's me. Sorry, I can mute.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I would agree he's not. Hold on. Oh shit. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree he's not really being like rational, but like I don't really view Ben as like a character they're trying to portray as the most rational person.
Sorry, what?
I said, like, I agree he's not really being rational here, but I don't really think the movie is trying to portray him as rational.
Well, what my point was is, in either scenario, the guy is gonna run. So in either scenario, you need to get the cops involved. So in either scenario,
in the scenario where Ben does what he does, I mean, I think what he's trying to do is prevent the guy from running. Like, he's trying to grab his weapon and then stop him.
So, like, hold the gun, so he doesn't move?
Yeah, he could do that.
No.
I mean,
either
that
wrestles for the gun or he has to run away without the gun, which means he at least he removes a lethal weapon from a criminal.
Yeah, but that still poses a very high risk that he gets shot, which means
I don't think Uncle Ben cares
just
about that
smarter
at all.
to get the cops involved.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think the risk really matters.
So
I think this is perfectly in line with the speech he gives.
Well, I think stakes are relevant here, because like I said, it's not an immediate risk to the safety of everybody there. He's not even using the gun at all. The only time he has a reason to use the gun is because of Uncle Ben. And I think that'd be a pretty easy thing to deduce, that he's not using the gun, and he'd only have reason to use it if you just attacked him there.
I mean, even if there's even a slight possibility, and he has the chance to possibly prevent it, in his mind, he has a moral obligation to do so.
Yeah, he can get the cops involved. That would be his way of
If there's a
doing it.
1% chance that we're right, we have to treat that as an
Yeah,
absolute.
absolute certainty. And we have to destroy it.
I'm helping you.
Right, but wouldn't part of being responsible is being responsible with your own life, right? So being responsible enough to be like, okay, there's basically a certainty that I'm not going to be able to get this gun because he's more agile, younger, he's faster, he's going to get the gun before me. So I'm not going to take that risk because I want to be responsible enough to protect my own life so I can then help other people down the line.
Well,
so
Ben's-
let me just call the cops.
Well, he has a moral obligation to try.
Yeah,
An
Ben's
opportunity-
speech wasn't
Yeah.
really about responsibility.
Well,
it was just about like moral
The point
obligation.
is that getting the cops
Oh,
involved would be
yeah,
his way of trying.
also keep in mind, Uncle Ben didn't just randomly try to, go in his pocket or whatever. The guy fell over and he dropped the gun, which gives him a higher likelihood of grabbing the gun away from him, which is what he tries to do.
Yeah, but he doesn't
And,
have to take that
once
risk
it's-
if he wants to get
his
him
moral
in trouble for
obligation-
his crimes. He could just call the cops.
Yeah,
His
but
moral
this is not the
obligation
immediate moment. As far as Uncle Ben sees it, he has a very good likelihood of grabbing the gun because the guy just fell over, and the gun landed near him.
I don't see it that way.
I mean, we could just replay the scene. I'm
The
pretty
thing
sure
is-
that's literally what happens.
It does. So he does fall
thing-
over, and the gun slides over to the middle between them.
So
I
his
think we
likelihood
agree
is
that
much
happened.
higher because the guy fell over and he's more likely off guarded or dazed.
Yeah, but it's still
sure,
likely that he
objectively
just
higher
grabs the
than
gun as well and just shoots him, and he achieves nothing.
It's a possibility, but it's leaning more on his favor because he's not the one who fell over and is, you know, dazed or caught off guard. Because
Yeah,
when you
but-
trip SK, you're slightly like, oh fuck, and your brain isn't like fully aware of its surroundings because it's focused on falling. Where Uncle Ben's is because he didn't fall down, and the gun like completely fell out of his grip. He has a chance to bend over, snatch it, and keep his distance, so the guy couldn't even grab him. Unfortunately, it went into a grappling contest, and at that point, he either has to wrestle for it, or there's a risk he's gonna get shot anyways. Because the guy might go, "You tried to steal my gun, bang, 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 fuck you."
Well,
Yeah,
that's
but if
what
he steps out of the
happens
way,
in
that
film.
just wouldn't happen at all. And like I said, I don't think the stakes
Yeah, but he
justify
feels
a
like it's his
decision like
moral
that.
obligation because he has the opportunity to get the gun away from him, and it's a very reasonable opportunity.
Right, but like I said, I don't think the stakes would justify it in this situation. Not to
What do you-
mention real quick, like,
Okay.
I want to address something real quick. So you said that, Ben... Yeah, so when Ben looked at the gun sliding, he decided not to go for it until the guy already, like, made the decision in his head. And he's closer to the gun as well, which makes this funnier. I can actually get a clip of this right now. I'll do it with still frames because I don't want to get
Would
copyright
you like
struck.
to show a screenshot so I can see it?
Yeah,
easier?
that's what I'm doing. So, in disagreement requests, there's this, that's when he starts doing it. And this is how close he is when he already starts doing it. And then that is when Uncle Ben screams, "Hey!" And then he goes for the gun. And the timing, like, the timing is horrible. The gun is literally right next to his hand when he does it. Like, you see that? That's the shot immediately after it shows him reacting and then starting to run.
Yeah.
I think that's more reasonable than if he has less. I mean, that's less reasonable. I guess I'll give you that credit.
All right.
But I still
But I
stand
mean-
by. I think it makes sense in his character. He still has a moral obligation and a reasonable chance to get it.
I would say in this
I still
situation
think
he
his
would
moral
not
obligation
believe
is
that.
fulfilled if he just calls the cops.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
His moral obligation is fulfilled if he calls the cops or if he goes for the gun. But if he calls the cops, it's safer and smarter.
And again,
That's
I don't
my
think the
point.
stakes justify this. If there was like,
Like
if he
either
was
way,
about to
he's
shoot,
stopping the criminal, but
I hate the fucking.
either way,
leafy
he's stopping the
buds of
criminal. But
Strawberries.
in
It's like,
this
where the
scenario,
fuck am I supposed to put it once I'm done eating the strawberry?
like,
Give me a second.
let's try to. Well, can you still hear? Can you still hear us? Oh well.
who are you asking?
I'm asking Liam because he's said he's dealing with fucking strawberries. Because I do want to like draw an interesting comparison for the. Okay, he can still hear us. I do want to draw an interesting comparison.
Yeah, to throw
If
in
there
the
was a
strawberries.
if there was a child that he was about to shoot, then I can actually see Ben making this decision here and deciding he needs to do it now because the stakes would justify that immediate action. But it's nothing remotely like that at all. Like, he just stole some chocolate milk, and then, left the store.
Yeah. What does that have to do with anything?
But also, he's
I was
talking
just
about the
making a
stakes,
comparison
right? And whether or
saying,
not
like,
it's
I think the
reasonable
stakes are
to
important
assume-
too. Like, I don't think someone...
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. The stakes are technically unreasonable. What I'm arguing is that this is something. This is Ben's mindset on it.
Yeah, and I'm saying because of the stakes, this wouldn't be his mindset in this situation.
Why exactly? Like what in Uncle Ben's character makes it that he wouldn't take risks like this if he feels like he has an obligation to get involved if it means getting the right outcome?
Because nobody's life is currently at stake. He's not like doing a mass shooting or anything. he's just doing some kind of robbery. And on top of that,
What,
he does
what
have
SK
another
is
option.
saying
He can
is
get the
that there's
police
just
involved.
no need for immediate.
Yeah, exactly. There's no need for him to
And-
immediately take the gun.
So here's one of my problems I want to bring up. Nobody's life is immediately at risk because he got the money or he got the chocolate milk or whatever, and he's running away, right?
Yeah.
That's Peter's mentality in how his uncle dies in like every other version and adaptation. Why would Ben be like that?
Yeah, but if Peter called the cops, that would
That's
obviously
not
be a different scenario.
really-
And also, Peter
No, it
has
wouldn't because the
powers.
cops are chasing him. The cops are chasing him.
Okay.
That doesn't mean he
Peter has
can't
powers.
necessarily call the cops anonymous.
The powers are not relevant. Even the cop brings up that like all he had to do is trip him. You don't need powers to do that.
Yeah, but his intention was to let him go.
Peter's
Ben's intention, Ben's intention wouldn't be let him go. His intention would be get someone qualified to deal with it.
Well, I don't even agree with that. It's not his intention to let him go. His intention is that that's not my problem. The cops are chasing him. The cop is literally chasing him.
Well,
and
yeah,
then he
okay.
goes, I don't
so
give a
then
fuck. The cop is after him.
it depends
and
on
then
the
he gets
version we're
on the
talking
elevator.
about. Sometimes he just intentionally lets the person go out of sight.
Okay, the Raimi version.
Well, yeah, it depends
Same
on
way.
which. We also see this in Spectacular. We see it in this one. So, it like
Yeah,
I said,
I don't need the help, but like it's not like he has
the
the
difference
full opportunity to get
is
away.
that
The
Ben
cops
would
are
be
on him.
intending to help in this situation if he called the cops. It
No, I
wouldn't be
don't-
him not doing
I don't,
anything.
I don't disagree with calling the cops. What I'm saying is the reasoning behind not like engaging yourself is very similar to what Peter's would be.
No, I don't see it as the same at all. If it was the same, then Ben would just
This is a bit
ignore
of a false
it and
equivalence
say it's
because
not his problem.
Peter has
well,
powers.
let's reiterate.
Ben
the reason.
doesn't.
No, I've already pointed out why that's not relevant. But we'll reiterate the reason. Why do you think he shouldn't physically intervene, despite like this
for a
being
couple reasons.
philosophy
One,
he
the stakes are
lives by?
not nearly high enough to justify him immediately taking action. Two, he's like not even close to the gun. The guy is like at arm's reach away from it, whereas Ben needs to run all the way to make it to the gun.
All right, so
yeah,
I'm going to tackle the first one. The stakes aren't immediately high enough. That is the same reason you can put for Peter. That is something we have to agree on.
No, we can't, because Peter wasn't intending on doing anything.
Yeah, because the cops were already chasing him.
Well, I mean, in that situation, he didn't think that they had it handled immediately.
They know his face, and he's going down the elevator. Like there's an entrance and an exit that they can.
Well,
reasonably
also, I
find
think there's a
from the
world
elevator.
of difference between tripping someone versus going for a gun. If anything, the police in that situation makes it less excusable that he does nothing. Like,
that he
Ben
could've
doesn't
tripped
have
him?
the police to fall on in this immediate moment.
I'll agree it's less risky. I'll give you that much credit. I'm talking more so about the reasoning of you saying the stakes, like the stakes of what he's doing.
Well, I think it's kind of a blend of the two. The fact that the stakes aren't high enough to justify the action this quickly, and also the fact that he's nowhere near close enough to the gun to even take action. In fact, he only starts going for the gun when
Yeah.
he sees the guy is basically in arm's
Yeah,
reach.
but,
He's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
"Hey."
So that's why we're tackling this one by one, because I want to get you to understand the stakes shouldn't be a part of the reasoning at all, because you can say that about Peter, the stakes part.
No, I would disagree. I think this his action can definitely change based on the stakes. I think this
I'm
is true for
confused.
Peter as well. If
The
Peter-
burglar, the stakes of the burglar is that he would have stole some cash and that's it, as far as Peter knew.
Well, so, I mean, let's compare it to some moments in Peter's life as well. From Peter's perspective, right? Let's say he needs to take a break because he's way too injured and he needs to recover. Could I imagine him doing that potentially when there's a case where there's not anything big happening in the city at the moment? Like, yeah, I can believe that he would go and take a break instead of patrolling the city. However, if someone like Carnage is out there, I would even believe, like, yeah, so he's straight up injured. Recovering would make him more powerful in the long run. but because he still has some left in him, he would make sure he gets Carnage when he's supposed to. I think that's even an argument he has with MJ and Maximum Carnage. So, like, the stakes do matter when it comes to determining whether or not someone would take action.
I would actually like to bring up, if we want to talk about Peter's mentality, in Amazing Fantasy issue 1000, when Peter's old and suffering from a bullet wound, he got out of the hospital just to help, like, a simple car thief. Like, to stop the guy is basically, he almost died from bleeding out, and he's extremely old, and he still did that, where he would be unlikely to even win if the guy had a gun.
Well, like, what's the context of it? So, he's old, and he's, like, so he's shot down, so I guess if he were to
So he was trying to stop another petty crime while he's way too old to do it. He got caught off guard and shot by the bullets. He got shot twice. He was bleeding out on the floor. He gets sent to a hospital. He barely survives. And the moment he wakes up, he sees like a petty crime, like a car thief or something, where he reasonably still can't handle it, and he still went down and tried.
Yeah, but wouldn't we say that Peter
really is a disregard of his safety?
Well, does Peter still have powers?
Yeah, but like they're super old. His reflexes are extremely shot, and he has lost a lot of blood to the point where I don't even think it's relevant. Like he can't even dodge bullets.
I think
at the point of his life.
I think the fact that he does have powers is innately what enables his mindset. The fact that he does have powers that a lot of other people don't. So if anything, it makes him more obligated to put himself on the line to do these things. Real quick, I want to thank Baku983 for the super chat. Comic Legend likes men, and SK sounds like Sans the Skeleton text beeps. Okay. I don't know what that means, but I appreciate the 20.
You never played? Wait, you never played Undertale, bro?
Why'd you read that out loud, SK?
It was a super chat. It was a super chat.
Why did you dignify that with an audio response? Fuck you.
All right, whatever.
I think the point that I'm outlining is, I don't think what Ben did is logical, or, you know, show or like good when it comes to self-preservation skills, but I think it is a part of his belief system that if he has a reasonable opportunity to stop something bad from potentially happening, he will take that risk, even in the cost
I would
of
not
his own
consider
life.
this a reasonable opportunity. Just for the simple fact that when he actually is taking action, he's already arm's reach from the gun. Like his hand
but
is
this
like
is not
inches
reasonable.
away
Very
from him.
close to the assailant. Yeah.
So you don't think there's any like reality where he could have picked up the gun before the guy, or
No.
kicked him in the face?
I mean,
or anything
there's-
like that?
I don't think.
Like
I don't think
0%
so.
chance he would never. There's never a scenario where in
Not
that.
strong
So
possibility
if
where
the
I would
guy
think
had
that he
had a
would take the gun.
sneeze, maybe. But other than that, no.
That's what I mean by.
Or if he had a
that's what I mean
sudden heart
by
attack.
theoretical.
But like in the most general of circumstances, the most reasonable to expect of circumstances, I don't think there's any chance whatsoever he would get the gun.
I don't know what to say to that. I think like that's. I don't know. I don't know what kind of likelihood is that. I think it's still reasonable he could get the gun off the guy.
I don't think so at all. Just from how far he is versus how far he is.
Even if he can't win a grappling contest, if he just keeps wrestling with the gun, it's wasting enough like time, and he's gonna have to make a decision to either keep wrestling and potentially getting caught, or having more witnesses.
The
see
gun did
further,
not-
or he would have to run away. Remember, the store guy is yelling, "This guy's like a thief. He stole. Yada yada yada." The guy's running because he clearly knows if he stays around long enough, he's gonna get caught, or arrested, or ID'd much clearer. And Uncle Ben is delaying him from doing that. Even if Uncle Ben can't ever like take the gun off his hand, the fact that he's wrestling with him would waste enough time. It's reasonable to assume he would run away and leave the gun, which means he doesn't have a killing tool on him.
Why would he give up the gun to someone when he can use that against him? I don't think that would happen.
Okay, so SK,
I think he would fight for the gun for his own safety.
If you're on the run from something, like because you did something, and some guy grabs your gun, and you have to grapple it out of his hands, and you can't shoot him. Let's say the barrel's not near him at all because he's holding it down good enough. You can't get it out like quickly enough. it's either you waste time trying to outfox and wrestle him to get your gun back, which is delaying you from getting away from the scene of the crime, or you have to let go of the gun, go fuck off, and run away.
Well, I mean, so a couple things to
I'm not
say
even.
right
I'm
there.
not saying this is likely, but do you think it's unreasonable Uncle Ben could have that going through his mind based off his moral philosophy?
I think it would be pretty illogical because if the guy has the gun, even if you're
I
pushing
agree
it
it's-
downwards,
I
you
agree
can
it's
shoot it.
illogical.
Well, I think
agree
it's
it's
illogical for
because
him
it's
to
a
do
Uncle
it. That's what I
Ben.
mean by illogical. I think it's illogical for him to do it because even with that framework, yeah, okay, so you push the gun down, you can still shoot him in the foot. Like there's still a whole body that's right in front of him. Even if we got in that situation,
It's depending on where the gun barrel is. You might just miss and waste bullets, and if you start shooting, you're making.
I
more
think it would be
noise.
highly unlikely given how close he is and that his entire body's right in front of him.
Like, he wants to wrestle the gun to stall him?
Yeah, that's a likelihood.
I
It's
mean,
either-
by that
it's either to
logic,
stall
why
him,
avoid him at
ideally
all? Why
to-
not just tackle him?
Because if a guy has a gun, you prioritize getting rid of the gun.
Yeah, so tackling him would help do that job.
No, it wouldn't.
Well,
You
also,
don't
like,
tackle
before he
someone
even
with a
saw
gun.
the
That's
gun,
really
he was
dangerous.
he was avoiding the guy before he even saw he had the gun.
Yeah, because he wasn't a danger until he realized this is a criminal who has a gun, which implies he's willing to hurt
Why
someone.
would he not assume a robber is a danger?
Huh?
Why would he assume that a robber is not inherently dangerous?
Not
Like, what would
there's
he
a
use
degree
to
of
rob
danger.
people? Okay, so if there's a
Okay,
degree of danger,
All right, I'll
and we
answer
agree,
that question. I'll answer that question. You see the store that they're in? Even that store, you could reasonably assume someone grabs shit and just runs. You don't need a gun for that. Doesn't even have
Okay.
a mask. He doesn't give a shit, clearly.
So, but you just made a point earlier about how the stakes wouldn't matter to him because of his principle.
For his own safety, yeah.
Yeah, so if we agree that the stakes are irrelevant to, if he actually ends up escaping, then why wouldn't we apply it in that situation? Okay, well, he's not armed, but he still stole from someone, and he doesn't know if, like, he could potentially arm himself one day if he's willing to steal from people, which is what robbers tend to do at points.
I
Like,
think
you
there
could-
needs to be more of an implication that someone is dangerous than they're stealing stuff. You could be willing to steal stuff even from a store without being inherently dangerous. I think that's reasonable to assume. If you ran into a corner store, grabbed a bunch of shit and ran out, that doesn't mean
Well,
you're
I
gonna
mean, he
kill
doesn't
people.
even know he used the
willing
gun.
to.
Like, we can even go with that. What if he just has the gun just for self-protection, and he dropped it by accident?
Self-protection.
And on top of that, if the guy was being held at gunpoint, do you really think he would follow and say, "Go stop this guy"? If he was threatened to be shot at?
Who?
The guy snitching on him, saying, "Somebody stop this guy."
Yeah, what about it?
I mean, I think it's reasonable to assume he probably wasn't threatened at gunpoint. Because if he was, then I don't think he would be peeping out like that when he was told, "Do what I want or I'll shoot you."
Okay, but like doesn't change the fact he has a gun, which means he's willing to.
Right, so
people
if he
get away
has a
with
gun,
crimes.
well, what if he has it for legal reasons? Like, he legally bought it for his own protection. I can
And
make the
he's-
same
and
point
he's
there
ca-
and
and he's-
say
and
it's
he's
not
carrying it
inherently
on his-
true. It's not inherently
And,
true.
he's
Well, real quick.
and he's carrying it in. Hang on, he's carrying it on his person while he's actively committing a crime, which would imply, more likely than not, you're willing to use it if you have to get away with criminal activity.
Okay. You can say the same thing about not tackling him at all, and instead choosing to avoid him.
What about it?
That, okay, he can have a weapon on him that we don't know of. Like, you can make the same point. Oh, we don't know what he's willing to do during a robbery.
Well, I didn't say anything about not knowing. I'm saying about what the intent is likely to be once we know he's armed. If someone brings a gun while doing a crime, SK, it's reasonable to assume that person's willing to use it if they have to. They're willing to hurt people.
I agree.
To get
I
away with
agree.
selfish
That's reasonable to assume. But I also think it's reasonable to assume that someone who commits a robbery at all, could have a weapon on them, and they could use it to their advantage. I think both of these are reasonable to assume. So
no,
I think
I agree. I agree they could, but it's not exactly as likely as having a dangerous weapon while you're doing a crime. They could be armed, but more likely than not, if you're just going and stealing stuff, you probably aren't going to be that dangerous or have weapons on you, especially if you're just grabbing shit and running.
Well, how do we even know that's like probable that just because they don't appear to have a gun on them at the moment, that means they didn't use it or couldn't use it at a later point?
Well, the thing is, there's no information he can work off of besides this guy's willing to steal stuff, which is wrong, but that's not that's not deadly amounts of wrong. So it's like you're going to be asking him to act on assumption based off no information versus at least having the information that you have a deadly weapon that can be used for lethal force. I think in Ben's
case, he would assume like the most general of outcomes to his actions. I think that's a fair standard that we could agree on. So
yeah, but the general action of a guy who steals from stuff and, as far as you can tell, isn't armed is that they're not dangerous. But once you realize a guy who's committing a crime is also willing to bring a weapon involved, that implies more about their character just already.
Well, wouldn't he just be willing to? Wouldn't he be willing to just stop the robbery in itself if he just sees it as wrong? Like, because we're talking about he sees it as his moral obligation to get involved. Wouldn't he then see it as his moral obligation to stop the robbery itself, versus letting him leave? Because it seemed like he was ready to let him leave there.
I think it depends, because at that point, no one else would be at risk but just him, versus the potential of a guy running away, getting away from a crime while armed.
I mean, I would still say that robbing someone,
like,
that
for
could
example,
harm their business.
if Uncle Ben sees a bunch of bike thieves, they have no weapons or knives, they're just stealing someone's bike, I don't think Uncle Ben's gonna get ready for a boxing match and go and fucking fight them. That's ridiculous, because if he does that,
well,
the
so
only
if they're armed, he would.
If they're willing to go out and if they're running away with a weapon, yeah, and he has an opportunity to get rid of the weapon, yeah, because
even though he's far away from the weapon and they could just grab it in an instant.
Yeah, I think it's dependent on the scenario. I think it's reasonable enough that he could be able to deter him from having the gun.
I would disagree with that completely. The gun is literally in arm's reach in the scene. And that's before he even makes his move on him.
Yeah, but like I said, like, even if he's wrestling with it, there's still a likelihood he's gonna not be able to get the gun and have to run away.
That would be pretty unlikely that it doesn't hit
I just realized Liam might be doing blackface because he's doing a lot of the talking for poker.
Oh.
Honestly, at this point, yeah. I don't know if Pokery hasn't. I don't know if Pokery's not talking because I'm cooking.
I've been letting him talk. He
Blackface legend? Blackface legend? Huh?
You know, I just don't think the circumstances really justify it in this situation. Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, me? No, I was just saying there was nothing Liam was saying that I could like add on to. I mean, he's just saying the same thing, like I think.
Okay.
Heyo. So I'm cooking.
Yes.
No, you're not.
Let's go. Listen, SK, can you at least agree there's a difference between someone's moral obligation if there's a like a potential of other people getting hurt versus not?
I would say it's still reasonable to assume that other people can get hurt from a robbery because you don't know the person and how they operate. You don't know how they achieve the robbery to begin with. You don't know what they'd be willing to resort to, so I think arguments could be made for either or if he's armed or not. That letting him go would just be inherently dangerous.
Well, okay, here's my thing. You see a guy, no weapons, he's running away after stealing something from a store.
Mm-hmm.
How exactly he's gonna kill anyone that's getting in his way effectively? Because killing someone with your bare hands, you know that requires a lot of effort and time, and he's fleeing. So I don't know how he's gonna kill anyone.
I suppose, like generally speaking, yeah. Though it can depend on the person you're dealing with.
If you're here's the thing, SK. If you're running away after you stole some shit, and you want to get away, if anyone's trying to stop you, you're not gonna beat them to death. You'll punch them and hurt them. Sure, and maybe someone could die. Like, oh no, I fell and I landed on a rock. Right? That's not as likely as, oh, someone else is trying to stop me, or this person's in my way. Bang, 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 bang. Get the fuck out of my way. I don't want to go to jail. Like, there's a difference there. You got to admit that.
Sure, there's a difference between that, but
good.
I would still say that one, that's not even what's happening.
Do you understand why one would be more of a moral obligation than the other, depending on this context now?
Sure, yeah, that's fair.
And you would agree that Uncle Ben isn't based off of logical likelihoods or deduction, but based off what he could do to prevent a bad thing from happening?
No, I don't agree with that, because you just made the argument that the reason he would be less willing to get involved if he was just unarmed is because of the likelihood of what they're willing to do. So I don't really subscribe to that.
Well, no, it's a reasonable. It's that he reasonably could achieve a good outcome, not that it's even likely.
Well, he can reasonably achieve a good outcome if he stops the robber in general. So I don't think it would really matter whether or not he's armed.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because like obviously Uncle Ben's philosophy bleeds into Spider-Man. Do you know about Nothing Could Stop the Juggernaut?
No, explain that.
It's actually a very similar scenario to what happens in the movie. Juggernaut is massively stronger than Spider-Man and way too dangerous. He can literally beat up the entire X-Men, and he's going out of his way to commit a crime. And the whole point of the story is Spider-Man keeps intervening to try and stop someone he is completely outmatched against, where it's extremely unlikely to win. He's still willing to do it because he could stop him.
Yeah, but I think there's a world of difference between Spider-Man, who has powers, and therefore the interaction between them would give them a lot more choices. It wouldn't be an instantaneous bang, you're gone. Versus
it actually would be, because Juggernaut's as strong as the Hulk. If Juggernaut
Spider-Man could dodge him though. Like Spider-Man has a lot more choice in the situation versus Uncle Ben.
Not reliably, no, not reliably.
Well, so what would he do in the situation? If he went after him and tried to like lunge at him like Uncle Ben did, yeah, I would say that's a problem.
He does that. There's a point in the story where he's completely out of options and he just says fuck it, and he just grabs on and then tries to slow him down.
I'm talking about the beginning of the fight. I'm not talking about like if he's backed down into a corner and doesn't have any options. I'm more so saying like if the fight starts and then he just immediately goes running into him, yeah, that would be stupid for him to do that. I would expect him to be dodging more, trying to outsmart him, something to that capacity. Whereas in the situation we have here, Ben just lunges into the guy who's basically like has the gun right there.
Yeah, Uncle Ben technically has less options, but I will argue Uncle Ben has a better chance at winning versus Spider-Man.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. Because the gun is in arm's reach. Ben is not even close.
You gotta understand, Juggernaut is literally just out of Spider-Man's class. It's just unfair. If Spider-Man gets close,
but
it's just
like I said, we agreed that Spider-Man has various options he can use in this situation.
Not really.
Like if if Ben wants to get the gun out, he would have to go after him and very likely get shot, when he could instead get the police on the guy. Which that wouldn't even be an unreasonable action for him to take in that situation.
Yeah, but like the point in the story is, yeah, I guess you're technically correct. He does more options. They don't work. They're not reliable. Like he tries webbing him up, doesn't work. And like, you know, he's able to go down the list, but eventually, once he's out of options, fuck it, he jumps on him and he just does whatever he can to slow him down. Even though more likely than not, Juggernaut would have just killed him. That's like the point of the story, is that he still does that because he has a moral obligation.
Yeah, but the reason he specifically has that moral obligation is that there aren't other people around that can actually feasibly deal with it. He's someone with superpowers. So
what makes you think he can't just eventually get the X-Men to deal with it later?
Well, you said he already beat up the X-Men, right? Or that he can?
the X-Men usually he's an X-Men villain, so what like what you're
well,
saying?
Does Peter have contact with the X-Men? Because I would say that is a problem if he can reach the X-Men and he doesn't call them for help in that situation.
Yeah, but Juggernaut would more likely get away. That's why he doesn't do it, of course. But if he does try to prevent Juggernaut himself, he's more likely to die than succeed. So it's let Juggernaut get away, make it the X-Men's problem, swing to the X Manor or whatever it's called, the X Mansion, right? Which he would know where to go.
Okay, so he can't directly contact them in that situation.
I mean, he technically can. He could just swing there. It's not that bad. Like it'll take a few seconds.
Okay, so couldn't you argue that he would want to lead the Juggernaut? Because obviously, like, the Juggernaut's going to be smashing around wherever he goes. So in that case, I would say it would make more sense for him to lead him closer to the X-Men, so that the X-Men would be, provoked to get in.
The Juggernaut's going to a specific destination, so he can't do that.
Okay. I think the news would eventually reach the X-Men anyway, so I think it's fair that Spider-Man would buy as much time as he can, trying to do what he can to stop him. Whereas with Ben in that situation, I mean, I'd be fine with it if he called the police, but also trying to buy them the appropriate amount of information.
I mean, you can make that situation equivalent too, because it's reasonable that the store owner called the police already, and now he's delaying them.
Well, in that case,
I think the point that I'm trying to make here is like how strongly these people believe in their ideology is going to be to a point where they're going to put themselves in unlikely scenarios where they're even able to get that outcome, but they would rather try than not.
If we're running under the assumption that the police have already been called, if that's something that he's considering, then that gives him even less reason to get involved, because if the police are already
it's a
involved,
reasonable assumption because he's running away. He's getting away from the scene of the crime as fast as possible.
Yeah, and I'm saying if he assumes that, then that's even less reason for him to even bother with the gun, because again, nobody's in immediate danger if they just stay out of the way and they don't attack him or anything, which most people would reasonably do in that situation.
Yeah, but he can't trust everyone to do that, and he can't trust that the guy won't decide to start shooting his way out.
Well, the cops are already being called to handle that, so
yeah,
like, I don't know what he can really. Unless he's faster than bullets, and we don't know about that. Then best of luck for him.
I mean, if the guy has a gun and he doesn't want to get arrested, he could just literally start shooting at police officers as well.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean Ben would just jump headfirst when there's an armed criminal, when he can't physically deal with it.
But okay, but once again, like, he believes he is able to at least have a chance at making sure he doesn't have that gun. Not even a likely chance, but he at least believes there is a chance, which is why he's doing it, because he has a moral obligation to not just make it someone else's problem.
I don't think with how close the gun is to that guy, I don't think he would believe he would have a clear chance of doing so. I think it would be nonsensical for that.
I can agree it's not likely, but I don't think Uncle Ben cares if it's likely. He cares that it's possible that he could do something.
Well, I mean, technically it's possible to sneak up against a guy who's doing like a mass shooting against the police. That doesn't mean I think he would do that. I think it'd be silly if he did that as well.
Well, I think that would be a different conversation.
I think possibility is a thing, but I think that kind of what's the word? That it pales in comparison to probability.
No, I agree.
Because that's what a lot of people base their decisions off of. They base it off, is it probable that I could do this in this situation?
Yeah, I get where you're going at there. I don't disagree with that, but the thing is, that's the thing. I'm not arguing Uncle Ben's thing is perfectly sound, or even if his philosophy makes the most sense for how to live life, but it is not unreasonable that there are people out there that have belief systems like this. There are just people that are willing to do the most crazy shit that would just more likely kill them than even save anybody, but they'll just still do it.
Just to answer real quick, yeah, if you disconnect, it'll just let you back in. Like, I already gave you the rules, so you should just be able to hop in. But yeah, back to what you said. There are people who could have a mindset like this, for sure, but I would consider that mindset to be, I guess, inherently, yeah, shit, irrational, something not really worth listening to.
I don't.
And
That's
the thing is, like, if you put, well, real quick, I get that you don't agree with it.
No, I'm saying I don't fully disagree with what you're saying. I get what you're saying there, and I agree the philosophy is absolutely shit. But in the end of the day, it's not unreasonable that someone like Uncle Ben could have that kind of mindset of how he lives life. It's reckless and it's self-destructive in a sense, but it is admirable that he's that selfless. You know what that reminds me of?
Yeah, go on.
That reminds me of Spider-Man himself.
Not really. I think there's a difference in context between someone who has powers, and therefore has a lot more choices in these situations, versus Uncle Ben. But to elaborate on what I was saying, the point that I was leading to is that even if we want to say that it's possible for someone to have such an insane, unreasonable mindset, sure, that's possible. We can say the same thing about Jonathan Kent in Man of Steel. It's possible for someone to have a mindset as insane as his, but the problem there is not necessarily that it's impossible for Jonathan Kent to have that mindset. It's more so that the film does little to challenge that, and
that's fair. I would disagree with that.
And I would say that would be applicable in this situation as well.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so he has this unreasonable mindset. The movie doesn't recognize it. Okay.
That's fair. If you want to say that the movie doesn't challenge it that well, that's fine. What I'm saying is if it's in character for Ben to do it.
Okay, so you're saying for this version of Ben, it would be in character for him to...
And here's the thing. Here's the thing about Jonathan Kent. It's not... It is... Him saying what he said isn't out of character in Man of Steel. The issue with it is how it affects Superman's growth, because it should go on a different direction.
Well, couldn't you say that it could also be an issue as far as Peter Parker looking up to Uncle Ben? Granted, I'll grant that it's worse in Man of Steel, because there's a lot more blatant decisions Clark makes that reflects what his dad was trying to tell him. But I think it's just not a good look if Peter is looking at what happened to Uncle Ben, and he thinks like, okay, this guy was responsible, he was a good mentor figure, or whatever. But in actuality, he's looking up to a guy
because he loves him, right? Because he's his father figure, so he's only going to think of him in the positive light, not what could be.
No, I'm not saying Peter's character is damaged by this. I'm saying that as a product of them not understanding the implications of what Ben believes, then that results in Peter basically idolizing someone's belief system, but like too much, if that makes sense. Like, he puts too much faith in Ben as a person, and there's no like recognition of that.
So here's the thing. I think that's what adds the complexity to the Peter's character. Peter in the movie is extremely selfish and very, very self-centered, and he's only thinking about himself. He's inherently a selfish person. So if he idolizes someone that he saw as his dad who died doing nothing but selflessness to the complete opposite degree of what he is as a selfish person, that's going to balance out for him, which is what happens in the movie. He has selfish traits and he has a selfish nature, but he's trying to be like Uncle Ben, which is the most selfless guy he can think of.
I don't know if that argument fully works, because I think a selfless person would choose the smartest decision to get to the same outcome, and not risk dying in the process.
I don't agree with that inherently. I think if you want to be as technical as possible, if someone's 100% selfless, they would more likely die than not.
Okay, but the thing is this is not a scenario where Ben only has one option, and it's like a split-second decision. He has options. He can just leave the gun there and let the guy run off and call the cops, and he gets arrested. That's a smarter decision that both is responsible, but also gets the same outcome, but without needlessly risking his life.
Yeah, ideally he should do that, because, you know, it's more like responsible overall. That's a fair point, but I don't think that's more selfless. If anything, it's technically less selfless. It's just more responsible, which are two different things. You could be extremely selfless, but not responsible with how selfless you are.
Rip, I think part of the point is that he needs to be responsible and selfless, and
yeah,
he's
but
not
that's
being
not Ben's
responsible and
ideology in the movie.
selfless.
Ben's ideology in the movie is that he thinks having a moral obligation to do something selfless is responsibility. That's how he
Okay,
sees
but
it.
if I can do something selfless, but I can choose to do it in a smart way, wouldn't I have an obligation to do that?
Well, I don't think it's technically less selfless. It's actually selfish because you're prioritizing your own
How is it
life and
selfish?
delaying the amount of time that guy is armed with a gun.
Okay, but you're ignoring the fact that
It's a level of it's not unreasonable selfishness, but it's technically selfish.
okay, but you're
It's smart
ignoring
but selfish, I would say.
okay, but you're ignoring the fact that the guy did not intend to use the gun until there was a risk of him being until there was a risk of the
Yeah,
gun
but
being turned on him.
Uncle Ben can't know
Well,
that for sure.
okay, so then
Well, yes, he
let's
can,
well, hold on,
because-
Media Detective. I think there's like an angle of this worth considering as well. When we're talking about whether or not it's selfish or selfless, he also has the responsibility to be there for his family. So he would have to know that if stepping into the situation and he loses his life, he can no longer serve the people he's supposed to be looking after, the people that he promised to look after. He made a promise to Richard Parker. So I think it would make more sense if we're talking about what's most, I guess, selfless, would be for if Uncle Ben did what's better for everybody and for as many people as he can. And
in the grand scheme of things, I agree, but Uncle Ben thinks of the immediate moment. And that's what his speech implies, is that it's about in the immediate action in the moment.
I don't
Well, I think
know if I fully
that's
agree
just
with
something you would innately think about. Like, how do I describe this? Like, so
Yeah,
when...
but his moral philosophy would ultimately make him decide that he believes his moral obligation to do those things at the moment is something that he has to do, and that is what is responsibility to him.
I don't
Doesn't make it right, but it makes it consistent with who he is as a person. And it makes him flawed, I agree, but it's a flaw that gives more nuance to the situation. Uncle Ben has a belief that is good. The problem is, it's to the extreme where it's self-damaging.
Okay, real quick. So I think we are in agreement at this point that Ben's viewpoint isn't really meaningfully challenged by the movie whatsoever.
Sure.
I think we agree with that. So I guess, like, the focus will just be on whether or not it's within his character to believe in that mindset. My whole thing is, like, how far is he willing to take this? I think that's probably what I would be questioning. Like, under your interpretation of his character...
It's to the point where he's willing to put his life at risk. So, like,
Here's
I think
the thing,
that's what the
though,
movie would tell us.
Here's my problem, right? Is if we're characterizing Ben in this flawed manner, the film needs to address that this is a flawed way of looking at things, to where Peter would recognize the flaw and adjust accordingly.
No. We agree. We agree.
I agree. That's why you know.
That's why I wanted to make sure we get that out of the way before we proceed.
That's why I think TASM had the potential to be the best Spider-Man movie, but it didn't because it squandered its own potential. That should have been addressed and meaningfully talked about. But if it's out of character for this version of Uncle Ben,
well, that's what I was getting at.
No.
Yeah, that'll be our focus moving forward. I think we agree that the film failed to critique this, but yeah, go on.
Well, that's what I was getting at. I think in order for this to be an intentional character flaw in Ben's mindset, the film needs to call attention to the flaw, which it doesn't. In the same way of, like, if a character does a bad thing, but the film doesn't acknowledge it, is it intentional writing? Is it an intentional flaw? Like,
no, yeah, I think the biggest issue with the TASM movies is that Uncle Ben's problem is that he's willing to basically damage his own like life and his own personal life in a sense for his version of altruism to the point where it damages him, and that should be a commentary on Spider-Man, because that's Peter's whole thing, is that he ruins his personal life and, like, you know, the life of all of his loved ones are immediately at risk because he's Spider-Man, but he still does it even though it hurts so many other people. That's what the commentary should have been, but the problem is the movie goes that no, Peter's still so selfish enough that that's not going to happen. He's not hurting the people that he loves immediately. until the second movie, where like
I'm
Gwen
just
dies.
saying that there's not enough supporting evidence to support the idea that this is an intentional mindset that Ben has over the alternative of he's just acting out of character here.
I mean, I think the movie spells it out pretty clear with his, moral obligation speech.
Right, but that can be interpreted in my way, and I think that's just as reasonable, if not more reasonable, because we don't have this
but like
intentional call-out.
but once we use the pieces from the rest of the story, which is that Uncle Ben uses it in this way, it's more reasonable to go with the interpretation I'm trying to give right now.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right?
It's not exactly out of character, and it's the philosophy was told and explained to you, and the visual depiction of it shows what it is, flaws and all, in that scene. And the reason why I say like that's like an embodiment of what Spider-Man is that is Peter as a character generally in like Spider-Man media, is that he is willing to completely destroy his own life if it means doing what he thinks is altruistic to a nearly suicidal degree. That's why I'm bringing up like Spider-Man versus the Juggernaut. He doesn't have to deal with Juggernaut. It's probably safer and still technically responsible to just call the X-Men. But he feels the moral obligation to do it himself because that's how he responds to what happened to his uncle. And it's the same thing, like what the film is trying to convey here. The issue is they don't address it through Peter's arc as well as I think they should.
Okay, well, with that established, I think the focus would better be on the situation itself. Well, like, one, if it makes sense based on Ben's actions in the movie, and two, if the circumstances within the encounter match his mindset that either side is arguing for. So
well, I think let's just establish what needs to be correct in order to.
Y'all are making me like talking about Spider-Man. I hate y'all. I don't want to get back into him.
Well, I do think this is an interesting topic to dive into.
Yeah,
even though it's just for one scene.
Gonna be interested in fucking a horrible fictional character.
Well,
I hate y'all.
yeah. Let's just establish what baseline we need to reach in order for Liam's interpretation to be correct, and which baseline we need to establish in order for SK and I to be correct. So, I think we need to establish whether the circumstances make what Ben's doing here reasonable. That's if it's reasonable for Ben to do, then Liam's correct. If it's not reasonable at all, then it's SK and I are probably in the right. I think that's fair.
What do you mean by reasonable? Because there's a difference between reasonable and likely.
Well, I'm saying in this scenario, it has to be both likely. It has to be likely enough to where Ben would think it's a reasonable action to take.
I don't know what you mean by likely enough. It's like it, because I'm not going to argue that it's likely. It is unlikely that like he would be able to even achieve what he wants to achieve, but it's reasonable enough that he could do it.
Okay, let me define it better. I think it needs to be more of a certainty that Ben can win this encounter for me to think that it's reasonable for him to go for the gun, which is just not.
Then I don't agree. I don't agree. That's how Uncle Ben sees it.
Okay, so let's kind of test the boundaries of this. There's some parts in isolation that I think we can already agree are out of character, like how he's not careful with the briefcase at all. Like, we could argue that he should be applying his mindset there, but we already agree that that's an issue. I assume we agree as well that Ben not telling Peter to get down from the roof, like, you could argue he would see it as his obligation there as well to make sure he doesn't fall down or anything. But I think we already agree that's an issue. So I think what we'll have to do to test this mindset is to find the most neutral of ground there is with Ben's character. So an example that I'm thinking of right now is in the scene where, when Peter gets home and Ben and May were like, "Where were you? We were so worried," and then he catches the fly, that scene?
Somewhat.
Yeah, so in that scene, we know that he got home late because he was in the subway, he fell asleep, and he had to run all the way from Coney Island back to Queens. So, I guess the question would be, Ben chose to sit home and read the newspaper when, if we want to take, like, your standard into practice, he could have just went outside and searched for him at potential locations or looked for his usual locations that he goes to. Maybe he could have looked at, I don't know, skate parks. Maybe he's out skating. He could have looked at, any, like, restaurants or anything, or, like, stores where he could be buying, I don't know, just anything for himself, buying snacks or whatever. Something that would keep a teenager up at night, and he hasn't told his parents properly. You could also try reaching out to all of his connections. It doesn't seem like that's what's happening in the scene. So I guess my question would be...
he should have went and looked for Peter when...
Yeah, like, I'm basically trying to question, like, so, if that is the standard we're gonna set for his character, then why doesn't he show more, proactive, responses when he knows Peter is basically out late, he hasn't returned, he hasn't called, and he doesn't know where he is, and that could be a safety concern. Like, why doesn't he go out and search for him?
So two things. I think firstly, there's a difference between that and an immediate moment anyways, but even then, I think it's fair to just go with the characterization that Uncle Ben, like, has some level of trust with Peter during that moment in the film.
Well, you can trust someone, but they could still, like, be in some kind of trouble. Like, he hasn't called them back. Like, what if he's kidnapped?
Yeah.
Yeah. If
No, yeah, like I would assume he would have probably, like, called the police if it matters how long it is. How long was it? Was it, like, just half hour late? Hour late?
It was multiple hours. They said next and final stop Coney Island, so yeah, he basically fell asleep. It was late at night. And it's implied that he kept them from sleeping, like they're in pajamas and stuff. They're ready to sleep, but Peter's not home yet.
Well, if
that's
he
how
kept
late
them
it
from
is.
sleeping, wouldn't he be, like, trying to call people, the police, or whatever he can?
Well, yeah, it's in the movie we get. That's never established that he does anything like that. Which is what I mean. He's not, like, super proactive about. Yeah, he basically didn't do anything.
I guess that would just be bad writing, because that just seems in its face, like, bad parenting.
Okay, so you think that the issue is that it's inconsistent with this character to do that?
Well, yeah, if it's, like, what, 7 hours or so he was gone, it doesn't return calls or anything, and he's not at least calling the police or something. That's just bad. I don't know what to say.
Okay, so
I can agree with that.
Okay, I guess.
Well, hold on. Let me clarify what I mean by agree with that. I don't think it's necessarily reasonable for Ben to go out searching, like, different places, per se, but, like, call the police bare minimum. I think that's reasonable.
What about
Ben to?
Yeah, what about calling the police? What about calling the police and doing a search, or would that just?
Yeah. I think that's fair. I don't.
maybe
if he has a car, I think it's reasonable he should drive around and go looking at these places. I don't know why you wouldn't.
Okay.
I'd say like
he does.
Say bare minimum. Yeah, I say bare minimum. The in-character thing to do would be to call the police and say my son is missing. I'm gonna
be straight up. If you want this scene to be rewritten in the most in-character way possible, he would inform the police and he would drive around, go searching for Peter.
Okay. I guess what I'll say is that
he would tell Aunt May to constantly call him on the phone too. Like, he would do as much as he reasonably can.
What I'll say is
that
that
would also work. I also think that would work better thematically of just, like, making the point better that Peter's being irresponsible and selfish, and that's causing a rift between him and Ben. I think that makes the point better.
Here's what I'll say about this discussion. So, I don't think this is an intentionally understood character flaw of Ben, because if there was, there would be more, like, emphasis on it in the story, in some capacity. I don't think this was inherently by design. I think what they thought they were doing was that Ben believed that this was the only choice he had, so he ended up taking the choice to try going after the guy. But the problem is, I don't think, from a reasonable person's perspective, they would even conclude that they could actually get the gun in that situation. So like, I'll concede that by sheer technicality, there is a person out there that could have this mindset, so it could make him in character. But at the same time, I would say it's not meaningfully recognized by the movie.
I will say, I do feel like it's intentional. I feel like it was badly conveyed, because I do feel like they were trying to make it, because overall, Uncle Ben in this movie is more like human and flawed and nuanced than like, you know, the Raimi movies. Like, I think by design, they were intentionally trying to make him a little bit less, you know, perfect. But the problem is they didn't convey that very well in the robbery scene, I don't think.
Well, I mean,
I think they could have done a little bit better.
Well, I mean, that's
it would have been
what I was-
helpful. If it would have been helpful too, if like Aunt May like was more worried about Uncle Ben as well. That would have
Sure,
helped.
yeah. I'll also
mean-
add that I think I would also just say that all the other things
The
that
best
I
we got.
pointed out.
Sorry to cut you off, but the best that we got is that Uncle Ben did like admit in his younger years that he was stupid and dangerous. I guess you could, but that's barely anything.
Yeah,
They do
and
have
that is when he was
So, like,
younger too. So
here's
well,
where
real quick, I
I'm-
want to just complete my thought real quick.
Sorry.
What I will say though is that if this is like the perspective we're gonna go with, I would just say that this amplifies the impact of the issues with him being irresponsible earlier that are discussed, because like I could look past those as like, okay, they made a mistake in what his character would do in that situation, but if you want to tell me he firmly believes in an ideology to justify why he even bothers going for the gun in that situation, then I think that kind of just further damages the other scenes, because it's not just him looking kind of stupid, it's also hitting on a fundamental ideology.
Well, it's
So-
also that if Uncle Ben's acting really dumb, like stupid in these other scenes, it's more likely to assume he's just being a retard when he got shot, right? It's
Yeah.
easier for people to identify it like that if they keep seeing him being an idiot. Because like here, I guess you can call him an idiot, but it's like, it's more of a personality trait of him, more so than he's just incompetent.
Should say the word retard, man.
Yeah, I just think that in order for it to be intentional, there just needs to be just a little more, either in the way he lays out his ideology to Peter, or the way that he expresses the ideology to Peter, because the way he expresses the ideology could go just as much in SK9's direction as yours, and because of that,
I don't agree with that, just because
Yeah,
we
hold
do
on.
see the actions taking place.
hold on, and because there isn't enough supporting evidence to go with your direction. I just don't think it's intentional, as it's just supposed to, this wasn't intentional, and the other actions that he takes in the movie support that this was not intentional.
I think it's intentional because of like what I see. Like, it's based off of what like they clearly seem to be trying to do with Uncle Ben overall. And the reason why I think like my interpretation on like his ideology is the correct one is because there's more of a consistency with it through not just words but also action. The words was not choice, responsibility, moral obligation to do those things, and it being at the moment is shown by him being willing to do that when the burglary happened. It is putting the pieces together in the end of the day.
I just think I just think there needs to be a little more connective tissue for me to think
I don't disagree with
intentional.
that. I think there needs to be more connective tissue, but I'm of the opinion it probably was intentional. It just was very poorly conveyed. And I will say, despite the bad way they conveyed it, I do appreciate the attempt. I do think it's interesting to try and give more nuance to the whole responsibility lesson.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, go on.
I'm okay with Ben being flawed. I just don't know if this is an intentional flaw as just opposed to bad writing. But maybe I just need to rewatch the film and track Ben's character a little more closely.
I mean, like Liam said, and I think it's definitely an interesting point. Yeah, I'll let you in a moment. What I think is definitely an interesting point is that when you have other instances of him being just uncharacteristically stupid, it does create the illusion that when he does something like this, it's just another product of bad writing, versus something that may have been more intentional. Not saying that it like invalidates any of the counterpoints he made, but I do think that is like an interesting thing to think about.
It's just hard. I will say, like, I think that's probably why it's harder for anybody to see it as clearly as the few that do. I think it's just this movie's shit. Like, I'm not gonna disagree on that. This movie's so badly fucking written. They needed more time.
Even with your interpretation, though, do you think that the scene could make it just a little more reasonable for Ben to go for the gun, or do you think that it not being as reasonable is part of the point?
Well, with the nuance, I think it's better this way. Because you wanna like have the idea that the likelihood is low. And I do think this is a part of Spider-Man's ideology overall as a character. He will go in and intervene and try and help, even if the likelihood is low of him winning or achieving it at all. You guys know Moreland, for example? Like, it's like, oh no, Moreland's hurting people, or he could hurt people. I'm gonna go fight him. It's like, what's his chance of winning? Really low.
Okay,
I mean, I think there's a bit more.
If there's not a 100% guarantee that your plan works, then you shouldn't do it, dude.
Yeah, exactly, bro. And I'll just simply say I don't think the superpowers helps, because not only does Spider-Man have to deal with power disparity, like characters that are just way stronger than him to the point where he's like equivalent to a human to a superhuman anyways. I don't think Peter cares. I don't think if Peter lost his powers, he would just not try and stop the Green Goblin if he could.
So he has the anti-Grant Paulson ideology.
Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck if it's 100%.
All right, well, we'll move on.
I think that's the best way. I think that's the best way to conclude it. I don't like with Uncle Ben and Spider-Man in general. When it comes to what they think is the right thing to do, they don't give a fuck if it's 100% to succeed. They don't care.
They're not Grant Paulson.
To do it.
All right, well, in that case, I'm gonna let this person in. This person's been wanting to join. Poker, I don't want to steal your thunder or anything. It's just more people want to talk about the movie, so I want to give.
No, it's fair. We've been talking for like hours at this point. I'm fine with just chilling here at this point.
We'll get to other stuff, but what's up, Volt Jam Gaming?
What's up?
Volt.
Hello.
Hello. You're on the line if you have a disagreement, Volt Jam.
Hello.
What's up?
Hello there.
Hello.
I want to talk about the particular scene. Like, in that scene where Uncle Ben gets murdered, I just want to add that it may have, in that particular moment, he could have just been seeing himself as his moral obligation to at least try to grab the gun himself.
No, yeah, we talked about that.
Well, kind of like.
Okay, yeah, we talked about that. We kind of bookended
this
subject.
Oh my god, my thing might be.
No, it's fine. If it's just about that, I mean, we already kind of went into that in detail. So if there's anything else about the movie you want to go over, that's fine.
Lame. Lame, my mic. My god.
No, your mic's fine. We can hear you.
I do want to talk about the moment the moment they shoot him, they shoot Peter in the leg when he's trying to stop the lizard. That last arc in the movie, if that is that is okay with you guys. Like,
sure.
I don't know if I said, is this a disagreement?
There is the point of which, why did the officer feel like he needed to shoot Peter in the leg at that moment? And we could see Captain Stacy
that's
clearly letting him go.
That's not a criticism I have. is there a specific disagreement? Because if not, well, I think we'll just move forward and on the other topics.
I don't like. Why did it? I just feel this could be a topic of discussion in this disagreement day, unless I'm not clear.
Well, I didn't criticize the scene for that, so there wouldn't be anything to discuss.
Is this? I'm sorry. Am I not getting the part of this right?
Well,
this is
so
just...
so the part of the
I'm
point
very
of
sorry.
the
I just thought this were.
I don't remember writing that in my video, so I just don't know what there would be to talk about.
I just feel like this might have a delay. I'm very sorry. This.
So part of the point of the stream is to allow anyone who has a disagreement with SK's video to come on and voice their disagreements specifically with SK's points.
Yeah.
So if you don't have any disagreements with any of SK's points, then we might want to allow other people to join and voice their disagreements with SK's video.
I'm just very sorry. I will leave if you want me to.
I'll get. It's fine. Don't worry about it. No big deal. Have a good one. All right. So, all right, Pokery. Any other disagreements you had with the video?
Let's consult the notes. Let's consult the notes. I gotta.
The doc.
I don't want to go over the bridge scene with you again. Yeah, I'm all good.
What about the bridge scene, my man?
Where Peter
Bro,
will
fuck
swing
this
the
shit.
other way.
I'm gonna go to bed and enjoy whatever the
Alright,
fuck
have a
you're
good
gonna
Bye
do.
bye, JP.
Man, fuck you. Now I hope. Now I hate Tazin.
Well, that's how you lost the debate, Pokery.
Anyways, I guess we could talk about, because I think you said it was out of character for Peter to go to the cops about the lizard.
Yeah, for a variety of reasons, but yeah, you can proceed.
Yeah, so why do you think it's out of character?
One, it's contingent on him letting Kurt leave, which is a big one. I don't know why he let him go. Two, why would he think sending the cops after him is even a practical option? Because they would all just get killed. Two, even if the police do have a chance at overpowering him, what if they kill him? And four, Kurt is not himself, clearly. He's being controlled by like a separate entity from his perspective. Like Kurt wouldn't do this normally. So why would he think he deserves to be sent to prison for that? So it's four different facets.
Okay, so what's the first one?
Peter letting him leave.
Oh yeah, him letting him leave. Wasn't it because he doesn't want Kurt to be suspicious of him?
Well, he could just talk to him like, "Hey, I found this thing that's in your lab. I know you're the lizard. What's happening? I can help you."
Yeah, Peter's throwing away his Peter's throwing away his ability to.
I don't really think Peter cares all that much about helping Kurt.
But he makes a cure for him.
Yeah. Also, I'm fairly certain that in the scene when he goes to the cops, he's trying to get the cops involved, partly to help Kurt, despite the fact that that doesn't work.
Well, also, like, Kurt's a mentor figure to him.
Yeah.
He is someone that he cared about. I think, like, if he is going to have a plan to confront him, he should be trying to make a cure and using it on him.
Yeah, once he goes to the cops, he's throwing away his ability to talk to Kurt. And
I think
reason
he made the cure out of like safety reasons, not because like he has a personal investment in Kurt.
Well, I think
No.
it would be a blend of both. One being that it's practical, and two, he does care about Kurt. He does want him to be helped.
Yeah,
He even
the
says,
first
"Stop
half
this.
of the
This isn't
movie.
you."
Yeah, the first half of the movie is dedicated to building up the relationship between Pete and Kurt, so that when Kurt eventually falls to the lizard, it's more tragic because it's a betrayal for Peter, seeing his mentor turn against him. And so, but Peter's the type of person that would try to help Kurt, not because, or for selfless reasons.
I just don't really think he would. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, why?
He would what?
Because like in his mind, Kurt has killed people. Like, should Kurt not be held accountable?
But in his mind, it wasn't Kurt himself that did it. He was transformed into a lizard. He even says that something's imbalanced by the equation, so he didn't just deliberately go out there and just kill people. And
no, he acknowledged it.
Well, and regardless, right? Regardless,
that the drug or whatever that Kurt's taking is like influencing him in some way. I'd imagine he still thinks Kurt needs to be held accountable for taking the drug or whatever.
Well, yeah, but again, if he gets the police involved, there's a higher chance of him getting killed. If he just goes to Kurt and tries to level with him, he can peacefully have Kurt turn himself in. That way, he doesn't get killed.
Well, why do you have an issue with Peter trying to get him killed?
Because he wouldn't do that.
Because that's his mentor.
He cares about Kurt. He cares.
Like,
about
I think
Kurt.
it's an either-or scenario. So if the police can't take him down at all, then he's sending the police to their deaths. If the lizard can be stopped by the police, then like the police almost tried to kill Peter earlier, so he should know that the police would very much be willing to do the same to the lizard.
Yeah, I just don't really see like why he would be against killing Kurt though. Like, what in the movie?
But you're not addressing the second part of what SK just said. If he's okay with the Kurt possibly getting killed, then he's definitely not okay with the police possibly getting killed, which is what happened. Which is what would happen if he were to just send the police after him.
In his mind, going to the cops is the more responsible thing because of what Captain Stacy told him earlier in the movie.
Well, no. What the more responsible thing to do would be to try and reach out to Kurt's humanity to try and bring him back.
Which is what he tries in the school fight.
Yeah, which is what he tries later. But it's not smart for him to try it later because he's already trying to send the cops after him. If he just goes to him without getting the cops involved, that can be a sign of like trust between them. Like, hey, I'm not gonna get the cops involved. I'm here on my own. And I mean, that's way better.
Wasn't he getting the cops involved, assuming that he could stop Connors, not as the lizard?
Well, he expects to be fighting the lizard.
What makes you say that?
Because he knows that Kurt has access to the serum. He was packing a bunch of material. He said wonderful things are coming. So the natural assumption would be that he's trying to plan something horrific, as he puts it. And he presumably has the serum for that.
Also, he has no guarantee that Kurt won't be in lizard form when the cops arrive.
I think that's why he's
also why not bring him in himself?
Yeah,
I think that's also why
because
he's telling the cops to track
if he's leading Captain Stacy to Dr. Connors, they're gonna reasonably go to where he lives. And like obviously, when you're planning on committing a crime, you don't leave your crime like stuff. You don't leave all your like research equipment and stuff in your own house, anyways.
Yeah. So why would he assume he went there?
Well, no. Reasonably, the police would check his house because, like, eventually he's gonna go home and sleep and yada yada yada.
Right. But, well, I mean, I don't think that necessarily matters.
I mean, because ideally
as
the
soon
police
as
want
he's-
to, if you're a suspect or they know you committed the crime, they want to ideally get you when you can't retaliate. Like ideally they'll go to his house.
What if he's the
Right.
lizard?
That's what I'm saying. He can't guarantee that Kurt's not gonna be in lizard form.
Can't Spider-Man back them up if he was the lizard?
I mean,
Okay, but then
they
he
don't
can't control what the
work
police are gonna
together.
do.
They don't like officially, but like Peter can
Well,
tell
no.
them. Peter can lead the cops where to go. He knows where the cops are gonna be, and then plan accordingly.
Well, that doesn't work because if he goes to Spider-Man, they're gonna want to arrest Spider-Man. They're not gonna. I mean, sure, they would want to arrest the lizard.
Yeah, but they're gonna prioritize the giant
I-
lizard monster
hold
that's
on.
trying to kill them.
Hold on. Let me finish. Yes, they're gonna prioritize the lizard, but then they're just gonna immediately turn on Peter, and that's just a bad idea. If he goes
He can just run
in,
away.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's
but
confident he can get away from them.
okay, but that doesn't necessarily negate the risk of him getting shot. From
If anything, that puts both of them at risk.
Yes.
I think that's a risk Peter's willing to take. He does it in the movie.
Why not just go
Again,
after him
we have to
himself?
fundamentally go back to
I
the
also
fact
think
that-
I also think Peter's reasonably confident enough. He doesn't think he's gonna get shot. He has spider sense and he's faster than bullets.
Yes.
Okay, but we have to go back to the fundamental question of whether or not it would make more sense for Peter to want to reach out to Kurt to save him, or whether or not he would want to get the police involved, which almost certainly means that he can't quote unquote save Kurt.
Why would he not
fundamentally
want to?
disagree with that, because if the most ideal situation happens and they catch Connors when he's not prepared and not lizard up, he'll be arrested, and then Peter can go heart to heart on him when he's neutralized as a tangible threat.
Okay.
Well, I
but
mean,
here's the thing.
he-
Here's the thing. He's not going to be in his home, right? We've already established this. So he's going to be in his lair. And if
When
the
did we
cops,
establish that?
well, you just established that he's not going to be in his lair, or sorry, he's not going to be in his home.
What if he hides
No,
out?
no. I established that. I established that you're not gonna leave your lizard equipment, like you're not gonna leave your equipment meant to do like a major crime in your own home, because that's incompetent.
Right. But but
why would
I
he go back there at all?
I didn't establish or agree that he wouldn't go home ever.
Right, but what I'm saying is that if Peter knows that the most likely course of action for Kurt is to enact whatever plan he's going to do, which is what SK was saying earlier, so he's not going to enact that through his own home. He's going to go back to wherever he's staking out, which is
In the
which
sewers,
is
right?
his lair. Yes. And
Doesn't Peter go to the sewers by himself and doesn't lead the cops there?
right, but let me finish my point real quick. If he's gonna work with the cops, then he would obviously go to the lair, and if Kurt's in the lair, then it's more likely that he's in lizard form, which means that the cops are just more likely to shoot at him and possibly kill him. From Peter's perspective, and Peter doesn't
In
want
the
that.
sewer?
Also, if he suspects that's
And
going to
where
happen,
his lair is, yeah.
If he
Wait, why would
notices the police,
the
then
cops? No, hang on. The police don't know where his lair is.
Right. I'm working in a scenario that you posed, which is Peter works with the cops as Spider-Man.
If he was detected in his own home, yeah. Where even then, it's unlikely he'll ever even be the lizard. But even if he was, he could account for that. But in the sewer, in the movie, he doesn't lead the cops there. He goes himself because
No,
he's
I know.
more likely than
I'm-
not the lizard because he's in the sewer.
I understand, Comic Legend. I'm just saying, in the scenario that you posed, where he's working with the cops as Spider-Man, he's not going to go to the home of Kurt because he would know that Kurt's not going to want to go back there. He's going to want to go find where Kurt is, which means that he's going to want to go search where it is, which will eventually lead to the sewer, like it does in the movie. And if
I
he's in the sewer,
don't think we're recalling the scenes of events properly. He informs the cops Dr. Connors is the suspect. they're gonna likely go to the house of the suspect if they believed him.
Well, you understand,
then later
like...
in the movie, he sees a suspicious activity in the sewers where lizards are crawling in there. Then he thinks maybe he's in the sewers, and he
Which
goes
is
by
contrived,
himself.
yeah.
That's contrived, but the point is Peter's mindset changes when that happens.
We understand, like, this whole
maybe he
plan
could be in
with
sewers.
the police report is contingent on him choosing to let the lizard go in the first place instead of following him.
No, that part's stupid. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, so...
Why didn't he just stop Connors in the fucking whatever?
Yeah. We
Yeah,
all
okay.
agree with that.
So if we
I'm
agree
just saying-
on that,
Why do you
then-
fucking follow him?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Exactly.
saying. Like, why go to the police instead of just following him and going after him, or getting a cure ready as well?
Mhm. I'm just saying that there's better options than going to the police, and the police is probably the worst option. Firstly, you stop yourself from following Kurt. Secondly, you stop yourself from being able to reach out to Kurt and possibly bring him back from going full lizard, at least from a mental perspective. Thirdly, you stop yourself from being able to make a cure by wasting time going to the police.
Well, yeah, I think that's a flaw in the film that he doesn't just go, oh, Kirk Connors is the lizard, follow him, throw a mask on, level him up with Spider-Man, talk to him.
Well, exactly. That's what
fair.
I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't disagree
that's
with
what I'm
that.
saying. I'm just saying there's more reasons than that. Which is like, one, he's his mentor, so he wants to reach out to Kurt as Peter and try and bring him back. And if that doesn't work, then maybe get the police involved. Or, well, actually, no. If he's there with Kurt, then just web him up. But I'm just saying, like, in a scenario where
Yeah, I
he
thought we were
tries to
talking
reach out
about-
to Kurt,
I thought we were talking about
fails,
the
and then Kurt's
decision-
escape.
Okay,
Hold
if
on.
we're talking about him making the decision in the moment in the movie,
Mm.
then like at that point, he let Lizard go for stupid reasons. It's reasonable for him to do that after the fact. But like I do agree, it's stupid that he just didn't just do that instead. Then he wouldn't have to even call the police.
Well, here's a scenario for you. If he leaves Lizard for some reason, if he leaves Kurt for some reason, which he does in the movie for contrived reasons, which we agree on, wouldn't the smart course of action be, okay, make a cure, go back home, make a cure, go to talk to Kurt as Peter, try and
Make a
save him that
cure?
way. Hold on.
At Oscorp, I think you mean.
Yeah,
'Cause
go.
that's where it's
go.
made.
Yes, we agree.
Well,
here's
wait,
here's
how is
what
he supposed
here's what I'm
to make
saying.
a cure in Oscorp when he
So
not be allowed to?
in the
Hold on,
film
hold
later
on.
What
on,
was he supposed to do?
later in the film,
Hold on,
he
please.
calls Gwen and says, "I need you to make the serum. Here's this exact file to make the antidote for the lizard thing."
Mm-hmm.
So apparently he
Yeah,
could make
because
it.
yeah, but because she couldn't get in Oscorp, right? She's allowed in there and stuff.
So is
Which
he.
is bullshit,
apparently.
but yeah.
He is okay.
Yeah, so like,
Why
hold
didn't
on,
he do
wait,
this
let me
earlier in the
just-
movie?
Let me just lay out the scenario.
Yeah, that's that's
for
one
you.
of the things I mentioned.
Let me just lay out the scenario for you. Okay. So let's just go with the premise that he lets Kurt go for some reason, which is bullshit, but fine. The next course of action for him is to make a cure, whether or not he needs to go get Gwen to do that or he goes to Oscorp himself to do it. Regardless, all IO scenario is bullshit, but we're just going with what the film presents, okay? So, okay, he makes the cure. The next step from there is, okay, Kurt's also your mentor, so you want to reach out to him and try and save him that way. If that doesn't work, you have the cure to release on him to prevent him from being the lizard. And that's a way better plan than to get the cops involved and possibly get him killed. At least if
Well,
from Peter's
what I'm
perspective.
confused about is, like, how does he make the cure in the movie?
So what happened?
Oh,
It's
it's never really
confusing.
explained.
So I don't blame that we kind of have to go over this, right? So in the script, it's basically said, I need you to run a serum. He asks if Gwen knows how to do it. She says, yes, I do it for Connors all the time. And he says, great. I need you to access the cross-species file. It's a blue serum, file 12389 or some shit. And she says, got it, on my way. So, like, this is based on a file he already has prepared there. I guess he had a cure ready. they didn't show it. I guess
Connors
it was off
had a
screen.
cure ready?
No, Peter had a cure ready.
What
He mentioned
when?
Bullshit.
I don't
mean,
know.
listen,
Apparently he
listen.
did. He I guess prepared it off screen. My whole thing is why didn't he start with that? Why was that not the plan?
Yeah, I'm just.
No, yeah,
I'm
that's
just
just
saying
retarded.
like.
I don't know.
I'm not saying like the logistics of him having a cure
you don't
ready
care
or
about the
Gwen being able to get into Oscorp.
Yeah, you don't care about the
I'm not-
logistics?
Yeah, I'm not saying that makes sense. I'm just saying in the scenario where those things are in place, which they are in the movie, it just makes more sense if you're Peter to rely on your ability to either reach out to Kurt as Peter, or just rely on your cure. Both scenarios in which don't get Kurt killed.
Well, yeah, if he could just magically spawn a cure and
Yeah.
fucking yeah, then like he doesn't have to in that case.
So yeah, okay. I think we agree on the practicality of avoiding that.
Yeah, like I don't
I
disagree
guess-
on that. The
so I
only thing
think-
I'm disagreeing on is that it's inherently bad for him to do it if that was his actual reasonable option.
Yeah, no, we're yeah. So to go on a whole different thing, because this was the fourth point that I made here. We were talking about whether or not Peter would believe Kurt deserves to be in prison for this. I think no,
don't
because
think
he
so
doesn't even know the
necessarily.
context as to how that happened.
I don't think it makes sense at the point in which Peter goes to the police.
Yeah, later I understand, but earlier.
I don't think
Because
the police
from
apprehending.
Peter's-
Okay, so even though the film is stupid about this, reasonably, I don't think the police apprehending him means he is going to be imprisoned.
Mm,
Well,
I
that's
don't
what
think
happens
necessarily
in the movie.
but
Yeah, that I think that's the issue in the movie. I think Peter getting the police to stop the lizard shouldn't have had that happen because lizard Connors didn't do any of that. He was kind of turned into a lizard and I'm pretty sure there's literally a law that if you're essentially forced to commit legal acts out of your own without any sense of control on yourself, you're not going to be charged for that.
insanity plea.
Basically pleading
Literally-
insanity.
Yeah, literally it would be pleading okay. The most realistic thing
Insanity
that should have
defense, yeah.
happened is that there's an insanity defense and insanity plea, and then the moment he's put in a mental hospital or an asylum, he would immediately be released for not being insane anymore.
Yeah, but you
I
understand,
don't
in order
think
to
that
get
would
to that
necessarily
process.
work.
Well, real quick, in order to get to that process, right, where he basically gets released anyway, he'd have to be publicly known as the Lizard, and then he would have to go to court, get a lawyer, which could cost him money, and it would basically, even if it legally doesn't trash him, it would just be humiliating for Kurt to have to live with that, and everybody knows it. And I think Peter would be able to understand that.
Mm-hmm.
From his perspective, I don't think he would believe his life deserves to be trashed for that. When he doesn't even know why he even got the serum. As far as he knows,
Also-
Kurt did do the due diligence and ran the tests. I mean, he was there with him. He thought it was going to work. And he decided to volunteer, but then things went wrong. He doesn't even know a thing about it. He didn't ask him anything.
I mean,
Well,
you could have a
also,
private. You could also have a private court.
Well, no, because
well,
even then,
it still involves other people
records will be
innately.
I don't
even
think
then, there's ways people can
uh,
get access to court records.
I don't think
I guess so, yeah,
if the
that's
lizard
fair.
was arrested, that would be put in private court. If such a thing even exists, which I'm not even sure, but
No,
like,
they
the
can
lizard-
privatize cases. They can do that.
Yeah,
but
they can definitely do that for the lizard at that point in the movie because all that he did was
I
throw
don't know
some
if they'd be
cars down or
inclined
whatever.
to though, because
Well,
they
yeah,
would
but
realize pretty quickly that the
a case
instigating
could
event-
reasonably made. A case could be reasonably made because Connors deserves his privacy because he wasn't the one who actually did it. It was the lizard. It was based off a
Well-
formula he wouldn't know would ever do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Whether or not this could be done in
They could
private court,
privatize
whatever. They could
Maybe?
try to,
I
but
don't
that
know.
would be like a mitigating factor. It wouldn't be like foolproof. It would kind of be hard to hide if we're being honest, but regardless, I would still say that from Peter's perspective, this just isn't something that's worth exposing to the public. Like, he wouldn't believe Connors deserves that.
Well, here's a middle ground, Win. Do you think that it makes more sense for Peter to first try to reach out to Kurt and then go to the police, or do you think it's fine for him to go to the police first and then try to reach out to Kurt?
I think
as Peter?
In the circumstance in the movie, if we're ignoring the preventative measures he could have done, then I think it's fair that he would want to neutralize his threat level first.
Well,
also,
I mean,
also, hang on. Another thing I want to bring up is the police would only be able to detain him for questioning.
Detain who?
I don't
Connors.
think so, because
They would
again,
bring him
there's
in
a
for
high
questioning.
probability.
They can't just arrest him because Peter didn't go in with indisputable evidence that he's a criminal. At most, he's just trying to
No.
get the police to, neutralize him into questioning. So they'll bring them to the police station, and
I mean,
basically delay his release. But he's not a criminal, and it wouldn't even hurt his public image.
So
Peter
what
can
I don't think
let
that's
him from there.
probable, to be honest, because there's a high probability that Kurt's in lizard form, and at that point, the police are forced to intervene with lethal force potentially.
I think we already went over that. Like,
No, I
reasonably,
know. I'm just
reasonably
saying.
enough, the police would go to Kurt's house. It's unlikely for Kurt to be the lizard in his own home.
I don't think it's reasonable for Kurt to go to his house, though.
Well, I mean,
Even
if it's a
that's the
general
case, that's where
manhunt,
the police would go. The police would not know where to find him.
well, if
besides
they're
his
doing a
house.
general manhunt and they eventually find him on the street, that would draw their attention immediately. And yeah, what if he just injects himself with the serum from there?
Or
as,
he's
just
already
as a
in lizard
retaliatory
form.
action.
Yeah.
I don't. Okay, so if that. You mean if they found him on the street, he's walking down on the street?
Yeah, just they try to access the security cameras on the street. They eventually match his face while he's trying to stay discreet. And then they go after him there. Yeah, what happens if they point their guns at him? He just injects himself. Doesn't matter how many shots they fire at him. He's just gonna regenerate from it.
I don't know. I don't even know if I agree with that. If he's not the lizard and he's just Connors walking around in public, if they detain him, then there's no sudden moves, and he wouldn't be able to inject himself before they would have to shoot him. I don't think Connors is stupid enough to do that.
Well, hold on.
Like for example, the lizard formula. Firstly, I don't even think he'd be dumb enough to carry it around publicly, anyways. But even if he did somehow, it would be what in his coat pocket or something. It's not
Well, I
gonna
mean,
be
that
in
would
his
just be
pants
some
immediately at all.
It would just be something in his pocket. You can carry that publicly and not get caught.
Yeah, and if you're getting detained, your hands in the air. If he does any sudden moves, they have the authorization to shoot him under this, the threat. You're threatening me. Get your hands in the air. So it's really unlikely.
I mean, I guess that, yeah, okay, that's fair.
Also, that's to be able to grab it. If he grabs it, sticks it in him and injects it, and then has to go through the transformation process, there's so many times in between those actions he's gonna get shot. Connors wouldn't do that.
I mean, I think it just fundamentally goes back to the fact that I just don't think this scenario of them detaining him on the street is very likely, considering I don't think he's going to be going around.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's more likely to
what if
detain
they
him
do
where
a
he
hunt
lives.
in the sewers? Then let's go with that. Let's say I'm not saying send all of them, just to smoke them out. I'm not saying send all of them, but imagine if they do send teams in the sewers to try looking for him. What would happen at that point? And they eventually, Kurt hears them, gets suspicious, and then injects himself with the serum. That's another probable outcome.
All right, so remember, they're here for questioning. Then they don't assume he's they don't know. They're not under the assumption that he would be confirmed the lizard. So that's one thing. And number two, even then, I don't know why they would check the sewers exactly.
because the lizard last they saw, he would have crawled all the way down through wherever he went. Like that's a feasible hiding place for the lizard.
Yeah.
The
Even if they don't
sewers?
think it's likely that Kurt's the lizard, the fact that the accusation's been made is going to make it reasonable for them to want to check in.
I got it.
hiding
So
spots that
here's the
aren't
thing.
obvious.
So they think the lizard is in the sewers. There's a possibility of them thinking that.
Mhm.
Why is Peter telling them it's Connors would be relevant at that point? If they suspect this lizard thing is in the sewers, they're checking the sewers anyways.
Right, and that's what I was saying. If they're gonna check the sewers and Connor's in the sewers, he's gonna hear them coming. Because
No,
obviously.
okay, hang on. Peter telling the police is not relevant at that point. They would go to the sewers. If they see the lizard go into the sewers, and then Peter goes, "Oh, the lizard's Dr. Connors," that doesn't change the outcome. They were gonna go in the sewers anyways to check on
Okay,
the
well
beast.
then that just doesn't negate the fact that he's getting the police involved and making the choice to have Connors possibly killed, which is the criticism that SK and I have, which is that he's getting Kurt possibly killed when that's not in his character.
Well, no, what I'm trying to point out is, like, for sure we know that the police don't suspect the lizards in the sewers.
I don't think that's... Sorry, what?
The police don't know that lizard is in the sewers, and they're not considering it.
I don't think that's... Isn't there a scene where... SK, isn't there a scene
Well,
where...
I mean, I'm not saying they do in the movie, but that's something they could consider. I don't think it'd be unreasonable at some point.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
but
also
if they could consider going into the sewers, they would have done that anyways. Despite if you tell them or not.
Well, right, that's what I'm saying. If in this hypothetical they check the sewers anyway, then we're still back to it being a character for Peter to go to the police. If they were gonna check anyway.
No, the argument would be that he shouldn't bother because they would find the lizard anyways.
Well, let's think of it this way as well.
So you're saying it's out of character for him to go because they were gonna find him anyway?
No, what I'm saying is, even if we're gonna go by, they might check the sewers. Because they have this level of suspicion. The argument would be that they would do that anyways, despite if they are told it's Connors or not. They should just check the sewers.
So
And
Peter
here's
would be
the
wasting
thing:
his
in the
time,
movie,
right?
Peter goes to the sewers anyways, meaning that he's overlooking that.
Okay, well,
So I don't know
one thing
what
I
that has to do
want
with
to
anything.
address real quick. So, looking at the scene, so how would we know for a fact that, let's say they were staying at Kurt's house, for example, right? Or even Oscorp, to track where he might be.
Because more likely than not, the police are going to assume he's a suspect and not even the
Yeah,
lizard.
so how would we know for a fact that he wouldn't go there as the lizard? Like, how do we even know that?
So what was the question?
So once again, if the lizard is a criminal that's planning things with okay, hang on. If the lizard is genuinely like planning like to do criminal activity, like Connors is planning to do criminal activity with his equipment, it's illogical and flat out stupid to keep that stuff in your house.
I agree with that, yeah.
Well, it depends on the situation, I suppose, because he doesn't have to leave the stuff in his house. He can just kind of bring whatever materials he needs with him.
No.
And either go to Oscorp or camp out at his house.
I mean...
Nah, not his house. I don't think he would bring any suspicious materials into his house that could, you know, get him into trouble.
I mean, in the scenario where it's like
Well,
a couple hours
if
in
he's
his
able to
house do
overpower them,
something
then what would
quickly-
be the concern?
Overpower. The concern would be that they know his identity and his locations and stuff. Because obviously Lizard doesn't want people to know who he is. Because he's being secretive about it.
Well, that depends. Like, how long does he have to keep the secret for?
Well, clearly to the point where Connors is making sure people don't know he's the Lizard. Which would make a fair assumption that even if he was the Lizard, he'd be discreet. So if we went to his house, he's not going to do it in front of a neighborhood full of people with his address on it. Let alone keep that
okay,
stuff
well,
there.
what about Oscorp? Let's say he goes to Oscorp for something. Like if he wanted to take resources for himself.
Like he does in the movie.
Well, yeah. Like, would it be reasonable to assume that the lizard could show up there?
Like Connors be in Oscorp?
Yeah, Connors shows up as the lizard, and they would suspect that he would go to Oscorp for resources.
Yeah.
If they check there, like, once again, like, if you're not gonna keep equipment that cooperates you with criminal activity at your house, you're not gonna keep it at where you work either.
Well, he doesn't have to,
no,
right?
the question would be, would it be reasonable for the police to check Oscorp, his place of work, on the off chance that Connors is going there to get supplies to then leave Oscorp back
Especially
to wherever
since the
he's
most
keeping
practical
the
way to do the
materials.
heist would be as the lizard versus as
I mean,
normal
even
Dr.
if
Connors.
even if the police may check it, Peter wouldn't be concerned about that because he saw Connors get what he needed and left.
Well, yeah,
he has
that's
no
one
way of
trip.
knowing if that's the. Yeah, he has no way of knowing if that's the last trip or not. Though. For all he
I
knows,
mean-
he's going back to Oscorp repeatedly to get supplies. Which is stupid. Because
really
Oscorp
stupid.
should know what he's doing, but the fact that he is doing it makes it reasonable for Peter to assume that
I mean,
it's
yeah,
maybe
could
not the
they
last
just
time.
ask Oscorp corporate security at that point?
Well, yeah.
Police?
Well, yeah. I'm just saying, like,
So,
they were talking
if
about
they
from Peter's
if they
perspective,
ask the corporate security of Oscorp, and if there's any video evidence of this, and that's not there,
which there would
like,
be.
why else would they go to Connors? Like, there for questioning?
Well, I think the question was, is it reasonable for Peter to think that the cops would go to Oscorp on the off chance that Connors goes back there? And the answer
Well,
would
no,
be yes.
because if the police were to look into what Connors is doing in Oscorp, they would defer to Oscorp corporate security.
Right, but if they see Connors there, they're going to go to him first.
Yeah, they're
Not
gonna see that he
security.
doesn't do any suspicious activity there, and that he's not in work right now. They don't even need to go there. They could literally call and say, "Is Dr. Connors at work today?" And they would say no.
I mean,
Well, I mean, that wasn't
sure.
the scenario I was entertaining.
Keep in mind this is for questioning. This wouldn't even be for like a full-on arrest, so they
But
wouldn't really interfere with him
Well-
when he's at work. It's more
well,
likely
he's
to just go to his house.
He's claiming that he's the one who is the lizard. But, back to the scenario I was talking about, I was more so referring to if he went to Oscorp specifically to steal resources that he needed. It's entirely possible he just took the bare minimum when he was there as himself.
and how the police handle any kind of a crime or criminal activity that happens in a corporation is that they defer to the corporate security.
Right, but here's the
Well,
thing.
that wouldn't change the fact that giving his name would still send people who probably can't take on the lizard after him, and that would send them to their deaths. Or on the flip side, if they can take on the lizard, then he would just die.
No, because they wouldn't go after Connors. They wouldn't
no,
go after
here's the
Connors
thing.
and try and for example, they're not gonna wait till Connors potentially steals supplies and
Well, no.
ambush him there or whatever. They would just defer to corporate security if that's even possibly happening, and if they don't see enough evidence of that, it's more reasonable to go to their house.
Well,
If you're
here's
if
the
you're saying that
thing,
they should
though.
arrest him, like in Oscorp, if he's in Oscorp, he more likely than not doesn't have anything on him, because he's in the middle of work in a public area, and he clearly wants to be discreet about being the lizard, even if he
Well,
was one.
Well, here's the thing. If the cops call Oscorp and they're like, "Hey, is Kurt Connors come in today? We wanna ask him a few questions," and Oscorp is like, "No, he's been let go. He's not here anymore." The cops would then be like, "Okay, well, if he comes back, give us a call."
Yeah, and if he came
And
back,
we
he
know
would
that
be...
Kurt is going back to Oscorp repeatedly to get supplies for his lair. That's like an indisputable fact. So, on
Yeah, but he
one of
goes
those
as Dr. Connors. If he goes back and the cops are called to that, then they can once again apprehend him before you do anything.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If the cops go, then there's a chance that Kurt gets killed, and Peter doesn't
No,
want
there's
that.
not, because if Connors is suspected to be constantly coming in and out of Oscorp, and they want to catch him on the act, the cops usually will get you when you're least suspecting it, and he wouldn't have the opportunity to inject himself again.
I mean, there
Like
is a
the
possibility.
scenario would literally be he goes in, steals supplies, comes out, the cops are there, their guns are aimed at him, hands up, freeze. They're not gonna walk in willy-nilly or go, Connors, this is the police, prepare yourself inside this fortified building for us. No, they're gonna get him off guard. That's usually how you apprehend people.
Well, I think the most likely scenario is either he goes back to Oscorp as the Lizard to get supplies because of this chance of getting caught.
Okay, if
as
he went back to a corporate building as a giant lizard monster to steal supplies, the cops are gonna be aware of that despite any context.
Well, no, I know. I'm not saying it makes sense for him to go to Oscorp to get supplies. I'm just saying if he's dead set on doing that, it's smarter to go as the Lizard because you can forcefully get your supplies as the Lizard, and you don't run the chance of getting caught as Connors.
Yeah, but that's not going after Connors at that point. That's just the Lizard is in Oscorp, and the cops are gonna go there despite what Peter did.
Right, but if they're already suspicious of of Connors going there, then they would already know to go to Oscorp. Based on Peter's recommendation.
Yeah, and they would be looking for Connors.
Right, but if the Lizard shows up,
if the Lizard shows up, even if they weren't suspicious of Connors, they would know that the Lizard's in Oscorp, because a giant monstrous lizard is breaking into a corporate building with security.
Well, yeah.
One of the biggest corporations in New York, Oscorp.
Right, but
it's already bad writing
scenario...
that Connors can get away with discreetly and subtly stealing equipment because the security should be better, let alone if Lizard went in there.
I mean, yeah, that's a major plot hole in the film.
Yeah, so if the Lizard went there as the Lizard, Peter has no control over that.
Right, but there's the other scenario of Connors goes as Connors. He knows he gets tipped off by the fact that the security are looking at him suspiciously, and he goes lizard mode. What do you mean, what?
What do you mean the security be looking at him suspiciously?
Well, if Connors isn't supposed to be in the building and he goes in, then he would pick up on the fact that the security inherently don't trust him.
Or they can simply let him in and call the police. Or
I mean,
not
sure,
even give him
but
any
at
contact.
that point, I mean, sure, but at that point, he has no reason to
Or
not go
even
lizard
worse, the security can apprehend him, then call the police.
mode. I mean, sure. But at that moment,
Yeah, and if the
by that
security
point, he has no
apprehends
reason
him,
to
he
not go
can't inject
lizard.
himself as the lizard. It would be game over still.
I mean,
because okay, if he walks into Oscorp, the security suspects him. They're gonna grab him, and he won't be able to inject anything.
Well, I mean, yeah, I
Well,
agree.
what if he
just
does
saying,
it
like,
while they're like walking to him suspiciously?
well, that's more of the scenario I was. That's more of the scenario I was thinking of like he gets into Oscorp, he sees that the security are either following him or looking at him suspiciously.
Well,
and
no,
then
he gets
goes-
into Oscorp, they immediately grab him.
I think that's the most likely scenario, but we know that's not happening. So we're kind of at a crossroads here where he needs to get in the building somehow, and he somehow doesn't get apprehended by security. So like I'm just going in the scenario of he's able to get into Oscorp without security looking at him funny, which is what the film shows us he's doing. And I know that doesn't make sense. I agree with you. It's a plot hole. that he's
No, the
allowed to do
police
this.
can tell them to grab. Okay, if the police are like, "Hey, we're looking for Connors. He's suspected of da 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 da. Have you seen him? No, we haven't seen him around. If he comes, inform us and grab him. Then if he goes in, they're gonna grab him. Then he can't use the formula."
Well, what if he uses the formula differently? Like, you know those gas containers where he just, like... I forget what he does, but what if he does it so, like, he releases a button, and then it shoots the gas in the air, and then, he gets exposed to the formula that way? It's like, what could they do about that? If he uses the aerosol feature for it.
Peter doesn't... From Peter's knowledge, all that you can do to get to use the formula is through an injector.
No, he doesn't even know that. All he knows is that the formula...
Yeah, he does, because they inject it in the rat.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you can't
later.
use the... You can use it in gaseous form as well.
That's his whole plan.
What makes you think Peter knows that? Because that's later in the movie where Connors probably developed that near the end of the movie.
Well, that's a possibility. He could develop the serum for that specific reason.
Yeah, but not all serums can be used in gaseous form. Why would Peter think this one would be? When this is a completely new formula invented. This is like a revolutionary piece of
I wouldn't rule that
equipment.
out as a possibility.
Yeah, but as far as Peter's concerned, that's not a thing you can do with it. You wouldn't know that.
Well, I mean, to be fair, this is equally speculative either way. It's reasonable for him to not think it. It's reasonable for him to think it because he has no idea what the capabilities of the serum is, so he can't rule out any possibility.
Well, I mean, that's...
Well, no, he knows it has to be injected. It's a liquid that has to be injected.
Well, no, he knows that's one possibility. He doesn't know if that's the only way to get the formula in your body.
I mean, logically, in the real world, usually when it comes to serums and shots, they have to be injected. You can't just put that in gaseous form.
Well,
like you can't have a smoke bomb version of getting a flu shot. That's why you have to deal with sticking a needle.
Right. But what I'm saying is...
Okay, so if we can agree that even in the real
of
world, when it comes to science and medical equipment, sometimes there are forms of medical equipment that have to be liquid that you inject yourself through the bloodstream.
Oh, I agree with you.
And
I'm
you
just
can't
saying...
use that gaseously. Why can't Peter believe that's the case for the lizard formula when that's actually more likely than not? Because if you have to take a flu shot, you can't turn that into a gas bomb. And that's a logical thing everyone would agree on.
Well, that's why I'm saying it's equally speculative either way. He can reasonably believe that it's only through injection, or he can reasonably believe that that gaseous form is a possibility. And because those are both possibilities, he can't rule either out.
It's not a okay. As far as Peter's aware, it shouldn't be a possibility.
Why?
Well,
because if you're injecting something into your bloodstream, that needs to be through a needle. You need to inject it into the bloodstream.
You can inhale it as well.
Yeah, but inhaling it goes through it goes through your oxygen. It doesn't go directly into your bloodstream.
Listen,
well, wouldn't it eventually reach there? Like, isn't that the whole idea behind if you were to inhale...
but it's so minor, it's irrelevant, which is why you need a direct injection. The reason why we need flu shots, like the way that they are, and we can't turn that into a gaseous form, is because we need to direct all of the compound that's in it directly into the bloodstream. So they get your arm,
well, I assume
generally
that's just
near
for
where the shoulder
reasons.
is, and you have to hit a specific vein that goes through your bloodstream.
I mean, I assume they just do that for efficiency reasons. That's the most efficient way to get it into your body versus inhaling something. It's possible.
It's the only reasonable way to make it as effective as you need it to be, which is why we need flu shots through a needle.
Right.
Well, you can still do it through gaseous form, depending on
the
compound.
I wish.
Well, depending on the compound, I said.
I wish as doctors we can go, hey kids, you're scared of needles? Okay, close the door. Smoke bomb. Boom. Don't need to stab you now. I wish that was the world we live in, bro.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that from Peter's perspective, he has no idea what the limitations of the thing is.
I mean, that's
so
literally
he
what
can't
we do during
reasonably rule out
surgery,
any
right?
possibility. Sorry, what?
What about
Well, that's what we do during surgery. We inhale a gas, so we don't have to experience all the painful effects of surgery.
Yeah, because what goes through your oxygens in your lungs will also connect to the brain, which can connect to consciousness, pain perception, and all that kind of stuff. That's what it's usually used for. If you're using gas, is it's for helping you with procedures, mainly for surgery, because you don't want to
Right.
deal with going through the pain or yada yada yada. That's
I'm
that's where that system leads to. When it comes to anything that affects the bloodstream, which goes, directly more so to your DNA, those need to be injections. That's why we had to take the shots during coronaviruses, right? Because it needs to be something that affects our bloodstream, because that's what's being attacked.
Right. I'm saying that it's reasonable for him to think it's through injection. It's also reasonable for him to think that it's possible that
Okay.
it can be aerosolized.
I'm just gonna ask one question. Okay, what piece of medical equipment could you repurpose from a needle to a gaseous form that works just as effectively?
Well, this isn't medical equipment.
It
This
is
a
medical
serum.
equipment. It's literally meant to
I mean,
help
it's
people with limb loss.
It's intended for that purpose, yeah, but it's not. it's not
Sorry,
there
I
yet.
read
Is what I'm
something.
doing.
Okay, so what? Okay, so what can you inject in someone that isn't medical equipment and/or medicine?
Anesthesia. Certain types of anesthesia can be injected through the blood and through gaseous form.
Anesthesia? What's that again? Let me double check.
You also got
Well, I
me.
mean,
You also
you know what I
got me
mean.
curious. Apparently, you can use, like a gas or a nasal spray for flu vaccines.
But are they as effective as a needle?
I'm fairly certain that certain types of anesthesia can be both injected and aerosolized, but I might be wrong about
It says
that.
it's not. Nasal ones are not recommended for everyone, including pregnant individuals, those with weakened immune systems, or children 2 to 4 years old with asthma. Doesn't really apply to Kurt, and this is not just a flu vaccine. It's something that'll literally make it more powerful. So.
Okay, so
I also just think we can set the whole mechanics of it aside because I feel
already the reason why that works is because it's effective enough in gaseous form.
Well,
right?
I mean,
it's not effective for people.
I'm trying
that
to
are
shift
dealing
this
with other
away from
problems.
that because I feel like it's kind of going to become convoluted if we focus the debate on that versus, I guess, the principle of what Peter's doing. So we'll set that part aside, right? Let's even say that can't be done. I would still say though that the plan of send the police to hunt down Kurt specifically, at any point he can be caught during the manhunt, and you're still essentially sending the police after the lizard, and I think Peter would rather send himself to deal with it because he has the powers to deal with it. He also wouldn't want to expose Kurt like that.
Yeah, but once again, if it's for questioning, it'll just be detaining him so he can get him into a reasonable conversation.
That's exposing him.
He still exposed him though. He said he's the lizard. So it's not even a case of
but
questioning
there's
him.
no proof of it at all. As far as it
not
goes,
correct.
the police would be informed that word of mouth of one
that's
guy
not
who said
correct,
it, and they thought it would be good enough for questioning.
Well,
that's not correct though,
well, let's
because
say
if they bring in Kurt, they're gonna see the same patch of skin that Peter saw, which was reptilian, like scaly on his neck.
Let me see.
Yeah,
I
he
actually
saw
don't
that. That's
remember
what
if he
tipped him
saw it.
off. That's what tipped him off that Kurt was the lizard.
No, what tipped him off was the rats, the lizard rats.
Well, that was part of it, but he also saw his neck.
The lizard
In
rats.
the same sequence.
Super rats. Super rats.
Okay, literally pull up the scene where
no, don't worry, I'm pulling it up.
The Joker movie.
The first thing he sees before Kurt leaves is his neck. And then he goes
alright,
over
let
to
me
the
see.
table with the rats.
I want to see the way he looks at it, just to see if it. So. Oh He does look down a bit. Okay, alright, you're right. He does, alright.
And the police would also see that if they brought in Kurt for questioning.
Well, also, like, I think it doesn't matter, because we're talking about intent here. Peter is not an expert as to how police investigations work. It's clear that the intent of the scene is to expose him. Like, he's saying he is a danger to everyone. He is planning something horrific. That's the intention behind the report.
Well, yeah, I mean, it does go to intent because depending on how easy it is for the police to pick up on the fact that Kurt is the lizard, then that just ups the chances, which could potentially make Peter's actions less reasonable or less in character. And because Kurt's neck looks like that, the chances of him being exposed go up exponentially.
Yeah, I think I'm willing to concede if it's you know, with the intent and also, yeah, with the neck stuff, I don't really know.
Okay.
Yeah, if Peter is aware of the neck stuff, then like, yeah,
You can post a screenshot of it.
They would know that he's the lizard, and like, yeah, they would just basically.
Yeah, I could post a screenshot of like. Yeah, while we're at it, I don't know what Pokery's thoughts on. Well, we are going at this for a while, so like he can give it his concluding thoughts, and then we can move to the next point.
I mean, I don't know how long you
oh, this is the out of focus one. Like, yeah, while I'm sending this, Pokery, what else did you want to touch on?
Are you talking about the movie in general?
Yeah, any point that was made.
What's your thoughts on the police thing with Connors after everything was told?
I'm gonna be honest.
You zoned out.
I fell asleep.
Oh my god.
That's fair. I mean, that's fair. I mean, it is like 3:30 at night.
Dude, this is like your topic, and you're just like, yeah, I fell asleep.
Well, to be fair,
his mindset is really, yeah, Liam's cooking. I'm going to bed.
He could do the work for me.
To be fair, I mean, to be fair, you have been. You did that in the last discussions, on the last point. So.
All right. Well, so yeah, what's the next one you want to bring up?
I'll be honest. I think we kind of went over. Okay, because as far as my notes, most of what I took notes of, everything was kind of connected. I feel like we've kind of addressed everything I cared to talk about, except for the fucking bridge scene. Fuck you, I'm not talking about that today.
Sorry, the what scene?
The bridge scene.
Oh, the bridge scene. Why don't you want to talk about
that? Because I feel like me and SK are not going to get anywhere on that. We've already talked about it like twice, I think.
Okay, well, what's the next one
maybe,
you're thinking of?
I mean, hold on. Maybe we don't need to talk about it, but I'm interested in what your like general points are. I mean, we don't need to discuss it, but just your general points. Like what
just
you
I don't really think it's out of character for Peter to swing away. One, like police are coming. Two, I don't know if we don't know if there's people in the cars anyway, or if he knows that. Which like, I would imagine he probably checked.
Well, I mean, there's one guy, Ratha.
Yeah, but he's brown.
Yeah, Ratha. Yeah,
I mean,
Ratha can climb up.
I mean, again, we don't need to discuss the bridge scene if you want to move on, but I was just interested to see what your point was on that, and now I know, so.
I think the final point also is that, I mean, they can climb up the web, like, they're shown to be, like, able to climb up the web.
Wait, where are they shown that?
When the kid does it.
He
doesn't.
No.
Car?
He doesn't climb up on the web. He's just caught by the web. That Peter shoots.
Yeah, he climbs up the web that Peter catches him with.
No, he reels it up.
Peter reels the web up.
No, like we see the kid. We've talked about this one. I'm pretty sure the kid like literally is moving his arms to climb up.
I've looked at the scene. He grabs Peter specifically, and
I mean, I think it's more reasonable to just argue that you can logically deduct they can climb up the web because the web is probably inherently sticky, so it's not going to be hard. It's not going to be easy to fall off it.
You do understand that in order to climb that, you'd have to climb like 5 times as higher than like the highest recorded average.
40 mile per hour car.
Yeah, you're expecting like a lot from these
40
people
mile
to
per
be
hour
able to.
car.
Like, what if they like have like a leg injury or something because they fell and crashed? What if they have an arm injury and it makes them weaker? What if they literally like have a broken? What if they have a missing arm? That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
What if they're like,
Why would they be driving a car if they're missing an arm?
They could be a passenger.
You can drive a car without a.
Why would you be driving a car if you're
that there's passengers
a 10-year-old?
in any of those cars?
All right, you're gonna die.
The thing is, like, I think it's a reasonable enough risk for Peter to consider that he just wouldn't take that risk and just be like, okay, it's not really that much out of the way to get all these people out, and besides, that's primarily what I'm here to do is save these people from the lizard. So I'm gonna finish doing that before I leave. So, like, you know.
Anything else we want to talk about?
Yeah, what's the next point?
We talked about everything else in my notes. It was all either brought up at least or addressed. Yeah.
Okay.
How do you feel about me saving Uncle Ben from criticism, exopokery?
You saving Uncle Ben? You cooked.
I don't know if he.
I don't think you really saved him. I think you actually made him look worse in some areas.
SK's just a stubborn, facetious, dishonest, obtuse rat.
Dude, your name is
I mean-
Griftery.
I mean, to be fair, Pokery, to be fair, on the point of SK sometimes being stubborn on something, I can agree with that. But in this regard, I don't think he is. But, you know.
No, fuck him. He's a grifter.
I don't think he's
Fuck
being
him, a
stubborn
grifter.
here. I just think that there are times where I talk to him about something and he can be
They
stubborn
should change
about
his name to
something.
GK Comics, Grift King Comics.
Grift King. Seethe and Cope.
The Grift King.
Uh,
Grifter Kingdom, here we come. Yeah, so what's the next point? What's the next disagreement?
That was it. We talked about all my disagreements.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're
I
done.
took notes on.
Okay, so the rest of it is bad.
Yeah, we're just celebrating that I saved Uncle Ben.
Yeah.
Clearly not a
Yeah. As
agree with,
as far as Rafa and Lizard, yeah, I don't really care too much to talk. I mean, yeah, I agree that shit is dumb.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, TASM 2 will be after this. It's way worse.
Oh yes.
I agree. TASM 2 is a 2 out of 10. Might be a 1, honestly.
It's a 1.
That's 2 out of 10 is generous. I will
It's a 1.
say that. Like,
I know I'm gonna sound mean for this, but it's a 1.
It's
I
mainly
think
because
you
I can't
really-
decide what's worse between it or No Way Home. Like, at technical level, No Way Home is probably worse, but I hate TASM 2 more.
I think in terms of writing, it's a 1 out of 10, and you really are straining credulity if you go any higher than a 1.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean by 1. Like, it's as a story, it's just a 1, flat out.
Like, I think
I only have
TASM
it at
2
a 2
probably has
because of the
some.
visuals, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
Like, I think TASM 2 has some good presentation elements, like the score in some places is good. The cinematography is good in some places. The production
I
design is
appreciate
good
some of
in
the
some
ideas.
places. Yeah, but if we're talking about purely writing, it's a 1.
Absolute trash.
Yeah. I would say it's worse than Your Friendly Neighborhood, but
No.
some people
TASM
disagree
2?
with me on that.
Oh yeah, I can see
Yeah,
TASM,
TASM
2.
No, nothing's worse than Friendly Neighborhood besides like what Spider-Man 2 and No Way Home.
See, I haven't played Spider-Man 2, but I can't imagine story-wise it's worse than TASM 2.
It is. It's genuinely awful. I think when
mean-
it comes to most bottom barrel Spider-Man content, when it comes to trash, how trash it is, it probably goes like No Way Home, Spider-Man 2. No, okay, no. No Way Home, Friendly Neighborhood, then Spider-Man 2. Like worst is being No Way Home.
Like worst as far as like story. Yeah.
Yeah, I think No Way Home is the worst story in Spider-Man media outside of One More Day. Then it goes.
Oh
Friendly
wait, sorry,
Neighborhood.
Edge of Time. Can't forget that.
Okay, here's my thing with Edge of Time.
Oh, here we go.
No
He's
matter...
gonna defend Edge of Time.
No, Edge of Time is bad and all, but at least you can kind of appreciate the attempt. I can't with these three. I think that's the difference.
Well, setting that aside, looking at it just as stories, what do you think? Like just as the stories themselves, which one's the worst?
Honestly, I would say, okay, that's hard, especially with No Way Home. At least, I don't know if it's worse than No Way Home.
Here's basically.
I don't agree it's worse than No Way Home, honestly.
I could see, honestly, I could see No Way Home being worse than it. But Spider-Man 2, I think it's worse than Spider-Man 2. Like the game. I think it's worse than, probably worse than Friendly Neighborhood, as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, here's my stance on it. I think there's genuinely some decent writing in No Way Home. Yes, it's undermined a lot by some truly broken writing. But TASM 2 just doesn't have any. This doesn't have any good writing.
I'm not gonna lie, I genuinely don't think I would say No Way Home has even interesting ideas. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
I think the rooftop scene is
I'm gonna
the
be honest. I think there's way more to appreciate about TASM 2 than No Way Home. I think TASM 2 has there's a lot of things I could appreciate a TASM 2 from attempting.
Right, but I wouldn't say that any of it's good writing. I just say it's.
I don't think there's any good writing in any of these pieces of shits that we're talking about, to be honest.
I mean, I think the rooftop scene is decent in No Way Home.
No, I don't even think that.
No.
Why would you say that? Genuinely curious. I mean, I haven't seen the movie in a long time, but I remember the scene being pretty okay.
I think the problem with it is like. You mean like the scene where everyone's like, you know, they're crying because Aunt May died and that shit?
Yeah, that scene.
Yeah. I think my issue with it is just it's inherently based off a broken premise.
Well, sure.
The mechanics around Aunt May dying is really bad.
Well, sure. I agree that in terms of Peter's arc, it
Also-
doesn't work. I'm just saying in terms of the
Also, I
writing that
think,
they
like-
assign to Peter
I also
and
think
Toby.
like the other Peters like aren't really trying to help him that well. Because like Peter like the the Raimi version like goes, oh yeah, I lost Uncle Ben too or whatever, but he doesn't really go deep into like how badly the revenge affected him in Spider-Man 3 at all. He just went, oh, there was this burglar, I was mad, then he killed himself and I didn't feel anything. But that's not even true, because the burglar didn't kill Uncle Ben. He decided not to kill Sandman. Still, I think the issue is like he's not really. It's not as nuanced as he's putting it out or explaining. He's not really trying. He could have tried way harder to convince him why killing this person isn't worth it. Because all that he's saying is, first person that did it, that he thought did it, died, and he was able to move on after that. That's not really gonna help him. It's better to show that he was able to move on when Sandman is still alive. And he saw humanity in the guy who killed his uncle.
True.
Which would have been a better reason to convince him.
Fuck,
So
I
that's
didn't even
pretty
think of that.
Poorly written. Wanna know why, SK? Because Nuance died so badly in No Way Home, it sucks it out of your brain a little bit.
Well, that's the
What do
thing.
you
Like,
think
I
is
think No Way
the-
Home is like what we said about Last Jedi, where you just find things, more and more things over time.
Yeah.
You'll never stop finding things with these movies. It's a treasure trove of dog shit.
Well, what do you think is the worst aspect of No Way Home overall in terms of the writing? Because
It's thematic messaging. It's ideology
I can't remember.
and how it's conveyed. I would say
I
that's
think,
the worst
like-
aspect of No Way Home.
Yeah,
And I will
probably
actually
the
say
fact
this,
that-
SK. I think the thematic messaging of the movie is way worse than Edge of Time.
What makes you say that? I get nervous when you say that. Go on.
At least Edge of Time is telling you to prioritize rescuing innocent people, even in stupid scenarios. No Way Home is literally telling you, if you get rid of people's sense of power, they won't be evil anymore, bro. Trust.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's fucking awful. And it's telling you that people aren't evil because of the inherent like state of humanity.
Yeah,
they're evil
that's true. Yeah,
because they have power.
Yeah,
that's such a shit message.
That is a horrible message. Yeah.
At least Edge of Time's messaging of, you should, saving, what he says, you have no right to be Spider-Man because you're supposed to like save the lives or whatever. At least that is like resident. And most of the time they handle it in the story, besides that one scene, it's handled respectfully. Like Spider-Man, like at least conceptually going, oh, I'm gonna keep trying to go after Anti-Venom because I will have a chance of saving lives or whatever, even if it kills me. At least that's like a good message.
True.
Yeah.
And he didn't
done poorly.
He didn't sit back and do nothing while Anti-Venom was doing his shit. Whereas in No Way Home, he basically ignored a dude on a bridge throwing bombs. They all laugh about shit.
Yeah, it's also tone deaf. At least when Peter was being selfish and out of character with the whole like, fuck the universe, save Mary Jane or whatever. At least you can understand it's not framed as a good thing. Even when he says, the lives of barely strangers is more important than my love. At least that's not like, oh, that's such a good thing. Oh, that's so funny. Man, you're so funny, Peter. No, it's just, oh, that's wrong.
Yeah.
Like Miguel even says that, right? Like Miguel's like, that's like,
I'm not saying it.
That's not who you are.
History says it.
Yeah, history says it. That's who you are, right? That's, you're not that, you're this. At least.
I suppose, yeah.
That's in the game.
I mean,
I guess it's probably the worst game story of them all. At least from what I've played or seen.
Yeah, even then, I still appreciate what it was trying more than Spider-Man 2. And also, Spider-Man 2's idea of redemption is still horrible, too. It's like nearly No Way Home tier.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Doctor Strange is the worst character in the movie.
You want to hear a bit of a hot take? I think he's the least of the characters. Well, not the least. I shouldn't say the least. He's not as problematic as other characters in the movie. I think the most assassinated one is Green Goblin. That's my opinion.
Sure, I guess what I mean more so is just he's both extremely out of character, but also probably the most consequential in terms of forwarding the plot. In how
plot and world building, a lot of it falls on him for sure.
Yeah. Like a lot of the movie just doesn't happen if Strange isn't there and acting out of character. I mean, yes, Green Goblin is probably the most assassinated. I agree with you on that. But he doesn't necessarily affect the plot to the same degree as Strange.
Yeah, I suppose. I guess, like, if I were to say, like, for characters that are more assassinated than Strange, I'd probably say Peter, the Peter 1, specifically, and, Green Goblin. I don't think Doc Ock is,
No, I don't.
Sandman, yes,
I think he's probably
Sandman.
the most... I think Doc Ock is probably the most in-character villain.
Well, I have a defense for Sandman, SK. He's actually consistently inconsistent at this point.
True. He's consistent. His morals are consistently inconsistent.
You cannot say it's insufferably inconsistent because he's just inconsistent.
You can't say that he's fundamentally different than he was in the last movie. That's for fucking sure.
Yeah.
So you know what? That's a great like continuation of Sandman. They made sure to keep his spirit from Spider-Man 3. Stupid,
that was totally
piece of shit.
Yeah, because that was totally the best part of Spider-Man 3 was how consistently written Sandman was.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, but show me the bodies. Show me the bodies.
Fuck you. Like, actually, fuck you.
I'm curious. Media Detective, do you know the origin of Show Me the Bodies? Are you aware of it?
Vaguely. I know that it came up in the context of you shitting on Sandman.
Yeah.
But I don't remember who said it in what
Oh,
context.
you want to know who said it?
Who?
Shandy DeSquire.
A fucking course. Fucking course
Show
he
me the
did.
bodies.
It's just when I saw that, I'm like, holy shit, dude.
So wait,
Come on.
What was he saying that in the context of?
So he was saying, so I was making the claim that Sandman was killing people, and therefore it's inconsistent with his morals. And his response was something to the effect of, if you're saying that Sandman is killing people, you need to show me a news report. You need to show me a body, where he was, where these people were actually killed. It's like, okay, even if they survived that shit, like, it's still not in character.
He still brutalized innocent people.
Well, yeah, but also the thing is, like, if you show me that Sandman can kill someone very easily, if he does the same thing but they don't die, that doesn't mean that he didn't kill them. It just means that the film contrived it to be not a death.
Either that, or they're hurt really, really badly, that they they hope they're dead.
Yeah, which is not really meaningfully different from just killing them.
He's still brutalizing innocent people. That's still inconsistent.
Well, yeah, isn't his motivation in Spider-Man 3 to help his daughter?
Yeah, so he wants to help his daughter in a way where, while he has to commit crimes, he wants to do it in a way where he doesn't hurt anyone. So to do that, he starts crashing entire cars on the street.
Yeah, that's fucking bullshit. Yeah.
His daughter's character assassinating for loving him, even though he brutalized the cops. How's that sound?
So what you're saying is that out of all the characters who are directly connected to Sandman, his wife is actually the most character because she calls him a piece of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, she's the best character. I think there should be justice for whoever that character's name is. I don't know what his wife's name is.
She should have came back in No Way Home and criticized him for leaving and letting Aunt May die. That would be my favorite scene in No Way Home, honestly.
I mean, I would
Flint
say
Marco,
that it's inconsistent.
you're still
with the,
having inconsistent morals. This is why you're never seeing Penny again.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's
No,
inconsistent.
Penny, no!
No, I swear, I'll be better. Please give me a chance.
Please give me a chance. I'm really trying. Then why did you leave that sweet woman to die? Because I
wanted it to happen. Is that wrong?
It was for
It's
my
been
daughter.
a while since we've had that joke. I'm glad we're bringing it back.
I am so excited to use it for the Amazing Spider-Man 2 video.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Holy fuck.
Oh yeah.
I didn't kill Harry,
But
I wanted him to die
to.
of poisoning.
Is that
wrong?
I wanted to. I didn't save Harry, but I wanted
to. Is that wrong? I'm actually, just while we're here,
I fucking hate these movies. Holy shit.
I think
Movies are so bad.
yeah, but before I get there, like with Amazing Spider-Man 1 at least, I think like you can at least see with that one, there's a good movie in here. Like somewhere in here.
Yeah.
If it wasn't rushed, it would have probably been a great movie.
I am so upset that Andrew Garfield had to have movies where he's Peter Parker and it's written this badly. Like,
yeah, 3 outings as the character and all of them are shit. Holy
like he
fuck.
is. Imagine, like I'm gonna say this again. Imagine if he had the writing of the Batman. Oh my
That would be
god, he
peak,
would
dude.
kill it. He would be generational.
Holy fuck. That would be awesome. I mean, to be fair, we still kind of have the issue of him being like a 26-year-old playing an 18-year-old, but I mean, that's already an issue in the film, so.
I can look past that.
Write a movie where he's fucking just been Spider-Man for a while.
You know what? If you want to reboot Spider-Man, do a whole new version of Spider-Man, and just cast Andrew Garfield as like the father figure. You know,
yeah, that
like he has a family, he's already married. Do that. Make that story. Do what Superman and Lois did. They kept Tyler, right? They kept Tyler, but they did a whole different version. Do that with Andrew.
Yeah, literally, please.
I mean, to
that'd
be fair,
peak.
if you want to talk about who got the worst hand out of Toby, Andrew, and Tom, Tom probably got the worst hand because he's been in the most live-action Spider-Man projects. And all of them have been shit. So.
Yeah, well...
Yeah, he has the shittiest version of Spider-Man.
Yeah, he has the worst written version, but at least he seems to, like, be having fun with what he has, which is, like, you know, that's... With the flaws aside, you know, that's cool. That is cool that he gets to enjoy that opportunity making these movies, regardless of if, like, they hold up or not.
He enjoys tarnishing the legacy of Spider-Man for a generation of children. At least he's having fun doing it. I don't know,
And he's
man.
coming back in Brand New Day.
I wanted it to happen. Is that wrong?
I wanted to ruin your childhood. Is that wrong?
I didn't ruin your childhood, but I wanted it to happen. Is that wrong?
I hope Brand New Day is at least decent, but I don't believe it's going to be decent.
I don't think it's going to.
No.
I just don't see a reality where that movie's good.
Like, I'm willing to give it a chance.
Honestly, I hate you. I actually hate you.
I mean...
Don't even buy it. Don't pay money to watch it. Just, at most, pirate it if you're curious. Like, I'm not paying money.
you can do a switchy. You can pay for a different movie, and then go in the theater.
Yeah, literally, I'm not even kidding. Don't financially support this movie. We gotta stop supporting shit Spider-Man content. There's ways of getting it for free, guys.
Yeah, like when we watch the 110.
The 110.
Yeah, y'all think I'm paying Disney Plus for fucking the shittiest Spider-Man product in a while? No, fuck out of here.
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm going to give the movie, like, the best chance to wow me, but I just don't see any way that
Yeah, just don't do it with your wallet. That's the best thing I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Like, I'm morbidly curious what they're gonna do, but I just don't see it being good. And if it is, like, damn, that's impressive considering the uphill battle you have to climb to get there, but...
I do find it funny how, oh wait, actually, I don't know if I'm allowed to reveal this. I'll hold off on it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's something about Southpaw's Civil War script. He showed something about it, where he has like a, but then I realized, wait, maybe he doesn't want this told yet. So it's like, all right, I'll wait.
I mean, we can talk about it.
Yeah, I'll say it off air. But
I mean, at this point, I think we're kind of done in this.
Yeah, I'm
stream.
about to be done
Or
anyway,
status
so
welcome.
I'll just look at the final comments and Sandman lost a part of his brain to the sands. Forgive his stupidity.
I mean, what explains his behavior before that then?
Yeah. He wasn't consistent beforehand either.
SK's thoughts on Born Again Season 2. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. Just to
don't enable MCU conversation. Don't say anything.
I'm excited for it, not for the reasons that most people are excited for.
Oh my fucking god, bro.
That's what I'll say. It's think of it that I'm excited for it the same way I'm excited for Brand New Home. Oh, thank you for the 5, Larry. Is there any new Spider-Man media you like nowadays besides the Spider-Verse movies? Sure, yeah, Spider-Man PS4 and the Miles Morales game. I think those are good. I would say that
Well,
the
there's shit I
PS4
think SK would like, but he hasn't gotten into it, like the 98 comic.
I've read the first issue. I thought it was fine. Yeah, but as far as PS4, I think PS4 is better written than both Spider-Verse movies.
That is a high bar to clear, my friend. At least for the first movie.
I think, like, here's the thing. I think all 3 of those projects are good, but my core reasoning is simply that I think the PS4 game has the best rounded of characters.
Better villains.
I would say, yeah, it has better villains than all of them.
So like,
Doc
I
Ock is
don't
way
think
better than anybody in the fucking Spider-Verse movies.
so like I don't think that Cross is very good. But
you should fight Grant on that because he thinks it's very good.
No, me and Media Detective should team up against you about a Cross.
So the same way so the same way Obi-Wan and Yoda should have teamed up on Palpatine.
Okay, I think we're done here. End the stream.
I think we're done here.
I think we're done. You pissed me off. Right? I think we're done.
Why?
Whatever. The next words I want to say to you, SK, I don't want to be aired, so turn that shit off.
I don't want a 2v1.
Yeah.
Or else that's a fight.
Yeah.
But I mean, I want to make sure I didn't forget anything. Oh yeah, Friendly Neighborhood, the 1/10. The 1/10 is peak.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
The 1/10 are they're great.
Yeah.
Donovan is
that
the
is
best character in that show.
That
D.
is all. So have a good night, everybody. TASM 2 coming probably this weekend.
Yep.